Ahvaz and then Bandar Abbas, Mahshar. So you were covering this. It's a very difficult time for all Iranians.
Yes, of course. And as you say, southern Iran has been hit significantly by the wave of US strikes that we see.
Yes.
Rubio says Iran is not serious about diplomacy, but he also said that the US remains open to talks. Mediators have proposed this 10-day ceasefire. Do you think right now, the situation we're in, that any of the side is going to accept that?
Here there is one issue between the ceasefire has been broken, there are negotiations. I'd like to first say what was the benefit of this talk, then I'll go to the problem. The benefit was Iran and the US, after 6 years of not having a relation, yes, 47 years of revolution and 46 years zero diplomatic relations, for the first time met face to face, and they made this memorandum. Let's say it wasn't successful, but it was something both agreed. That was a very good step. And still we are seeing there is a ceasefire between Lebanese and Israelis in southern Lebanon as a result of this agreement. But what Mr. Rubio is not seeing, Secretary Rubio, is Iran now doesn't have an stability among of its politicians. They were coming out from a shock of losing most of the leaders, the military, the high-ranking military people, and there is lots of competition internally inside Iran among of the people who are not in power, such as the reformists. They do everything now to jump to the power and try to sabotage the negotiators. And also there are hardliners, super hardliners, like Saeed Jalili. That people also want to ruin these talks. We saw that at Khamenei's funeral, how ultra conservative and supporter of the system asking for revenge and cursing Arakchi and Ghalibaf and ask for their death plus Trump's death. Here this power competition inside Iran doesn't give these current diplomats, politicians to play better. And here we have, in the lack of sovereign power in Iran, we have the Revolutionary Guards in an autopilot controlling the system to make sure the regime would not collapse. So lack of these certain things, it makes the talks, it becomes a little complicated with the US. Otherwise, I can see that 100% they are after to have this deal with the US to secure themselves from the frustration and anger of the Iranian and the bad economy. They don't have that much power to continue this war with the US. Their power is very limited. And I wouldn't be surprised to see these negotiations resume soon. I cannot say how soon, but definitely there would be some certain clashes, and then soon there would be another talks between the two countries.
Cautious optimism when it comes to the talks.
Exactly.
Camelia, thank you so much for joining me.
You.
Great to have you on the show.
Thank you.
To discuss Rubio's comments at the ASEAN summit in more detail, I'm now joined by Asia political analyst Ross Darrell Feingold. Ross, great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining me. Global oil prices are at their highest level since June. That's as more ships change course in the Red Sea after threats from the Houthis to target the Bab el-Mandab Strait. This is forcing ships between Asia and Europe to change course. What impact will this have on the economies inside of Asia?
You know, the situation differs from economy to economy, but of course, many of the economies do import a lot of their energy, and they import it from a variety of sources, Australia, Indonesia, as well as the Middle East. So it certainly does have an effect. Some of the economies are benefiting right now from the AI boom. South Korea, Taiwan are examples. Even Japan, which, as it normally has only sluggish economic growth, but they are seeing a lot of exports of some of the materials that Japan specializes in that are used in semiconductor manufacturing, and they have a weak yen. So they are seeing some export growth, quite significant actually, in the first 1 or 2 quarters of this year. But definitely rise in energy prices will have an impact on most economies in Asia, because many of them do still import their energy.
And let's talk a little bit about what Marco Rubio has had to say. He's warned that allowing Iran to impose tolls or attack ships could actually encourage similar actions elsewhere, including in the South China Sea. Ross, do you think this is a valid comparison?
There's been lots of discussion about that. The first place that people started to point to was the Malacca Strait and what an important shipping channel that is that passes by neighboring countries of Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore. And then pretty quickly, the political leadership of those countries and experts in the region as well said, well, that's ridiculous. If any of those countries were to try and impose that, it would be harmful to the economies. And then people are talking about, well, what about the Taiwan Strait? What if China was to take a military action successfully against Taiwan, where I'm speaking from, and close the Taiwan Strait or impose some kind of toll? That would certainly have an impact on South Korea and Japan, because so much of their imports and exports do pass through the Taiwan Strait. The South China Sea, keeping in mind it is so large, there are significant and often heated sovereignty disputes. Is it likely that it could be closed? I mean, that would take an enormous amount of naval power. China certainly is increasing its naval power, but it doesn't seem like something like that is imminent. But definitely the Taiwan Strait is a concern, and people are talking about that.
Yeah, definitely when it comes to the Taiwan Strait. But China has described the Rubio-Wang Yi meeting as constructive and positive. Beijing also called on the US to respect China's core interests. What do you make of this messaging, and what are they trying to say in between the lines, I guess?
Yeah, a lot of it is just stylistic. It's not typical in a bilateral meeting at this kind of senior level for China to say that this was hopeless. There's no point in talking to them any further. It's not really how they've described these meetings. So a lot of it's just bureaucratic speak. And ultimately, China made its points. And of course, the U.S. would have made its points as well. But as usual, China would say our claims in the South China Sea are valid. We don't want to hear your criticisms. Taiwan is ours. We don't want you to interfere. And the United States will say, well, we disagree with all of that. And then you get the statements afterwards. And part of the conversation in analyzing the response or the description from China is also to keep in mind the kind of truce we have in the trade war at the moment. President Trump hoping that China will continue to make announcements about large purchases of U.S. agricultural products, the much discussed potential visit of Xi Jinping to the United States in September, the possible visit by Trump to China again to attend the APEC meeting in November, and then another possible visit by Xi Jinping to Miami for the G20 at the end of this year, which President Trump is hosting. And I think President Trump, at the moment at least, would prefer Xi Jinping is there at Miami, because it is a big meeting and it's hosted by President Trump, and he wants to put on a good show, and he wants to be able to say that everyone came to the meeting that I organized and it was a great success. So there is some incentive at the moment from the two sides to try to avoid wrecking the relationship.
Well, if we talk about the trade war, actually in the last hour or so, the US Senate panel has approved a bill to crack down on Chinese vehicles. And I wonder what impact this will have, of course, ahead of that meeting between Xi Jinping and Donald Trump.
Well, keeping in mind that Chinese vehicles are not, for a variety of reasons, they're not really active in the U.S. market anyway at the moment. So practically this won't change much, but I would expect Thursday or Friday that various government ministries in China, when they hold routine press conferences, they're going to criticize the United States for not playing by the rules of international trade. And then afterwards, the United States will say something like, well, you're one to talk, given our well-known concerns about China's trade practices. But again, practically, Chinese cars are really not welcome in the U.S. At the moment anyway, so this won't change much.
And a final question to you, Ross. Can the Suez Canal, do you think, offer an alternative route to Asian oil consumers?
That's certainly possible, and we have energy sources such in the Mediterranean, for example, that could pass through. We have the war in Russia and Ukraine, which of course is unresolved. But yeah, there are potential sources. It's just there's so much geopolitical instability in different parts of the world. It really isn't a question at the moment of just switching one from the other. There's costs if shipping has to be rerouted to avoid certain places, and with the action by the Houthis, it's certainly making the Red Sea more dangerous at the moment. But there's always potential solutions, and definitely governments here in Asia, they're certainly exploring it. And the obvious one is to buy more LNG from the United States, but they need to have the facilities to accept the LNG and to store it. And countries are investing in that, and the United States is certainly rooting for that.
That will make Donald Trump very happy. Ross, as always, great to have you on the show. Thank you.
Thanks.
President Trump has formally approved an agreement with Saudi Arabia that will provide it with a civilian nuclear program and potentially open the door to uranium enrichment in the country. That's according to a report in the Wall Street Journal. The new deal would last 30 years and is designed to give U.S. companies a central role in developing Saudi Arabia's nuclear infrastructure. For more on this, I'm joined by Umar Karim, Associate Fellow with the King Faisal Center for Research and Islamic Studies right here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Umar, always good to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining me. How important will this agreement be for Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030 economic transformation?
Thank you, Leigh Ann. Yes, this is definitely a very significant development, and it has multifaceted implications. For the Vision 2030, it really contributes towards this vision of transforming Saudi energy environment, energy scene. So right now, energy production within Saudi Arabia is predominantly dependent upon petrochemicals. And if this agreement goes forward and there is construction of nuclear energy power plants within Saudi Arabia, then we can see a comprehensive shift towards relatively
Umar, I do apologise.
Umar, this will eventually.
Oh, sorry, I was just wondering if you could hear us. Sorry, we had a little bit of interference on the line there. Yes, carry on your thought, please.
So this will definitely impact upon the transition process of Saudi Arabia's energy sources from hydrocarbon-based ones to relatively cleaner energy ones. And this will then free up a lot of the Saudi produce, the petrochemical produce, for even more exports. So this, in a manner, will essentially be a critical factor in terms of transitioning the Saudi energy scene from a traditional petrochemical-based one, which definitely is not sustainable, to a more cleaner and sustainable energy atmosphere, and one in which there is U.S. involvement. So that eventually contributes towards the strengthening of U.S.-Saudi relationship, which is really very significant.
And let's talk a little bit more about that relationship, because what message does this agreement send about the strength of the US-Saudi strategic partnership?
Yeah, this is really an enormous development in this regard, because that shows that Saudi Arabia is, number one, is considered a responsible regional actor by the United States. It also shows how much the personal relationship between President Donald Trump and Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman is on track. Their personal chemistry, their goodwill, it has definitely contributed towards this agreement. And it also shows that when Saudi Arabia and US, they engage with each other, they negotiate on some specific aspect, it's not just discussed and then left behind. Both sides are really interested in following up and developing onto something. And considering this would be the first country, because there is a possibility that eventually Saudi Arabia could be enriching uranium within Saudi Arabia. That would be the first of its kind within the Middle East. And this is really, really very significant. The other important aspect of this agreement will be that any third parties or any possible alternatives or competitors, they would be cut out. So now this would be US committing itself as an energy partner of Saudi Arabia for possibly decades. And this would eventually have implications for regional geopolitics and regional balance of power as well.
And let's talk a little bit about that, because you said US investment for decades into Saudi Arabia. How could the deal position Saudi as a regional leader in advanced energy technologies? Because like we're talking about, this could be the first of its kind.
There are multiple aspects here, because first thing that this deal will involve perhaps the most sophisticated parts and systems to develop nuclear reactors, and perhaps they would be the most sophisticated of their kind. Then, if the nuclear enrichment also happens within Saudi Arabia, perhaps Saudi Arabia can eventually become part of the nuclear supply group. So there can be a commercial element towards this enrichment. And then, of course, we also understand that considering the interest in having AI data centers within this region, this endeavor can also provide cleaner energy resources for such data centers, because of course we understand that this sort of an endeavor, it cannot really go on cannot be really powered by power plants based on petrochemicals. So then there must be some cleaner energy going into it. And that would make Saudi Arabia possibly a data powerhouse within this region. So it has multiple implications, but at the heart of it, it shows how US has perhaps chosen Saudi Arabia as the critical fulcrum of its attachment within the region.
And Uma, I'm also guessing that it will be great for job creation inside of the kingdom, and obviously US talent coming to Saudi Arabia.
This is, yeah, of course, because one thing is that there would be 24/7, as somebody said, presence of US personnel, US scientists, US researchers within this whole infrastructure, within these plants. And there would also be a lot of research and development sharing with the Saudi side. Saudi side would basically, from bottom to top, develop these expertise, and they would have their own infrastructure laid down with the help of US. And inversely, all US companies in the nuclear sector, they would be revitalized, because there would be lots of investments going into their own R&D stuff, into their development stuff, and there would be a lot of job creation there as well. So it's, in a manner, it's an agreement which favors both sides. But it's very interesting that Saudi Arabia is a country which provides energy or energy resources to the whole world, but now the US is actually contributing towards the Saudi energy production. So that's kind of an interesting development in its own regard, because Saudi Arabia, not now, but traditionally has been one of the main sources of US energy as well.
Uma, as always, great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for your analysis.
Thank you.
India's cockroach movement is turning into a major challenge for Prime Minister Narendra Modi's government. A youth-led campaign that began online has now brought thousands of students onto the streets of New Delhi, demanding the resignation of Education Minister over the NEET exam paper. Darshan Dalal has this report.
Batons, tear gas, barricades. That's how police responded as thousands of students marched toward India's parliament, demanding the resignation of the education minister over the NEET exam paper leak. police deny using force against protesters, but videos from the scene show officers charging demonstrators with batons and firing tear gas. Around 180 people were injured in Monday's clashes. By Tuesday, thousands had returned to Delhi's Jantar Mantar, vowing to continue their protest.
Every time we have raised our voices peacefully, the Indian government took the responsibility to bury our voices. But let me tell you this through your medium, that if they try to silence one voice, 1,000 others will be born.
The anger began with one exam, the NEET medical entrance test, the gateway to undergraduate medical colleges for millions of students, was cancelled after allegations that question papers were leaked. But the movement behind the protests has deeper roots. The Cockroach Janata Party began as an online satire movement after remarks by a Supreme Court judge that described young people as cockroaches and parasites sparked outrage. It quickly became a platform for a generation expressing frustration over issues ranging from education and jobs to opportunities and accountability. The NEET paper leak has now taken that online anger onto the streets, with protesters demanding the resignation of Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan.
And the accountability have to be taken by the Education Minister, because in 2024 actually a paper leak already happened, and this time it is again repeated, and he is not taking proper accountability.
The political stakes are rising. Opposition parties are now throwing their full weight behind the protests. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi staged a sit-in outside the Prime Minister's residence, demanding the resignation of both Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan. For the opposition, the crisis has become an opportunity to challenge the government over an issue that resonates with millions of young Indians. For Modi, it is rapidly becoming the most serious public test of his third term, with protesters vowing they will stay on the streets until their demands are met. Darshan Dalal, Arabiya English.
Now, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky has dismissed his commander-in-chief following days of political turmoil and public protests over changes to the country's military leadership. The shake-up comes as Ukraine says it has struck Russian military logistics hubs overnight. Meanwhile, Russian attacks have left more than 100,000 people without power in northern Ukraine. For more on this, I'm joined by Dr. Alexander Mareshko, who heads the Foreign Affairs Committee of the Ukrainian Parliament. As always, Alexander, great to have you on the show. Thank you for joining me. Why does Zelensky keep firing his top military and defense leaders from positions which were highly effective and they were good at?
Thank you for having me. Yes, recently we had a reshuffle of the cabinet of ministers, which is the government of Ukraine. And the thing is that ahead of us is a very difficult period of time. I'm talking about the winter, which will definitely be weaponized by Putin in attempt to break our will and our resistance. So we need to enhance our capabilities, and we need also to improve the quality of governance. And one of the moves along this road is to make changes. For example, when we're talking about the new commander-in-chief, we have here a new generation of officers and generals who, with whom people tie certain hopes, and it will boost our morale.
But it's interesting you say that, because protesters have been on the streets in Ukraine very, very against what happened and the firing of a certain minister that they wanted to stay in place. Now we see a new commander-in-chief. Do you think President Zelensky has had to really bow to public pressure?
The thing is that there was a very deep-seated personal conflict, or as President has put it, systemic conflict between, on the one hand, Defense Minister Mr. Fedorov, who is very efficient. He proved to be very efficient, by the way, minister in his place, even though he has been for 6 months only. On the other hand, there was a conflict with General Syrskyi, who belongs, so to speak, to the old school. So basically, we have a conflict between two generations, between old school, educated in Soviet times, officers on the one hand, and on the other hand, we have a new generation. So President decided to take this decision. Initially, he didn't nominate, he didn't dismiss, technically speaking, but he didn't nominate Mr. Fedorov to be a defense minister. But now I understand this issue is under consideration, and it's great that we continue to be vibrant democracy despite the war, and the president is eager and is willing to listen to the voice of people.
Zelensky has ordered a renewed counteroffensive under his new military chief. Could this leadership change make a meaningful difference on the battlefield? And I guess the question is, if it fails, Zelensky will be criticized for this cabinet reshuffle.
We are hopeful with regard to the new commander-in-chief. And we also have acting defense minister, but the situation with the defense minister might change because it's up to the parliament to approve or not to approve the nomination made by the president. But at the same time, specialists, military, our servicemen, our war veterans, they pin big hopes with regard to Mr. Mihailo Drapati, General Drapati, who is now the new commander-in-chief. So hopefully he will continue those successes which have been achieved under leadership of General Syrskyi.
And let's talk a little bit more about Zelensky. He's been discussing licensing Patriot air defense production with the US ambassador to NATO, who was in Ukraine today. How quickly could Ukraine realistically begin producing these air defense systems, which are so badly needed?
I'm trying to be optimistic on this point because I believe in creative skills and ingenuity of our specialists, including engineers. They have proved that they are true miracle workers. They are dealing with the cutting-edge technologies, and they can do sometimes which might look impossible within weeks or within days. So I'm very hopeful. I understand that it might take time, but at the same time, I believe that it can be done within months because it's a matter of safety and lives of our civilian population. We desperately need these interceptors, Patriot systems, air defense systems, which help to repel Russian ballistic missiles. And it's about lives of our people. So we are interested in making the progress as soon as possible.
Russia says it's temporarily suspended vessel movements at the Novorossiysk due to Ukrainian drone attacks. How significant is this development coming from Russia?
It is one of the evidences that Russia is losing the war, that the range of our deep strikes is growing, that Russia is losing, for example, when we're talking about the temporarily occupied territory of Crimea. Russia has already lost the war in the Black Sea, and we effectively used middle strikes to undermine Russian military logistics. We are destroying Russian with the help of deep strikes. We're destroying Russian military targets and oil refineries which feed Russian war machines. So we need to win the war, to make Russia to negotiate in earnest. We need to deprive Russia of this fuel, of this lifeline, to stop Russian war machine. That's why these strikes are so important, because they bring closer peace.
And how significant is the planned meeting that's going to go ahead between Marco Rubio and Sergei Lavrov on the sidelines of the ASEAN summit in Manila? Do you think this could start meaningful dialogue between Washington and Moscow, and we could probably get back to the negotiating table with Ukraine?
I doubt it, because judging by the recent statements by Lavrov and by Putin himself, Putin is absolutely not interested in even negotiating in earnest. He continues to put forward absolutely absurd, unrealistic, maximalist demands. And that's why I don't believe that this meeting between State Secretary Rubio, for whom I have tremendous respect, and between Lavrov will be fruitful. I just don't believe in it. For a very simple reason. Russia, Putin himself, remains the only obstacle to any serious negotiations and to diplomacy.
And you were just speaking to me about the fact that in the Black Sea and Ukraine is striking deeper and deeper into Russia, people in Russia are now feeling the war on their doorstep. Do you think that the more these strikes escalate and when Ukraine is more on the front foot, this could possibly push Putin to come back to the negotiating table or maybe change his strategy?
Well, it might bring Putin to negotiating table, not because he's eager to negotiate, but out of necessity, because the only effective tool or way to bring him to negotiating table is to put maximum pressure on Putin. And when Russia will run out of money to wage the war by selling Russian oil and gas, Putin will be left with no choice but to start negotiating. At the moment, unfortunately, I don't see this happening. That's why there is a strong need to continue to push in this direction and to continue to exert maximum pressure and implement sanctions against Russia to make it finally negotiate.
Dr. Alexander, as always, it's so good to have you on the show. Thank you so much for your analysis.
Thank you.
A reminder of our top stories. President Trump renews his threats to attack Iranian infrastructure, saying the US will bomb and destroy one bridge or power plant anytime Tehran targets a ship in the Strait of Hormuz. President Trump approves a landmark civil nuclear cooperation agreement with Saudi Arabia, paving the way for a civilian nuclear program backed by American technology. And President Zelensky replaces Ukraine's top military commander as Kyiv presses ahead with strikes on Russian military infrastructure. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. We'll be back in a couple of hours with a W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis.
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Now, the internationally renowned American Medical Center, the Mayo Clinic, has just opened a representative office here in Riyadh. Well, that office, which does not provide medical care itself, is designed to help patients to make appointments at the network of Mayo Clinics in the United States and also in the UK. Well, Mayo Clinic is known for providing specialized care for serious and complex medical conditions. Well, we're joined now by the Mayo Clinic's Medical Director for the Middle East, Dr. Omar Ghanem. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, sir. I wondered if you could just start by telling us about the rationale for this brand new Mayo Clinic presence here in Riyadh.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Watson, for having me, and thank you for Al Arabiya TV. So while prioritizing the needs of the patient, Mayo Clinic is committed to caring for patients with the most complex medical pathology. Every year, we have more than 1.4 million patients who visit Mayo Clinic facilities in Rochester, Minnesota, in Arizona, in Jacksonville, in Florida, as well as in the UK, as you just mentioned. And these patients come from more than 140 different countries. This is not news to us. We've cared for Saudi patients for decades now, and there is a portion of the Saudi patients who seek highly specialized centers like Mayo Clinic for advanced and complex medical care. Our office in Riyadh does not provide medical care, but makes that journey to finding the right care smoother and easier. Our representatives in the Riyadh office are able to help patients and their families focus more on their health and their recovery and their treatment, while we deal with the logistics and help them with the logistics of accommodation, travel, medical records, scheduling the appointments, and all these other details. Again, this opening in Riyadh is part of the commitment of Mayo Clinic of providing access to care for, or Category 1 care for the complex medical conditions and for the patients with complex pathologies. And again, this is the part of the rationale that we are addressing.
Okay, so for someone who's got a highly complex medical condition, you're essentially making their journey to recovery a whole lot easier by taking away some of the logistical headaches that could be associated with it. Why did you think now was the right time to establish a physical footprint here in the kingdom?
Well, again, you know, the patients with complex medical conditions, that diagnosis, that journey can be overwhelming, and part of our mission is to help those patients. Being in Riyadh is a priority. Having an office that takes care of the patients and cares for them is a priority. The timing is just right. We feel that, you know, the patients need it, and we are here to align with our mission of providing more access to this Category 1 care at Mayo Clinic.
And what do you think a local presence by the Mayo Clinic is going to do to help the whole Saudi healthcare ecosystem?
You know, one of the greatest strengths of Mayo Clinic is collaboration. Through having a presence locally, the chances of and the opportunities for collaborations are bigger, are higher. We are there again to help providers and patients advance the care for those medical conditions, complex medical conditions. While being there is more opportunities definitely for collaboration and helping. We're not there to replace. That's what I always repeat. We are there to complement the care. Many of and most of the Saudi patients have access to excellent care in Saudi Arabia. We are there for the patients who feel or believe, as well as the physicians who feel or believe that these patients need highly specialized centers like Mayo Clinic.
Right, and you're going to be working with some local Saudi healthcare providers as well, aren't you?
This is definitely the goal, is to get the referrals, and either patients can themselves refer themselves to the office, and then our representatives would meet them, get them information from them, help them navigate how they can schedule appointments. Also, physicians, if they are seeking that higher kind of care that we provide, would be able to reach to our office, and our representatives would be able to help them.
I mean, the healthcare space here in Saudi Arabia is undergoing a massive transformation. I don't know if you've observed that yourself, but
yes.
Where do you see the Mayo Clinic sort of aligning and fitting into that transformation?
You know, again, our goal, I heard the term medical tourism before. This is not, part of the medical tourism or part of the, this is not the goal. The goal is to help patients, the patients that need that care. And we are part of that bigger ecosystem now. We have a local presence. We are there to help those patients and to help the providers that need to transfer those patients to a higher level specialized center.
Moving forward, what opportunities are you spotting in the healthcare space here in Saudi Arabia?
There is, again, great opportunities based on the fact that we are on the ground. we have great collaborations now and a presence on the ground next to those providers, next to those patients. There is always opportunities, and us being there will definitely help explore those opportunities further.
Any particular challenges operating in this market?
Thankfully, our relationship with the Saudi physicians has always been great. I wouldn't say that we've had any challenges, always positive experience with the Saudi physicians and the Saudi hospital systems.
And Dr. Ghanem, when I was reading about your new representative office here in Riyadh, I noticed that you make a big point out of it being a bilingual service, presumably English and Arabic, to help people navigate their journey to recovery. And we talk a lot about Saudization on this program, and I wondered whether you had made a conscious decision in your recruitment to tap into the local Saudi talent pool.
Absolutely. Our representative in the Riyadh office is bilingual. Our representative number is very limited. So I would say the Saudization guidance and the workforce planning might not apply to this situation as it would apply for larger operational systems. That said, our representatives are Saudi and speak, again, both languages. This will allow us to understand the needs of the patients and their families better. This will allow us to provide them with that multidisciplinary care that Mayo Clinic provides and offers through their offices better and through their facilities better.
And just lastly, Dr. Ghanem, I know you're also a surgeon, an experienced surgeon, and I wondered how that shapes how you approach the healthcare needs of patients.
Yeah. So this is a bit personal to me, and that's why it's very meaningful. I am Lebanese, and I came to the United States for advanced surgical training, and with the goal at some point to be able to give the patients and the providers and the physicians in the Middle East back. I just never imagined that I will be able to do it at the #1 institution in the world and at an institution that kind of sets the gold standard for patient-centered, team-based care. As a surgeon, as a bariatric surgeon here located in Rochester, Minnesota, we get a lot of complex patients. I very rarely do kind of straightforward surgery. We do the rare cases, we do the complex cases. This is our day-to-day. We get referrals from all around the world and the Middle East, and we are able to approach this in a multidisciplinary way. Different physicians sit together and come up with a treatment plan. Too many different angles that we see the problem, and so that we can offer a solution. How does this help? This helps shorten the time to diagnosis. This helps us being more efficient and helps us answer a lot of the questions that were unable to be unanswered or answered somewhere else. This is, again, a big deal to me, being able to be available through my role to help patients from the Middle East region and to be able to help those patients in need and again, align with Mayo Clinic's mission, which is helping patients and prioritizing their care.
Yeah, and by the sounds of things, you bridge many worlds in your capacity as the Mayo Clinic's Medical Director for the Middle East. Thank you so much. We really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Dr. Omar Ghanem, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sir Tim, thank you so much for being with us. It's great to have you at the Farnborough International Air Show. Have you had to make any changes in your decision making? Has there been any tangible impact on your bottom line or profitability, or have you been able to mitigate it another way?
Well, we in the first quarter, we had planned that this was probably going to go on a bit longer than we thought. I'm very pleased to say that we are cash positive, we are profitable. Perhaps not to levels that we would have had in the previous year, but hey-ho, if we get through even and a break-even plus, I'd be quite happy. I'm sure the shareholder would be quite happy, but we're going beyond that already. So at the moment, the company is in good shape. It's doing really well, surprisingly, given that this is going on longer than the first 3 months of the first quarter of our financial year. And if we can get through that, I should think that we'll be in a good place. We're not changing any of our plans, don't get me wrong. The government is continuing to build the airport in Dubai South. We are continuing with our orders. We have over 350 aircraft on order. It's about $150 billion worth of kit coming in. We're going through the major retrofit program, which is we've done our 100th aircraft now. We've got about another 120 to do. So all this is going on, and we have no intention of slowing up or stopping.
Yeah, I actually wanted to ask you about a couple of those issues, but firstly, with the deliveries, can you just tell us a little bit about any of the supply chain constraints that you experienced, be it with Boeing or Airbus? Where are we at right now, and what are you expecting in the near to medium term?
Well, in terms of the major OEMs and the aircraft coming in, we have 24 350s, one of which is here in Farnborough today. The ones just come out. We have another 49 of those on order. They're streaming into us during the course of this year and next year. The 777 hopefully will come in the second quarter of next year, calendar. The aircraft will be ready for us to view with everything in, all our seats and galleys and all the other bits and pieces we're putting out. We're not telling you what they are at the moment, in November. So I'm hoping that we will pick this all up and carry on. As far as the supply chain is concerned, they continue to be a problem child. They're getting better. But as you know, we've decided to take control of a lot of that stuff, not all of it, and start building factories in Dubai to take the capability away from some of those people who are giving us a problem, and doing it ourselves. So there's more of that coming down the line. But in the end, we're airline managers. We're not here to build aeroplanes or build the parts for them. If they don't do it properly, we'll have to do it for them.
And do you anticipate this kind of initiative perhaps also growing the local aviation industry in terms of manufacturing aircraft in the Emirates?
To the last point, manufacturing aircraft is a bit of a stretch. But in terms of improving and enhancing and growing the aerospace industry for not just the local carriers such as ourselves, Fly Dubai or whatever, but for the industry, there is a golden opportunity here. All the factors of production, land, labour, capital are there. The government of Dubai is very, very interested in investing in this kind of thing. It's a huge wealth creator. It's a huge job creator. So the wealth that's coming out of what we will eventually get done is huge. We're building a huge MRO, one of the biggest in the world, maintenance repair organisation. This is not because we want to do it for nothing else to do. It's because we need it, and we need to take control of one of the things that are giving us a problem at the moment. The supplier community outside Dubai, all the people are very, very interested in what we're doing, and many of them are stepping up now and getting involved, building factories, wanting to see how they can expand their incumbent operation at the moment. So it's a golden opportunity, and because aerospace is such a sort of mega-trillion operation, you get a piece of that, and I see no reason why Dubai couldn't do that. When I look around all the other countries that have got involved, and they're not doing a very good job, I'm afraid to say, hence where Dubai has it on a plate, if we're smart about how we do it.
You've recently announced new routes to some African countries like Accra and Ghana, also Cape Town. You've added larger aircraft for a number of destinations like Sri Lanka, Thailand, New Delhi, adding new routes, etc. Is that where you see growth coming from, Africa and Asia? Where is growth coming from where you're sitting?
Well, obviously, as far as we're concerned, the African part of things is pretty underserved. And obviously Asia. But listen, in our plans going forward, which I'm not going to disclose what we're doing, the whole planet is under the sort of eye of our planners. So many more in America, lots more in South America, North America, South America, Europe, Asia, of course. Africa is sitting there ready to go for us at the moment. We're just a bit short of aeroplanes. That's the problem. Once we get those in, and Fly Dubai is also very interested in moving, I think it's got its 787s coming. There'll be a lot more capacity coming out of Dubai into these markets.
I wanted to ask a final question about the cargo industry as well. You've recently launched or begun using the Boeing 777-300 special freighter. I wondered, given all the conversations we're having about the difficulty of moving goods from one place to the other with the closure of the Strait of Hormuz and the unreliability of other routes, do you see cargo as a growth area for you? Is it something that we might see more of in the future?
Well, it's already excelling. It's well beyond the targets we placed on it. It's no coincidence that with the ERF that you've just made mention of, we have a plan to take up to 20 of those, plus the existing freighters that we have on order, and a few more to come from Boeing, to grow the cargo business. Now, along comes the difficulties that we're facing at the moment. But prior to that, the growth in e-commerce was so large and moving at such a pace that a lot of these, this new freighter we've just converted has a 100-ton capability, but a lot of that will be e-commerce, smaller packages and all the other bits and pieces. It's a growing market, and everybody's getting involved in it. So, and then we get the situation where there are some issues with regard to shipping maritime. Obviously, that's causing a spike in what we can do for them. So that helps. But in the end, you've got to assume that these kind of choke points will go, that maritime will restore to its normal situation, and that the air cargo business will grow because it was growing anyway and leaps and bounds. So I don't bank this spike as something that's going on forever. I look at it as short term, but in the end, we'll get back to equilibrium. Maritime will sort itself out. The airline community will grow its cargo business simply because just-in-time will come back into the mix in terms of production plants, whether they be in the Ruhr, whether they be in South Africa or even Dubai.
Thank you for being with us.
Life is meant to be a celebration. Wise is the person who finds a reason to make every day a special one, said the professor and writer Leigh Ann.
Why do we love to celebrate? To be perfectly dressed, surrounded by people, confetti, cake and fireworks. Thus sharing a moment of happiness or sadness with others. Meet a human need to celebrate or to heal.
Since the beginning of time, humans have feared everything great around them. The sun, the moon, the water, and the air. Yet as they grew familiar with these wonders, they began to celebrate them in their own ways, seeking joy wherever it could be found. From these, they discovered reasons for happiness and turned each reason into an occasion. So came a day for flowers, a day for the new year, and another for spring, which Egyptians call Shaminissim. And for summer, the French invented a festival devoted to music. The 21st of June. When the day stretches longer than the night, and its warm sun, long awaited by the people of the Mediterranean, shines after months of rain and snow. But in France, the 21st of June is not just the first day of summer. On this French day, the streets become a theater without walls. Ticket windows disappear. The red velvet curtains rise, and music is set free, flowing into every corner, crossing the borders of France to more than 120 countries that now celebrate this day as their own. La fête de la musique.
Donc le 21 juin, the June 21st, is the first day of summer, and so people want to go out. The weather is warm, especially in Europe, and they need to celebrate. To party, they need music, because without music you can't party. And the idea of turning the first day of summer into a music festival was a brilliant idea that was simple but at the same time clever. And so when people go out, they need music, the music that makes you dance. Even if you don't want to dance, you dance anyway and celebrate this festival until the next morning. Time passes very quickly because there are musicians playing for free everywhere. Even the greatest musicians in the world who come out into the streets, sometimes even grand pianos, philharmonic orchestras, and everything. Everyone plays for the population. There is never sad music on June 21st because it's a day of joy. We must celebrate summer.
C'est une journée de joie. Il faut célébrer l'été.
This day was first announced in 1982 at the initiative of the then French Minister of Culture, Jacques Lang. Known for his saying, "Music will be everywhere, and the concert will be anywhere."
We cannot live without music. To celebrate, we need joyful and danceable music. For a romantic situation, we need romantic music. And so music has existed since eternity. Since cavemen, we have been making music. We love to dance and celebrate. If there is no music in our life, we cannot live. Once someone asked me, if you go to a desert island, who or what do you take with you? I take a musical instrument with me.
Toi, oui, je prends un instrument de musique.
So we celebrate for many reasons. We don't only celebrate because we enjoy. Sometimes we think that celebration is only a kind of happiness or enjoying or traditional or even a ritual, but it's much more than that. We need it as it's something we need as human beings. So humans are social beings that have gathered around since a very long time. And from early on, we are part of a group. So it starts from the family and then socially, and then it widens to a wider community.
Today it's music. But since the earliest years of known history, humankind has embraced many occasions to celebrate and to give symbolic expressions to the renewal of time and a lot more. In the ancient rich land of Mesopotamia, the Sumerians and the Babylonians created the new year with the Aikido festival around 4,000 years ago. Celebrated in April, it symbolized the start of the agricultural season and the renewal of life. And it was Wepet-Renpet, the opening of the year in ancient Egypt around 5,000 years ago, marking the annual flooding of the Nile River. Not far away from the Nile Valley, Persians and Kurds were and still are celebrating the Nowruz, one of the oldest festivals that have continued uninterrupted to the present day. It begins with a spring equinox, symbolizing the renewal of nature. It is one of the oldest celebrations still observed today as well, and it follows the lunar calendar and falls between late January and mid-February. The new year did not begin on January 1st until the time of Julius Caesar. In Roman civilization, this represented a historical turning point, as the year had traditionally begun in March. Julius Caesar chose January 1st in honor of Janus, the god of gates and beginnings.
Throughout history, one joy has been shared by all, yet it blooms on different days and dances in so many ways.
In 1162, the Venetian festival was established to commemorate the Republic's victory and soon evolved into an annual tradition. Every year, on the 25th of April, a festival of iconic masks that dissolve social boundaries takes over Venice. It allows people to express themselves freely and transform the streets into a vibrant stage filled with history, culture, and celebration.
We don't only come together around joyful moments, but we mark painful ones. We gather after loss, we create rituals around difficult experiences, not because we enjoy those feelings, but we have a space to feel more accepted. It connects to something deeper, our need to belong. I'm part of this, so I can say that I share this with others. So celebration is not just about tradition or about a ritual, it's also a human way of creating a connection, of reinforcing our sense of belonging, and of turning what we go through into something meaningful together.
One day we celebrate women, teachers, mothers, fathers, labor, Earth Day, while other days we are meant to commemorate, not to celebrate. A day for refugees, for food and for peace? Do we highlight even what hurts? But do we celebrate too much? Does it help generations understand history? Does it bring society together? It was once said that to be human is to connect. When we stop connecting, we start to die. Is it true that happiness is doubled when shared, and sadness is halved when shared as well?
Because humans are naturally nostalgic, they search for their beginnings and the first moments of everything around them. It is in our nature to cherish what we consider precious, to protect our memories, even those that break our hearts. Who among us has not kept the letter yellow with time? A lover's perfume in a glass bottle. A grandmother's earrings passed through gentle hands. A photograph, a record. A book that carries the warmth of a heartbeat. Can we say that everyone has their own museum? Why do we chase the warmth of faces long gone, the echo of feelings that once lived within us? Why does the human heart wander endlessly backward, spending half its life in the soft light of yesterday? What are the origins of the museum? When did humanity decide that its treasures should belong to everyone? The story of museums, those guardians of culture and memory, begins much earlier than most imagine. From a princess's private trove to vast institutions welcoming millions, the museum has evolved into a space where the boundaries between the private and the public dissolve, transforming personal passion into a shared heritage.
The Louvre has always been in the center of Paris. That is to say, it has been the heart of Paris for almost 800 years. And Paris, in the year 1190. It is necessary to go back that far to find a Paris without its Louvre. It was in that year that King Philip Augustus built himself a fortress, a place to keep his jewels, his dogs, and his prisoners of war.
As everyone knows, the Louvre Museum is not just a museum. For decades, it has been one of the tools of soft power, and the actual decision regarding its management and security rests with the Élysée Palace. Around the world, there have been nearly hundreds of famous museum thefts. This isn't the first time the Louvre has been targeted, but the October 2025 heist, which unfolded in plain sight of guards and visitors, may be among the boldest in its history.
The heist of the Louvre was a tremendous shock on October 19th. We had several small burglaries in museums right before. The Museum of Natural History, golden pellets were stolen. So this was like a series. We were like a nation in shock. Why can't we protect anything of value? And secondly, there was a sort of shock about the fact that there was insufficient security. So we were blaming insufficient security, so laxness and indifference, and at the same time, some sort of national curse.
From the Apollo Gallery 50 years ago, the sword of King Charles, made around 6 kilograms of gold, studded with precious stones, vanished from its display and has never been recovered. But the real story here isn't the theft itself, but what it says between the lines. Why are museums robbed more easily than jewelry stores? Why do surveillance systems, guards, reinforced glass, and alarms so often fail to do their jobs?
Let's say that a jewelry store has a limited perimeter, it's a small area, and they have strict access control, and they have standardized procedures. But for a museum, it's by nature an open venue. They welcome people, so you have a lot of flows, and it's always a compromise between access, conservation, and visitor experience. So of course, it's a whole chain of security that has to be set up, and that is a very complex way how to set up. And also, if one aspect is not well secured, it's the whole chain which is deficient.
Well, jewelry stores expect to be robbed. The National Museums, any museum, knows it's a possibility, but too many armed guards inside the museum would give a bad feeling, and plus they really don't want a guard to pull out a gun and shoot. In most museums, the artwork is not insured, and jewelers are insured. So the jewelers, you know, they can put up a fight, but in the end, it's not that tragic for them. For a museum, they don't put up a fight. It's almost counterintuitive, but you know, they should be guarded like crazy since they don't have insurance. But it's exactly the reverse that happens.
On a bright morning on the 19th of October 2025, a theft unfolded in the heart of Paris that stunned the world. Not for its scale alone, but for its symbolism. In broad daylight, priceless artifacts vanished from the Louvre, the world's most visited museum and one of France's proudest institutions. Considering this latest Louvre heist, The getaway truck was itself stolen from a small town on the outskirts of Paris called Louvre. It somehow made its way into one of the busiest, most heavily monitored areas of the French capital. The truck stopped, 4 men got out, 2 entered the gallery, took what they came for, and left. All happened in just 7 minutes. This is what has been confirmed. Digging into details, sources say that those 7 minutes were invested wisely. 3 minutes and 57 seconds were enough to smash the glass, snatch 2 displays of jewels, and escape without anyone lifting a finger to stop them. All this in a city where Parisians swear that if anyone parks his car in that same spot for even a minute, police patrols would appear from every direction, issue a fine, and order the driver to move immediately.
It's a symbol of France. What happened in the Louvre was shocking. We always see police cars all over Paris every minute, but here in this spot and specific minute, no police car was there to stop the robbery. It is shocking.
So that's what really shocked us. The easiest way they could use to do that, it was like acting normally, you know, being part of the environment.
The world is expecting more security from this kind of places, of course. One day or one other, we will have also a security failure in the Tour Eiffel.
The thieves did know everything about the Louvre's method of operation. They knew that the jewels were reinstalled every morning. The jewels are taken away at night and hidden in a safe place and brought back at exactly a few minutes before opening. And they knew that that was the vulnerable moment to jump in, because security would have been moving around. So obviously they had infiltrated somebody who had done all this investigating.
Merde. Ok, merci.
Ils ont 10 minutes en tant que scooter, ils vont quitter.
La police.
Ah, c'est sûr, pour passage de Suez, qu'on arrête les entrées.
Experts say museum officials long believed that a daylight robbery of a major museum was virtually impossible. Yet growing evidence suggests the Louvre thieves may have received assistance from inside the institution itself. Some even speculate that the perpetrators had a digital or human Trojan horse inside the museum, a secret accomplice who is now just a stunned observer like everyone else. Still, these are speculations nonetheless.
All kind of cyber intrusion or any insider that could link some crucial information are always options that has to be taken into consideration for investigation.
I am not inside the investigation, but it's very probable that they had somebody inside who told them how weak the system was. It's very plausible. Very plausible. But we have to wait the end of the investigation.
Is it somebody like a one guard or some cleaner or something like that? That's where the suspicions would go. But that it was an inside operation that was commanded by people inside who working against their own institution, no, that has not been considered in the end by the investigation, nor the fact that it would be a foreign nation.
According to what we know about what they said, the criminals said during their arrest, and also what they have, what the investigators have discovered, there was no any traceability of intrusion could be internal insider providing with crucial information, or any kind of cyber attack on the system in the Louvre. So for the moment, nothing goes to that explanation.
Hours after what many are calling the heist of the century, Hichem Daoud, a political anthropology researcher at France's National Center for Scientific Research, reflected on the deeper implications of the theft. France may have recovered its most valuable artifact, Daoud said, but what was wounded today cannot be healed by reclaiming a mere object. What was shaken was the belief that the symbols of the French nation are untouchable, that the pride of an entire country could not be threatened in a matter of minutes. He continued, "The crown has returned to the Louvre and may soon shine again, and perhaps the remaining stolen pieces will be recovered. But the image of that crown lying abandoned on the roadside will haunt the national memory. Deep down, the French fear that one day their country could resemble that crown, stripped of pride, of grandeur, and of protection."
You know, everybody, the newspaper reported that something very easy, and then the jewelry is lost forever. It's part of organized crime, and we will never find them.
Those jewels are considered to be national treasures, and who would dare do this in front of everybody and steal them? So museums are behind in their thinking. They got it more or less backwards. And there is another problem, that when you steal from a museum, you have to dispose of the artwork on the black market. So these jewels will have to be cut and transformed in order to be sold. And there is another problem, since it's a national affront. They have 100 police working on this. I mean, for a jewelry store, you wouldn't necessarily have that many police. So it's really very counterintuitive, and it's just this illusion of ease that the criminals saw, which made them try such a thing after a whole series. But after this, I think the French museum world will change completely. I was in another museum when it happened, and I saw the guards got nervous and started walking around Napoleon's sword. So there's going to be a reaction.
Ironically, some observers note the stolen items may be the only pieces in the Louvre that weren't already stolen from somewhere else to begin with. Historians estimate that nearly 80% of the museum's collection originated from colonial conquests and imperial expeditions. That uncomfortable truth, many argue, is the real core of the story. European analysts see the heist as a mirror held up to France itself, a nation strained by political instability, economic fatigue, and growing social unrest.
I guess you are not expecting the President of the Republic to be in front of the museum and be like that and prevent robbery. I mean, it's not his role, okay? I think that somebody has to be blamed, is the lady in charge, the director of the Louvre. She has to be blamed because she receives the report and the warning. She is the one who should dismiss. She's the one who has to resign, not the president. I mean, the president, you cannot expect your president to be in front of each of your museum, I guess.
It wasn't just a robbery, one senior cultural critic in Brussels said. It was a symbolic message reclaiming that what France once took can also be taken from France. Investigators remain tight-lipped about how the thieves managed to infiltrate one of the most secure museums in the world in broad daylight. Yet the brazenness of the act and its timing, between a collapsing government and another trembling under pressure, has deepened public unease. To many, it feels as though the country's sense of pride and protection has been breached.
It's a symbol that has been attacked, and for France, it's really a very critical and even political issue, let's say. And also the amount of the law, which is the value of the jewelries are around 88 million euros.
With considerable intelligence, because really the timing was incredible. And they got lucky because the police went to the wrong place when they finally got the alarm. And they were also lucky, these burglars, because the casing of the jewels was not as, it wasn't impenetrable. Okay, this was not Fort Knox. So they did have some time to drill a hole in the glass, and you know, the Louvre doesn't have armed police inside. You have to go get them. You just have security, and they came in, and the burglars threatened them with these drills, and so really nobody wanted to be attacked. And in the past, there have been guards who were overpowered and gagged and tied up a few decades ago. So nobody wants to go through that.
We often read the phrase, inspired by a true story, at the beginning of some movies or even some novels. But what happened at the Louvre seems to be the complete opposite. Who among us did not notice the mysterious resemblance between the recent Louvre theft and the plots of the famous French series Lupin and the film The Thomas Crown Affair, released in 1999? Were these stories merely a coincidence? Or were they hidden maps of an event that actually took place at the Louvre on the morning of October 19, 2025?
The beginning is disturbingly similar because it's the same part of the Louvre which is burglarized. However, in the series, it's a public auction which is attacked, and in reality, it's simply the room, the display room. So there's that difference. However, the quality of the burglars seems to be similar. They are not, international robbers like Arsène Lupin is supposed to have been. This imaginary figure, it's not Ocean 11 or one of those kind of high-class mythical movie attacks. These were just general, jewelry robbers who did this.
The comparison is a bit exaggerated because, okay, we have the Louvre, which is a world icon, and it's very romantic place as well. But the idea of also acting during the day, so the fact this is very surprising. Unfortunately, I have to say that as I mentioned previously, obviously no political and no other objective in this health to get profits and to exploit a security gap, and that's all.
Astonishing that they were able to do something like that in such a short amount of time with no one really noticing what was going on. Right. So it really was like an ultimate heist in the middle of the day.
Yeah, it almost sounded like a movie.
Well, you would imagine like high level of security, especially protecting certain things. So when you have something valuable at home, you try to protect it, right? Imagine a museum with lots of history, lots of years worth of, right? So yeah, very surprised.
Here, the sequence of events can be laid out chronologically as follows. First came the theft itself. Then the wave of astonishment, not only in France but globally. Third, the rapid spread of the news, thanks to social media networks. The fourth was the collapse of any sense of time as the public demanded quick answers before shock could turn into yet another crisis for Macron's government, which was already navigating intense political pressure at the time. In such a situation, it was only natural to resort to artificial intelligence to understand what had happened.
Today, technology does not grant the luxury of time. For example, in the recent Louvre Museum theft, just a few hours after the incident, social media was flooded with countless fantastical videos, perhaps exaggerated, created with the help of artificial intelligence, all seemingly mocking the theft. This allowed those behind technology screens to be journalists, analysts, and even investigators. For example, I didn't fight a virus or enter the Louvre. The only truth about the video you've just watched in the Louvre is my photo, just a silent photo that I gave to AI to generate this video. I didn't leave my chair, and I didn't say a word there. Only AI did. This was nothing but an experiment to understand today's powerful technology.
Trying to find a kind of plot in this due to the political and social situation in France. Macron is always used for groups that are against the situation and let's say the current political scene. It's another way how to attack France, or more specifically its president.
On ne tire pas sur une ambulance. You don't shoot ambulance. When somebody is weak, it's always easier to ban him and to blame him. Okay? I myself, I don't blame the president for that. I blame the lady in charge, the director of the museum. She is the one who had the report. She is the one in charge. She is the one who must be taken accountable on that.
History never knew the dragon we speak of today, the artificial intelligence. Yet history tells us that the Babylonians and the civilizations that followed them in Mesopotamia, along with the ancient Egyptians, Persians, Romans, Greeks, and others, were the ones who first conceived and developed the idea of a museum through centuries of accumulated experience. But today, things have changed. In recent years, virtual museums have emerged, presenting their collections in an intangible digital space, one no thief or vandal can ever touch. And now, artificial intelligence enters this vast landscape once again. Perhaps we are on the brink of transformation that will redefine museums and their security altogether. Whether physical or virtual, the museum remains a place where history completes its cycle, where history became full circle, returning us to the same human impulse to collect, preserve, and display.
Well, it was the French and the British. The French Revolution, they took the royal collections and they said, okay, this is not just for the nobility who are coming once in a while, and not just for art students, it can be opened up to everyone. So it was made accessible, especially to art students and on certain days to the public. And it became popular. And the British did the same thing with the British Museum. Now, in the 19th century, museums were also research centers. You know, they do a lot of archaeology in the Middle East. They did a whole lot of Egyptology. That's really what got them off the ground. And then they stored the big national paintings, you know, a Napoleon crossing, a mountain pass, and such grand paintings. But after it is in the 20th century that it really got off the ground, because it became a mass tourism attraction and brought in a lot of revenue.
Museums, despite their symbolic and cultural weight, are not all fortified like high-end jewelry stores. They rarely anticipate the possibility of a bold daylight robbery. And so, the weaknesses are far greater than the average visitor ever imagines. In just minutes, the heist of the century, as the French now call it, along with royal crowns and historic necklaces, vanished into the bustle of Parisian streets. The spectacle stunned the French and the world, revealing the fragility of a place long thought to be one of the safest guardians of human heritage. Isn't a museum the most protected space on the planet? The world found itself witnessing an event where time seemed to stand still. An audience surrounded by a forest of phone cameras inside a hall devoid of surveillance. In the past, before the era of artificial intelligence, people reacted to such shocks by taking to the streets, joining strikes, waving flags, writing songs, demanding justice. Technology no longer grants time the luxury of time.
US support for Israel has traditionally been a given, no questions asked. But President Donald Trump isn't big on tradition. He's been resetting relationships with most of America's allies. Is a recalibration with Israel next? You're watching Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. It started with criticism of Israel's actions in Gaza and was exacerbated by an unpopular foray into Iran. While it's unrealistic to think this is the first time the US-Israel relationship has been tested, it's certainly the first time it's fractured so publicly.
Donald J. Trump is the only head of state in the entire world who is sympathetic to the nation of Israel at this moment in time. And he happens to be the head of state of the world's superpower. If I was in the cabinet of the Israeli government, I might not be attacking the only powerful ally that I have anywhere left in the entire world.
An Israeli TV poll in June found almost 3/4 of respondents didn't trust the Trump administration to look out for Israeli interests. And on the flip side, in the US, numerous opinion polls from various agencies have shown an erosion of public support for Israel. It's playing out so publicly that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was even forced to defend their alliance on US television.
I don't think there's a rift. America called us the model ally because we're, unlike many of your so-called allies, we actually fight alongside you. Our brave soldiers and your brave soldiers fight shoulder to shoulder. I think America has no greater ally than Israel, and Israel has no greater ally than the United States.
So, coming up, we'll ask, is there a serious rift between Israel and the United States? Do the allies now have competing visions for Middle East stability? And what impact will an erosion of US public support have on Israel's policies and its security? So let's get into the debate. Joining us is Harrison Berger, a correspondent for the American Conservative magazine. Josh Hammer is back with us, senior editor-at-large at Newsweek and host of The Josh Hammer Show. And rounding out this Counterpoints panel, Robbie Soave, senior editor at Reason magazine and host of Rising on Hill TV. To all of you, gentlemen, welcome to Counterpoints. Well, on the global stage, we're used to hearing US presidents declare their unequivocal support for Israel and their dedication to this so-called special relationship. What we're less accustomed to hearing is a US president describe the Israeli leader as crazy and lacking good judgment. But such is diplomacy in the age of President Donald Trump. During his second term, the US relationship with Israel has at times appeared stronger than ever and at other times deeply damaged. He's been accused of doing Israel's bidding in Iran and then in the next breath accused of turning his back on his allies in a bid to end that war. So what's real and what's rhetoric here? Josh, let's launch in with you. Is there a real and serious rift currently between the Israeli and US administrations?
It depends what you're defining as the administrations. Is there a major rift between Donald Trump and Bibi Netanyahu? I think that the answer is squarely and unapologetically no. They've known each other for a very, very long time. They are generally like-minded thinkers when it comes to nationalism in an age of globalism, when it comes to political realism in an age of abstractions. I think what is happening here in the United States is there are very real political currents that are happening across the broader political spectrum and certainly happening in pockets of the broader American right as well. And I think above all, really what's happening is you have a midterm election happening. That's really what's happening here is you have domestic political considerations that I think are dictating in favor of, in my opinion, prematurely cutting off what began as an overwhelmingly successful military operation in Iran. I think that the president and a lot of his advisors are looking, and no one can blame them for this, they're looking at gas prices, oil prices, inflation, things like that. After all, we know that it still is the economy stupid, to paraphrase James Carville. That remains the case in virtually every American election. It's been that way for my entire lifetime, with very, very, very rare exceptions. I don't blame the president at all for this. But on the other hand, it's my personal contention that if you get into a war, then you should probably finish that war and not repeat some of the mistakes of American foreign policy for the past 20 or 30 years. So I have my criticisms as the way this is played out. But when the dust settles, Melinda, I do think that this relationship is going to endure for the long haul. It is definitely facing its pressure points across the spectrum as well, again, including no shortage of pressure points on the right here. But what's happening right now in this exact moment, I think is really dictated by short-term political considerations, not a long-term ideological separation or anything like that.
Mm-hmm. Harrison, does that ring true for you? Is this just rhetoric leading into midterms, not a real wedge between their ideological positions, or do you see it differently?
Well, I would hope that that the shift is real, but I actually do agree with Josh. I don't think it's necessarily real, and you could look at the rhetoric coming out of the administration from people like J.D. Vance and Trump himself, who are saying that Israel is going too hard in Lebanon, that they're destroying entire apartment buildings with entire families inside of them. And that's exactly what Israel's done. They're correct about that. But materially, the administration still continues to give the green light to Israel in Lebanon. It's very important what's going on in Lebanon to this Iran deal. I want to explain that first. The Iranians have said that there has to be a complete ceasefire, and they demand that the territorial integrity of Lebanon is ensured for any regional peace agreement to end this war, which, as Josh mentioned, has been raising gas prices and hurting Americans in all sorts of ways. So Americans want this deal done, but Israel's campaign in Lebanon really won't allow it. And the Israelis, what they say now is that they haven't received any American demands for an end to their occupation of Lebanon, of southern Lebanon. And so materially, the support for Israel's campaign in Lebanon, which is jeopardizing and sabotaging a regional agreement to end the Iran war, continues, even as there might be this kind of rhetorical separation between the U.S. and Iran and Israel.
So Melinda, Harrison is actually understating this point. It's a very important point. So what happened at the U.S. State Department recently was Marco Rubio presided over a trilateral negotiation between Lebanon, Israel, and the United States. And for the very first time, the official Lebanese government, led by a Maronite Christian, a Catholic, Yosef Ayoun, who is fiercely anti-Hezbollah, who views Hezbollah and not Israel as the cancer occupying the southern part of his country. For the first time, the Lebanese government actually said that Israel does not have to fully withdraw from the southern part of our country until Hezbollah is removed. That was all presided over by Marco Rubio, by the State Department. So the U.S. government, as well as the Lebanese government, crucially, are now totally fine with Israel staying, at least in parts of southern Lebanon, until the Iranian proxy Hezbollah is eradicated from that region, or at least turned back from that region.
Mm-hmm. All right. Robbie, what's your take on this? I mean, are we seeing a real political shift, or are we seeing rhetoric to try and appease voters who may be uncomfortable with the way things have played out in the past couple of months?
I mean, I think we should always keep in mind that there have been moments in every American presidency, going back to Reagan, right, where there has been frustration with Israel maybe going too far or doing more than America thinks is in its interest in reining them in somewhat. So to the extent that's happening again, it doesn't actually represent some new break between the two countries. It's just kind of how things have always operated. Now,
Is it new, though, that we're seeing this play out quite so publicly?
Well, everything with Trump plays out a little bit more publicly because he says what's on his mind, and he's a free thinker, and he's not he doesn't have some of the ideological commitments that past members or leaders of the Republican Party or even the Democratic Party had, where his mind is up for convincing. There are strengths and weaknesses to that. But what you are seeing, maybe not for the first time, but in a very palpable and powerful way, is widespread frustration among elements of the right, not elected elements of the right, but elements of people who are popular in conservative media. You can't say their audiences are all just foreign bots or something. There is a strain of this among conservatives, reflecting deep frustration, and then a huge segment of the progressive left that is succeeding, at least in primaries so far. We'll see about general elections, but is successfully electing people politically whose main deal is frustration over Israel. So I think the question is, will real tensions or sentiments in the American people push this administration or potentially the next administration to widen that rift to remain politically viable?
Mm-hmm. Josh, I want you just to pick up on one thing that Robbie said there. Is the public nature of this current little spat that we're seeing, is that damaging, do you think, or is that just par for the course?
Listen, this administration's rhetoric on Israel has been a little all over the map. So if you go back to last June when the United States dropped the B-2 bombing run, the culmination of Operation Midnight Hammer and the so-called 12-day war, it was on a Saturday evening here in the United States. Donald Trump from the White House had a very short speech, about 5 minutes in length, if memory serves, and spoke in overwhelmingly positive ways. Probably the most robust moral and strategic enforcement of the U.S.-Israel relationship that any president has ever given. Really, it's worth going back on YouTube, wherever, and going back and watching the speech. He says that we stand for the same, not just values, but we have the same enemies, the same threats. We work hand in glove. You can go back even more recently than that. You can go back to March, just a few weeks into Operation Epic Fury. Pete Hegseth, when he was flanked at his side by Dan Kane, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, when they were doing these bi-weekly morning pressers at the Pentagon, Pete Hegseth was saying that Israel's a model ally, that all of America's NATO quote-unquote allies are other countries.
The president calling him crazy, I'm dropping the expletives. Hasn't all been one-sided.
As Robbie says, though, this is Donald Trump being Donald Trump. This is who Donald Trump is. I mean, there was this famous comment on Twitter back in 2016 before it was X, who said that electing Donald Trump would be kind of like electing the comment section of Breitbart.com into the presidency. And in many ways, that's actually a really good thing, by the way. In many ways, that's an amazingly positive attribute. But sometimes he's going to be a little fickle, a little mercurial. Again, I don't think that Donald Trump is personally having a gargantuan separation from the alliance. If you look at the polls, by the way, Melinda, the polls on this don't lie. There's a lot of high-profile podcasters who Robbie's alluding to who are taking an increasingly skeptical, at times deeply hostile view. No doubt about that. The polls overwhelmingly still say that Republicans at large, and especially MAGA Republicans, have a very favorable impression of this relationship. In fact, there was just a poll that happened coinciding with our 250th anniversary, July 4th, this past week. The poll said, who do Democrats and Republicans, what are their favorite flags? Just like the flags, right? So for the left, their favorite flags were like the Black Lives Matter flag, the rainbow flag, the American flag was like third or fourth or something. On the right, the most popular flag was overwhelmingly, and as it should be, the American flag. And then the second and third and fourth flags in some order were the Gadsden flag, which is Don't Tread on Me, the quailed snake famously, the thin blue line pro-police flag, and then the Israeli flag was like the third or fourth most popular flag. I forgot the exact poll, but this is a poll that just happened this past week. So this issue remains very popular among the American rights. There definitely is a very, very loud segment that is very hostile. And I think that's sometimes they're whispering in the ear of folks in the administration. I have no doubt about that, frankly. Yeah. But what we see from Trump, I think, is coming from a place of political realism looking at November, really, above all.
We are going to come to the public nature of this current division a little bit later. So I'm just going to turn us back to politics first. Harrison, do you think that the US and Israel now have competing visions of what Middle East order and security looks like? You were discussing Lebanon earlier in this debate. Do you think that there has been a divergence now on what they see as a stable Middle East looks like?
Yeah, I do. Because Israel right now is pursuing what's called the Greater Israel Project. This is basically a plan to create and...
There is no such thing. This is a total garbage talking point. There's not a single official in the entire history of the Israeli government who is referred to so-called Greater Israel, because it's literally not a thing. It is absolutely not a thing. The only thing that he is even possibly alluding to was one line from the United States ambassador, an American official, Mike Huckabee, speaking with Tucker Carlson at the Ben Gurion airport a few months ago, talking about a quote from Genesis about the borders of the land of Israel from the Red Sea to the Euphrates River. That was an off quote from the U.S. ambassador. It has nothing to do with any statement that has ever been said by any member of the Israeli government ever. This is a scathing, stupid lie that a lot of dumb people fall for, frankly.
Yeah, I'm not referring to Israeli statements in particular. I'm just referring to what's happening right now in the West Bank, in Gaza, and in southern Lebanon, where with U.S. taxpayer support, they're engaging in this kind of violent social engineering and ethnic cleansing. And you can deny that this is ongoing, but there's a basic consensus of human rights groups, B'Tselem, Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, who have concluded that Israel just committed a genocide in Gaza of Palestinians to complete this Greater Israel Project. So it's just only in these Israel first circles that you exist in where this is denied. But around the world, everyone can see it. And Americans increasingly are rejecting it. They go on Instagram. They see the fact that Israelis are posting their own war crimes there, the mass suffering that our taxpayers are just paying for more and more. And they just reject it. They don't want to pay for it anymore.
No, I find the notion of genocide to be one of the most it is literally the single most ludicrous thing ever. A genocide does not happen in a land where the local population expands by thousands of percentage points over the course of years. The Arab population in Gaza has expanded over the tune of literally millions since 1948. Millions. Currently in Gaza, there is an exploding Arab population. The birth rate there is absolutely astronomical. Furthermore, not that people like Harrison particularly care about facts or such statistical niceties, but it probably is worth pointing out for the people who actually care about such things that the civilian to combatant death ratio in Gaza from the October 7th war onwards is literally the lowest in the entire history of urban warfare. Not exactly how a genocide works. A genocide does not work where you literally drop leaflets from the sky when you call up individual cell phones saying there is a jihadist infiltration here, this place is about to get bombarded. You probably should go up and go. Now, if you want to criticize ad hoc specific decisions that any military makes, fine, go for it. There is no military that is above criticism. There is no military that is above reproach. This stuff is axiomatic. It should be obvious. Frankly, it's silly that it even needs to be said. But the notion that there is a genocide is one of the most disgusting lies that has ever been said here, and it is not borne out by facts, reason, logic, history, or anything other than just a fervent, scathing, vile, anti-Israel ideological fervor that comes from Harrison and his comrades over at the American Conservative.
Okay. All right, Harrison, back to you, and obviously respond to what Josh has been saying, and then I'm going to bring you back away from that particular genocide topic and onto the idea of whether this has sparked a divergence in policy between the two countries.
Yeah, I mean, this strategy waged by Israel firsters like Josh Hammer to just deny that the genocide just happened with U.S. taxpayer funding, it doesn't work anymore. Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, Physicians for Human Rights, B'Tselem.
Why is a guy who works for the
Israel's
American conservatives citing left-wing groups like anti-international human rights?
I'm going to let Harrison have his say now.
Like really, like these are code-pink citations coming from a publication called Conservative.
Are Israelis anti-Semitic saying that their country just committed a genocide? Are they anti-Israel? Because that's what Israelis claim they just did with U.S. taxpayer support. So your plan to just keep talking about this like it's some kind of fringe position.
There's a small percent of Americans who claim that the United States committed genocide in Iraq and Afghanistan. I have no idea what point you're trying to make.
Okay, all right. And Harrison, I'm going to bring you back to the point at hand before I hand it over to Robbie. Are we diverging? Are the two countries now, do they have a different vision of what it looks like to rectify this obviously very contentious topic?
Well, there's the interests of the American people, which are not at all aligned with the interests of Israelis. And you can just look at the polling. Right now, if you ask Americans what they want to do with this war in Iran, they want a deal to end it. If you ask Israelis, the vast majority want to continue funding this war, which isn't even their war. It's an American funded war using American Air Force to defend Israel. They're not even fighting it themselves.
All right, Robbie, jump in. What's your...
I often find myself in this position, and maybe I'm totally alone, and everyone else doing this has strongly held and deeply formed moral convictions for or against Israel, like our other two participants in this discussion. I am not like that. I see the situation, and I feel conflicted, and because I think what was perpetrated on Israel by a terrorist group was awful, and that, of course, they were going to respond to that just as we have. But then again, I think regardless of whether you call it a genocide or not, and I'm totally uninterested in getting into like a debate about the semantics over that, you know, so many Americans have seen the images from Gaza and the deaths of tens of thousands of people, many of whom were not terrorists or engaged in hostilities, and that troubles me, and it troubles a lot of people, regardless of whether you get into, and it was a plan, and that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to erase them. It's ugly. It's maybe this is just what warfare looks like up close, but a lot of people say, you know what? I don't know who's in the right or what's going on over there. I don't want to be involved in it. I don't want to pay for it, and then it's up to them. And that's a position, I think, that I would advise more people in politics on the right in America to adopt that position, or else they're going to lose out to the total anti-Israel position, which again I don't hold. I think Israel should remain an important ally of the United States. I'm happy to sell weapons to them and to other allies of the United States, but that much of what they're doing is coming off as too indefensible to the American people, and that's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
Well, can I ask Robbie a question quickly? Because, first of all, you said we're selling them weapons. I don't think we're selling them. We're handing them over weapons. That's the purpose.
Right. I said I would be happy to sell them, not give them. Right.
Right.
Yes. I would not just give them. I'm for ending the military aid. I would not just. I mean, we do this in the reverse subsidy way, whatever. Yes. I would sell them to them at the full market rate for anyone else and them, but no charity.
Let me ask, because I want to just look at this question that was just raised about whether or not Israeli and American national interests are the same. I mean, Robbie, you're a free speech guy. I know that. If Israeli interests were aligned with why would Israelis and their lobby need to codify across 38 states in the United States censorship laws, which restrict Americans who have government contracts with those various states like Texas, Wisconsin, and Florida from taking anti-Israel positions? If you sign up for a boycott of Israel, if you use your free speech right to do that, then thanks to the Israel lobby's efforts to codify these laws across those states, you'll be punished and in some cases fined with penalties. You could shake your head, Josh, but this is just a fact.
One of us on this panel is a constitutional lawyer, and it's not you, dude. So like you're blatantly destroying.
Are you saying that there are not anti-BDS laws across 38 different states?
The anti-BDS laws are part of the anti-discrimination laws. They are part of the same anti-discrimination laws from the 1960s. Okay, the same way that if you were competing for a state contract in Texas, Florida, South Carolina, Tennessee, wherever, if you're competing for a government contract and you come out with a public statement and says, I hate black people, guess what? You're not going to get a state contract. The same way you come out and say that
I hate Israel. You could boycott China.
So
you could boycott New York.
They are accepting the internationally accepted definition of anti-Semitism, which Harrison clearly does not like. They are accepting the definition of hatred of Jewish people that is accepted by the international community, which Harrison obviously does not care for. But this is the internationally accepted definition that says that if you call for the abolition of one state in the world above all others, and that happens to be the world's tiny soul Jewish state, then you are an anti-Semite. And that is what's been codified. And they say that if you call for that, then you are going to be treated the same way as racists and misogynists or whatever will be treated for purposes of acquiring a state contract. That is the purpose of those laws. It is consistent with a 50 to 60 years of anti-discrimination law in America. It actually goes back to the Arab embargo from the 1970s there. It says a long and rich pedigree. By the way, it's been upheld by federal courts time and time again. I'm not sure there's been a single instance ever of a federal court that has ever held, literally ever held, that these violate the First Amendment. They've been upheld every single gosh darn time.
Okay, I'm going to hand it to you in a second, Robbie, but Harrison, go ahead. Give me your response.
There's so many lies there. First of all, federal courts have ruled that these IHRA definitions that they enshrine into federal law and anti-BDS laws are unconstitutional.
It has to do with commerce.
Has happened. You could go look at Glenn Greenwald's work. He's written about this before.
Yes, Glenn
and this
Greenwald.
idea
Noted legal scholar Glenn Greenwald.
Okay, all right, Josh, let's let Harrison finish up his point first of all.
This has nothing to do with protecting Jews. This is about Israel. If you look at this definition that they're enshrining in law, you cannot compare Israel to the Nazis. That's the law. You cannot have a boycott of Israel. Again, you can have a boycott of China. You can have a boycott of any state in the United States that you want. California, Texas, you think this state's too liberal? Okay, don't buy goods from that state. What you cannot do as an American across 38 out of 50 states in the United States right now is to boycott a foreign government. One, Israel. That is it.
All right.
A blatant lie.
Yeah, I think it's a mistake. I understand that is the international definition. I certainly think it is a mistake to whether it's been upheld previously, as I'm sure it has. I mean, I'm not a big fan of, frankly, expanding anti-discrimination law to start covering everyone's personal grievances against everyone else. But I think conflating efforts to do this legally or in other sense, anti-Semitism with criticism, even very strong and wrong-headed in my view, criticism of the state of Israel is a mistake, and I would object to those things. And I have written against policies in, I think, Florida and maybe other places aimed at student groups that protest against Israel and describing them as terrorists and things of that nature. I oppose all that.
Well, Robbie, if we are talking about lobby groups and the influence they have, has the relationship up until now between these allies benefited Israel far more than America, or America far more than Israel?
Well, I think that's a difficult question. As I said, I'm conflicted on this topic. I think the case for Israel remaining a strong ally of the United States it makes sense. We are, similarly Western in our orientation and have many of the same enemies and many of the same terrorist groups and so on and so forth. The difficulty, of course, is that Israel's actions in the Middle East have invited terrorist reprisals against the United States, which is why, as I said, every previous president has at some point tried to rein in or constrain Israeli behavior vis-a-vis its neighbors by thinking that they're going too far and this is damaging us or damaging our standing with the Islamic world, and that's a problem, and that for Israel, Israel's in the fight with these people every day, so they're not thinking as much about, this gets Americans some trouble. They don't care as much. We got to think about our own national security. Biden did not constrain Netanyahu at all whatsoever with respect to Gaza, and it engendered massive electoral backlash from his side of the political aisle. I don't know whether Trump is going to suffer some similar fate, and right now it's well, maybe you want to talk about the political aspects in a minute, but it seems to be the case that it's going the other way. They're removing Trump, and his coalition is taking out every Republican who is, evinces a criticism of Israel. But this is a longstanding thing, and it should, whether we go to war with Iran or any other nation, should be the U.S. government's choice. Really, it should be the Congress's choice. It should not just be a foreign power's choice, but we should be in conversation with our allies, of course, for mutual benefit.
Josh, this relationship up until now, has it been mutually beneficial, or when we consider the $3.8 billion we've been talking about military aid that the US gives to Israel each year, has Israel benefited more from this? Is this a lopsided alliance?
Okay, so first of all, I have called for my entire adult lifetime personally to wind down that aid. I don't believe in foreign aid in general, and I think that the foreign aid ultimately is actually harmful to both American and Israeli interests. Literally for a decade or more, I have called every time I've had the opportunity to actually wind down that. It's in my book that came out last year. I'd say this time and time again. Having said that, the aid does exist, and it's probably worth pointing out that $3.8 billion in aid translates directly to $40 billion, so a times 10 plus multiplier of Israeli purchases back in American defense companies, purchases, et cetera there. Again, I oppose it. I think it ends up being a cross-subsidy to the defense industrial complex, to Boeing, Northrop Grumman there. I think it's actually probably bad for Israel as well. By the way, Netanyahu over in Israel has actually now called for a plan to phase this down, so I think the Israelis actually are starting to agree with this. That once upon a time would have been anathema actually from their perspective. Now I think they've come to agree with this mentality as well. I think that both countries benefit tremendously from this alliance in more ways than I could possibly describe over the course of this fairly short response. But just to give one extremely quick and dirty example here, look. So the 1983 Beirut barracks bombing, which was directed by Iran and its Hezbollah proxy, killed 241 U.S. Marines in Beirut, Lebanon, in the Marine barracks. There was also a bombing at the U.S. Embassy that same year that killed between 60 and 70 people. The two Hezbollah, Iran-directed jihadists who blew up those two facilities that year were men by the names of Ibrahim Akil and Fuad Shakur. They had U.S. State Department bounties on their head of $7 and $5 million respectively. Those bounties went uncollected for 40-plus years. The men were alive and at large until the summer of 2024, when Israel, ultimately before it got to Hassan Nasrallah, the head of Hezbollah, took out both of them. So people oftentimes say, what does the United States get out of this alliance? Well, you get things like a dead Ibrahim Akil and a dead Fuad Shakur. More recently, the New York Times report actually on an act of Israeli intelligence whereby Israel found a terrorist cell operating inside of Syria that were working on bombs that were so sophisticated that they probably would be able to get by an airport security detector because they are made to so closely physically resemble the laptop batteries for computers. That intelligence was shared with the United States. The United States has now said that we have probably saved countless lives as a result of that. We just saw Epic Fury. I mentioned already Pete Hegseth and General Kane talking about how Israel went into battle with the United States, et cetera, et cetera. So there's countless ways that the United States benefits from this there. So I think it would be difficult to say that one country necessarily benefits from the other. But again, to reiterate my long-held position, I happen to believe that all foreign aid is problematic, and I believe that this aid in particular should be wound down sooner rather than later if possible.
Okay, Harrison, round us out on this part of the debate. Do you think, as Josh has been saying there, that this has been a mutually beneficial alliance and that the US has obviously gotten a lot out of it with regards to security? Or do you think that this is lopsided?
I mean, very simply, and I think John Mearsheimer and Stephen Walt wrote about it the best in their book, The Israel Lobby, that came out in 2007, where they recognized decades ago that Israel was a net liability and not an asset. And they pointed, among other reasons, to all the money that Americans are forced to transfer through their taxes to the foreign government of Israel, while Israelis have health care and they don't. That's one reason. Also, all the wars that we have to fight on their behalf, like this one in Iran, where you see the White House now asking for, again, tens of billions of dollars just to resupply, because we've just wasted so much on this conflict. And even as the State Department says, it was in the self-defense of Israel. You know, Americans, at least not in my circles, maybe in Josh's, the ones that I talk to, the ones that are my age, 25, they don't care about Iran and ballistic missiles and Hamas and Hezbollah. I mean, maybe in Israel they care about that, but not in the United States. They don't think about that on a daily basis. They think about the fact that inflation is up like crazy right now, year over year, and it's not keeping up with wages. So that's what Americans are focused on. But the Israel lobby doesn't care about that at all. What they want is just money and weapons to.
Okay, no one disagrees.
No one in this
town disagrees that I literally said earlier that if the economy is stupid every single time, inflation, economy, affordability, these are. If you look at exit polls, in every election other than the 2002 midterms, which were a post 9/11 national security election, in virtually every other election in my lifetime, it has been always about the economy. President Trump did not have to go into Iran. My contention is that if you choose to draw a red line, which Donald Trump drew over the course of the Islamic Republic, butchering somewhere between 30 and 80,000 of their own people, he drew a red line 2 or 3 times.
Is that the number? The number keeps going up.
I
thought it was like 6,000 or 3,000. Now it's like 40
well, you're
or 80.
looking. That's probably because you're looking at. That's probably because you're looking at Russia
without evidence.
That's probably because you're looking at Russian propaganda, Russia-funded Glenn Greenwald sources. But if you're looking, the point is, when you draw a red line, you should fill it up. And when you go in, you should finish the job.
It's wacky, but you could just say with no evidence whatsoever that tens of thousands of people were killed. If I say there's a genocide, citing international scholars, I'm a lunatic and a nut to Israel firsters like you.
Iran International estimates it between 30 and 50,000 there, but you're free to rely on your Russia propaganda if you prefer
the MI6.
Okay. You're literally currently on Saudi television, you absolute idiot.
Okay.
Do you realize that?
All right. So,
astounding.
On the Iran point, I mean, I look at it in terms of the outcome, right? An outcome you, Josh, seem unhappy with. A lot of people aren't happy with it. I say, what did we spend $300 billion for to end up with an agreement that is functionally the same or very similar to the Obama-era agreement that everyone on the right hated so much? If we'd had no agreement with Iran and the achievement of the war was this, you could at least say, well, we had nothing and now we have this agreement to have them delay developing a nuclear weapon, or say they're not going to develop a nuclear weapon at all, delay their enrichment, et cetera, and we're going to release funds to them. But we had already agreed to do all of that. So now, because of pressing needs for Israel's security, right, was the justification for doing this. It was not a crackdown on dissent in the country, which, while obviously lamentable and something very bad and something that deserves condemnation, we are not. You probably agree with this. America is not obligated to intervene or to stop, bad domestic civil liberties and, worse than that, murders and detentions that are happening in all sorts of sordid places all over the globe that we just don't want to involve ourselves in. But this was not sold to it wasn't really sold to the American people at all. It happened, and then the post facto justification was that Israel's security was in jeopardy, and we wanted to be involved to prevent that. And the outcome of that, again, being a deal similar to the one we already had in place, weeks, months, we were told this would only be days, this would only be weeks, longer than that, economically damaging. And when and across the board, right, are all saying, for what? What was the point of all that? It makes me wary, very wary.
Harrison, do you want to round us out on that before we move on to public support?
No, I agree with Robbie. I think that Americans realized that the war was not worth it. And I hope that we get a deal to end it soon, although, as we mentioned at the top, and I think Josh would agree with me on this point at least, that the Israelis don't really seem intent on allowing the deal that was negotiated on June 17th to go through.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Israel is not a party to the deal. They are not bound by the deal, and their word ultimately doesn't really matter because they're not a party. So it's between the United States and Iran. If there's a deal reached, it's between the United States and Iran. No other entity is bound. I want to just quickly say,
as I said, part of the deal is that
there was this notion. After February 28th, and as we discussed earlier, Harrison, as you may recall, if your memory goes back that far, we discussed how the United States actually presided over this trilateral diplomacy, thereby solidifying Israel's presence against Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. Anyway, if we go back to the beginning of the war, Melinda, this is an important point. I want to make it real quickly. February 28th is when the United States launches the decapitation strike of Khamenei. In the days that followed, you heard this rhetoric from some, it was mostly a New York Times source, that there was an imminent threat to Israel. But if you go back a little bit, what happened was there was a meeting between Trump and Netanyahu at Mar-a-Lago on New Year's Eve. It happened on New Year's Eve and a few days prior to New Year's Eve in late December. That, based on all the accounts, is when they decided in the midst of the Iranian regime's butchering of its citizens, that's when they decide apparently to launch this attack.
Okay.
So I think that this New York Times report that there was some imminent threat to Israel, it may or may not have been true. I have no idea. I don't always trust the New York Times sourcing for whatever it's worth. But I think that was probably a bit of ex post facto justification for a military action that had been planned roughly 2 months prior at Mar-a-Lago.
All right, let's turn our attention to public support or otherwise. We've looked at political implications because since the October 7th attacks, US public support for Israel, it has really shifted. I mean, even amongst the next generation of Republicans, we've seen it change. As Israel's retaliation in Gaza has intensified, public sentiment deteriorated, according to some polls. It's also reignited the long-running debate about how much influence Israeli lobbies have over US politics. Robbie, is the US public turning away from Israel with regards to public sentiment? And is even the discussion of whether that's happening a problem for Israel in the future, perhaps post-President Trump?
I think it's very clear that public support for Israel is evaporating among Democrats. I mean, you're seeing evidence of that now in the victories. In some cases, victories over Democratic, these primaries, Democratic House members who are pretty progressive and not like, I would argue, super pro-Israel in like a John Fetterman sort of way, and even them
We are seeing it on the Republican side of the aisle as well, though.
Well, no. On the Republican side, you've seen the reverse. You've seen Marjorie Taylor Greene is no longer in power. Thomas Massie is no longer in power.
You mean the voting out of the... Right, okay.
Right. But among actual... Look, it's hard to tell. Donald Trump took in a lot of first-time younger male voters disproportionately from his successful podcasting tour, very savvy use of new media. And among those people who maybe are different from like rank and file Republicans, maybe they're not ostensibly Republicans at all, they're independents, out for gettable independents. Yeah, among them, it is like so clear that there is a skepticism of Israel, a desire to separate from Israel, not fund its wars. That is a much more pervasive sentiment among young people. Anecdotally, I can tell you it's certainly a sentiment among younger staffers I meet in Washington, D.C. who work for Republicans. These are, difficult numbers to quantify, as I think I've said on your program before. But yes, certainly the support is eroding somewhat, but it's translating to a much more massive political, it has political relevance right now in the Democratic Party. It's yet to be seen on the Republican Party, whether this will work in this direction. I
mean, the latest polling from Pew, for example, from April, found 4 out of 10 Republicans hold an unfavourable view of Israel. Republicans aged 18 to 49, that rose to 57%. So maybe young first-time Republicans might be seeing a different story.
The rank and file, if I can just add really quick, they back the Republican Party is the party of Trump. They like Trump. If you are not on board with Donald Trump, you have exited the party at some point in the last 10 years. In the first term, there were arguments about, is there room still in the Republican Party for people who pathologically dislike the president? That question has been pretty definitively answered no. So if Donald Trump came out and said, Israel's a huge problem, I'm sick of them, I want nothing to do with them, screw them, the attitude in the party would shift completely in that direction, substantially, in my view. But Donald Trump hasn't said that and doesn't feel that way, so among rank-and-file Republicans, there's support for it because he still considers them to be an important ally, even though he is mad at Netanyahu and what Israel's doing, is affecting in some way his own approval ratings.
Harrison, what do you think? Do you think that the public in general are turning away from Israeli support, or do you think this is purely amongst Democrats because Republicans will do whatever the president says?
Yeah, I mean, certainly among Democrats. Again, the numbers speak for themselves, and you read them. The Pew polling from April, which shows that some 60% of U.S. adults now have some sort of negative views toward Israel. And then they break that polling down by, age group, which I think is more informative than breaking it down by political party, because what you see exactly as you mentioned is that people under 50, so not necessarily people in like Josh's audience, but people who consume like Tucker Carlson or relevant shows, they don't like Israel at all. And they reject it because they see all the videos coming out of Instagram, again, that Israeli soldiers have posted themselves, the war crimes that they've committed, and they don't want to fund it anymore. They see what's going on in their country. Again, I'm 25. I talk to people who are my age. There's not much hope for the economic future of this country, and they want reinvestment there. And so they see all the focus on Israel, not necessarily from people like Tucker Carlson, but from the U.S. Congress. The U.S. Congress all day long is focused on Israel. They're constantly legislating for Israel to sanction the ICC, to debank Francesca Albanese, and various other tasks that they perform, U.S. Congress members, on behalf of a foreign government. Again, all day long, abandoning the interests of Americans. So Americans are done with that. We'll see how it'll affect 2028. I imagine some kind of third-party option will be available for many voters who seek to go that direction.
Maybe we'll have you on for that debate if and when we get to it. Josh, what do you think when we talk about public perception? Do you think that this is statistics being able to tell any story that anyone wants it to tell? Do you get a sense that there is a public turn away from Israel? And is it equal across the aisle?
Listen, I'm not going to tell you that polling is not real. I happen to be generally a fan of polling as long as it is good polling. So I'm not going to tell you that these polls are lies or anything, but the story is obviously quite a bit more complicated. The left has been turning on Israel in the United States since at least 1967 and the Six-Day War. That was when I think the perception of Israel as the David fighting Goliath started to turn on its head, and Israel emerged as a regional superpower. Then you had the emergence of critical theory and notions of anti-colonialism and anti-imperialism, et cetera, et cetera. So the left at this point is an overwhelmingly anti-Israel, and by the way, also an anti-American and anti-Western civilization political movement. And that's not a coincidence. Those things are all deeply related because, as many have pointed out over the years, many on the left understand that Israel is just the tip of the spear of Western civilization. Many on the right still understand that as well. Increasingly, I think there are some people who don't think of it that way, unfortunately, but that happens to be the truth of the matter. So the left at this point is the party of Zohar Mamdani. It's the party of the DSA. A lot of this started to change really in earnest. Again, I mentioned 67, but Barack Obama took it to the next level. Barack Obama really legitimized a lot of this. And at this point, frankly, the Barack Obama moderation towards Israel in particular, I think, looks well, frankly, just moderate compared to a lot of the rhetoric and policies coming out of the Mamdani DSA wing today. So the left at this point on this particular issue of the U.S.-Israel relationship is, I think, totally done. The only question, frankly, is the future of the right, and I think at this point that's very much an open question. You can cite polls. I mentioned some polls earlier as well, which shows that self-described MAGA Republicans, according to every poll that I've ever seen over the course of the second Trump administration, are overwhelmingly supportive of the U.S.-Israel relationship, overwhelmingly supportive of Donald Trump's actions in Iran. You can slice and dice this question basically any way, where the polling crosstabs all tell a very consistent story, which is that Republicans, by and large, the rank and file, and especially at an even higher level among self-described MAGA Republicans, are very supportive of this relationship, have a very high approval rating, frankly, even of Netanyahu as an individual. It's probably the only demographic that Bibi is currently polling at a pretty high level when it comes to the crosstabs of the American electorate there. So it's an open question. I think 2020 is going to be very, very interesting when it comes to the Republican primary and beyond there. There definitely are some real problems when it comes to some slices, not all of the younger Republican demographic, but I think even that can be exaggerated at times as well.
Okay. All right. We're almost out of time, so I just want one final question to all of you in a brief response to wrap us up. We have been speaking about Israeli lobby, Israeli influence. I mean, Robbie, you pointed to it with regards to, if you don't support the candidates and that Trump supports, and especially with regards to Israel, Marjorie Taylor Greene, you were talking about, you're out. Harrison, does the Israeli lobby traditionally have too much influence in the US?
Yeah, absolutely, is what I think to that. The founder of our magazine...
But give us an example of why.
because they're constantly legislating on behalf of Israel and not for Americans. The founder of our magazine, again, Pat Buchanan, said in the 1990s that at the time, the U.S. Congress or Capitol Hill was Israeli-occupied territory. And you look at the amount of money that people like Paul Singer and Miriam Adelson, who are basically surrogates for that foreign government, spend on our elections, most recently to, oust Thomas Massie. It's just, kind of impossible to defeat. So, yeah, they spend too much and they have too much influence.
Josh?
Look, AIPAC is typically the organization that gets brought up in this conversation most. AIPAC is a lobby of American citizens who happen to care a lot about Israel. I'm actually not even a particularly big fan of AIPAC, by the way, because this AIPAC basically exists to get this massive military aid package every year that I happen to oppose. So I'm not actually even a particularly big fan of AIPAC, but AIPAC is just a lobby of American citizens who, much like the NRA, which cares about gun rights or national right to life, which cares about pro-life, they care about this particular issue. That is not a foreign lobby or anything like that. This book that Harrison cites and all the Israel haters and anti-Semites love to cite, the Israel lobby. I'm not saying that Mearsheimer and Walt are necessarily ipso facto anti-Semites, but they do love to cite it. This book makes a very interesting argument, Melinda, when you actually go and read it, as I have, where they basically say that the Bush administration was talked into war in Iraq due to the nefarious Israel lobby, which was led by all these nefarious Jews, led by people like Paul Wolfowitz and Doug Feith and all these second and third level Pentagon staffers there. I find it so fascinating that they don't conveniently talk about the fact that the president of the United States was, well, George W. Bush, that it was Donald Rumsfeld, Condoleezza Rice, Colin Powell. So it's this deeply convoluted narrative that is a selective focusing on certain individuals and on certain actions there. Look, the number one reason that Israel has been a close ally of the United States, for the most part, not overwhelming part, because there have been cold periods for sure, but for the most part, they've been a very reliable and warm ally for decades, is very, very, very simple. Because most Americans feel a certain kinship at a very kind of basic emotional level. They understand, for instance, that Benjamin Franklin and Thomas Jefferson wanted the national seal of the United States originally to be Moses crossing the Red Sea, leading the Israelites.
Americans don't know that.
They understand that the book of Leviticus is quoted on the Liberty Bell in Philadelphia. They understand that there's a basic notion here that this nation was founded on inalienable rights to life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness that is downstream of Genesis 1:27. They understand there's a basic worldview, a basic ecumenical biblical worldview. And at a very guttural, visceral level, the efforts of Pat Buchanan and those reprobates notwithstanding, they understand there's a very basic kinship, and translating also discussed into strategic gains between these two countries.
Yeah, I mean, if that were the case, then they wouldn't need to spend so much money and censor Americans so much. I mean, if there was just this basic natural kinship, this thing that you quoted, some Benjamin Franklin letter, I don't know any American. I don't know any American who knows this, and even Jewish Americans now,
it's not a letter,
like myself, like younger ones don't like Israel. So even that base of support that Israel traditionally maintained with evangelicals and Jewish Americans, they're losing it very rapidly.
Robbie, round us out. The Israeli lobby, does it traditionally have too much influence, or is it an inherent basic biblical worldview, as Josh is saying there?
I mean, when it comes to lobbying, I take a kind of idiosyncratic, speech maximalist position that everyone has the right to lobby for whatever they want, and they can spend as much of their own money on it, and they have that right, and enemies of Israel have that right too, and let it rip and let people decide. I certainly didn't appreciate that Thomas Massie, the member of Congress, closest to my ideology, was taken out over this issue and then also over the other issue where I happened the 1 in 100 issues I happen to disagree with him on. His zeal for the Epstein issue got him in trouble with Trump, and it certainly engenders resentment that AIPAC or wealthy billionaires on behalf of Israel would go after him and then sit back while Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier is going to be elected to Congress in that primary. So I think I would urge people who are much more supportive of the state of Israel than I am to be more strategic and to pick their battles or risk alienating more people, because there is a tide. I see it, a tide of rising anti-Semitism. I know anti-Semitism is the oldest prejudice in the world, but I think it has made a comeback, and that is tied to the declining popularity of Israel among some elements of America. And so decoupling those two things from each other to some extent is necessary to not see a wave of much greater resentment of Jewish people that is utterly unconscionable and wrong and ought to be condemned.
Well, it sounds as if we are going to have a meeting between President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu soon, by all reports, at the White House. So we'll see how that plays out. It's been a really illuminating and interesting debate with all three of you. Thank you for your diverse opinions. Harrison Berger, correspondent for the American Conservative magazine, Josh Hammer, senior editor-at-large at Newsweek, and Robbie Suave, senior editor at Reason magazine. Thanks for being on Counterpoints. And thank you for tuning in to this episode. Of course, keep up to date with our latest debates and our exclusive interviews by subscribing to Al Arabiya English on YouTube. And as always, you can catch our latest clips on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
People think that we launder money, but actually we make money black. It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this. That is the law. So they say, okay, bye, but don't let us see you.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan.
What is happening today in the Middle East is not a fleeting moment. It is a new chapter in a long conflict between the United States and Iran, a conflict whose chapters have extended for more than 4 decades, transcending traditional borders and fronts. A struggle for influence, fought through sanctions, covert operations, and proxy wars. An American-Iranian conflict that has redrawn the balances of the Middle East. Its repercussions are still being written to this day. To understand what is happening today and how we reached this escalation, we must go back to the history of the conflict between the two sides since the Khomeini revolution in 1979 until today. Following the fall of the Shah's regime, students loyal to Khomeini stormed the American embassy in Tehran and held 52 American diplomats for 444 days in a crisis that shook relations between the two countries. When negotiations failed, Washington tried to end the crisis militarily through a secret operation known as Operation Eagle Claw in April 1980. But a sandstorm in the Tabriz Desert led to the failure of the operation and the death of 8 American soldiers, turning it into one of the most embarrassing American military operations in the 20th century. During the first Gulf War in the 1980s, the conflict moved to the waters of the Gulf. In 1987, Iran targeted the American oil tanker Bridgeton, with a naval mine, prompting Washington to respond with military operations against Iranian naval targets. In April 1988, the United States launched Operation Praying Mantis, a direct naval confrontation between the two sides, after the American destroyer USS Samuel B. Roberts was hit by an Iranian mine in the Gulf.
After receiving further data and evaluating information available from the Persian Gulf, we believe that the cruiser USS Vincennes, while actively engaged with threatening Iranian surface units,
A few months later, the Strait of Hormuz witnessed one of the most tragic incidents in the history of this conflict, when the American destroyer USS Vincennes mistakenly shot down an Iranian passenger plane in 1988, killing 290 civilians. With the advent of the new millennium, the confrontation moved to new arenas of intelligence and technology. In 2011, Iran shot down an American reconnaissance drone near the Fordo nuclear facility, then announced in December of the same year that it had seized control of the advanced RQ-170 Sentinel spy drone after hacking its systems. In 2016, tension escalated again when Iran detained 10 American sailors after they entered its territorial waters in an incident that turned into a media crisis between the two countries. However, the confrontation reached an unprecedented level in June 2019, when Iran shot down the latest American reconnaissance drone over the Gulf in an incident that almost pushed Washington to launch a direct military strike before it was canceled at the last moment. In early 2020, the United States assassinated Quds Force Commander Qasem Soleimani in an airstrike in Baghdad. Iran responded by launching ballistic missiles at American bases in Iraq, in the most dangerous direct confrontation between the two sides in decades. In the following years, the conflict took a broader and more complex form through proxy wars, with repeated attacks on oil tankers and commercial ships in the Gulf and the Red Sea, and increased attacks by Iranian-backed militias on American bases in Iraq and Syria, turning the region into an open battlefield between the two sides. With the outbreak of the Gaza War in 2023, the region entered a new phase of escalation. The scope of tension expanded to include Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, and the Red Sea, with mutual attacks and scattered military operations, turning the conflict into a wider confrontation in the region. In 2024, the region entered an unprecedented phase of escalation. Iran launched a direct missile attack on Israel. It moved the confrontation from shadow wars to direct strikes launched by Iran on Israel in response to the bombing of its consulate in Damascus and the assassination of leaders from the Revolutionary Guard, Hezbollah and Hamas. Meanwhile, after years of conflict, Iran was managing the confrontation with Israel and the United States through its widespread proxies in the region, until the biggest shift came in 2025, when the conflict entered a new phase. In that year, the confrontation known later as the 12-Day War broke out, with Israel launching Operation Rising Lion on June 13th to strike Iranian targets, followed by American strikes in the middle of the night on June 22nd on nuclear facilities in response to Iran's nuclear progress. Iran responded by shelling American bases and Israeli sites, escalating the confrontations in a war that lasted 12 days, during which Iran directly targeted Israel with an unprecedented series of missile and drone attacks. During those 12 days, the Middle East seemed to stand on the brink of a full-scale regional war, with unprecedented activation of air defense systems and exchanges of strikes at unfamiliar depths between the two sides. Although the open confrontation stopped afterward, the old balance had been broken. As for 2026, the last lines of containment collapsed, and at dawn on February 28, the region began a new phase of direct confrontation, in which events accelerated dramatically, with wide-scale airstrikes launched by the United States and Israel on military and nuclear targets inside Iran as part of two military operations named Fierce Anger and Lion's Roar. This escalation came after the collapse of nuclear negotiations between both countries, while Iran continued enriching uranium and refused to halt its nuclear program.
ما تسلیم فشار در این قضیه و هر قضیه دیگه.
The first strikes focused on military installations and the infrastructure of Iran's nuclear program, particularly sites linked to the development of missile capabilities and sensitive facilities in Natanz and other areas inside Iran, in an attempt to weaken Tehran's strategic capability. During the first hours of the attack, pivotal events shook the structure of Iranian leadership, as the strikes resulted in the killing of Iran's supreme leader, Ellie Cohanim, along with a number of senior military commanders linked to the Revolutionary Guard, dealing a severe blow to Iran's political and military leadership.
حرم جمهوری اسلامی ایران شهد شعیب گوارای شهادت را نوشیدم.
But the Iranian response was not delayed. Tehran announced the launch of Operation True Promise 3, beginning a wide wave of missile and drone attacks targeting Israel, in addition to civilian sites and oil facilities in the Arabian Gulf, Jordan, and Iraq. With the expansion of the strikes and counterstrikes, the confrontation quickly turned into an unprecedented direct war between Iran on one side and the United States and Israel on the other, with continuous Iranian targeting of Arabian Gulf countries and Erbil, pushing the Iranian regime to also deploy one of its most prominent arms in the region, Hezbollah, in Lebanon, to expand the scope of the confrontation and open a new front on the border with Israel, where it fired 6 rockets toward sites inside Israeli territory, a move considered a clear message that the war is no longer confined to one front. British bases in Cyprus were also attacked by drones. However, the Israeli response was not delayed. Israel launched a wide series of strikes targeting Hezbollah's military infrastructure in Lebanon, along with sites and field commanders linked to the party, as well as elements of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, believed to be overseeing military coordination between Tehran and the party inside Lebanese territory. Tehran also used its allied militias in Iraq to target American bases and interests in an attempt to open an additional front in the confrontation. Tension expanded to reach Azerbaijan after Baku announced the foiling of attacks and intelligence operations attributed to the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. These included attempts to target sensitive sites and the Baku-Tbilisi-Ceyhan oil pipeline, which provoked Turkish and Gulf condemnations and fears of the conflict spreading to the South Caucasus. In conclusion, this conflict has been described by many concerned parties as an attempt to bring about structural change in the Iranian regime and to redraw the balance of power in the Middle East. Since that moment, the region has entered a new phase of escalation, where the confrontation is no longer limited to proxy wars, but has turned into an open multi-front confrontation that may change the shape of the region for many years to come.
The entire Western world has agreed with for many, many years. So.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. President Trump renews his threats to attack Iranian infrastructure, saying the US will bomb and destroy one bridge or power plant anytime Tehran targets a ship in the Strait of Hormuz. The US president approves the landmark civil nuclear cooperation agreement with Saudi Arabia, paving the way for a civilian nuclear program backed by American technology. And President Zelensky replaces Ukraine's top military commander as Kyiv presses ahead with strikes on Russian military infrastructure. President Trump has said the United States will bomb Iranian civilian infrastructure every time that Tehran fires at ships in the Strait of Hormuz. His renewed threats come as U.S. forces completed an 11th consecutive night of strikes on Iranian targets, and Tehran has warned of a powerful response against American interests. Earlier today, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has said Washington was still willing to negotiate with Iran. Take a listen.
So right now, however, I can just say here's what's happening. It's pretty straightforward. Ships are trying to go through the straits and they're getting blown up. Commercial ships are going through the straits and they're being blown up. The United States is defending that shipping and in addition is targeting the places that are launching against those ships to continue to degrade Iran's ability to target and harm global shipping. So that's what's happening here. And that's what we're focused on. We remain open to diplomacy. We remain open to working it out in a negotiated way. But right now, they don't seem to be serious about that. And so we're going to continue to protect shipping. We think other countries should join us in that endeavor. We don't need them to, but they should, because they're more impacted by it than we are. And at the same time, we are going to, when the opportunity presents itself, degrade their ability to target global shipping.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by broadcaster and journalist Jono Hayes, who's in the studio with me, and professor and international relations expert Dr. Ellie Al-Hindi, who is in Beirut. Jono and Dr. Ellie, as always, great to have you on the show with me. Thank you so much. Jono, let's begin with you. We heard there, of course, from Marco Rubio, and he says the US is still willing to negotiate, but he doesn't think Tehran is serious. What do you make of this after 11 consecutive nights on strikes on Iran, US strikes on Iran?
I think what we're seeing is a classic Washington and a classic strategy, something that they've used in the past as well. They're trying to do two things, combine military pressure with this diplomatic pressure as well. And we're seeing both existing side by side. And that is possible in a conflict of this scale as well. On the one hand, the US is obviously continuing that military campaign, as are Iran in the region. And on the other hand, they're deliberately trying to leave the door open and to also let the world know that the door is open on these negotiations. So Marco Rubio's comments, I think, are designed to do a few different things. First of all, it's sending out some messages, that is to Iran. If you are prepared to negotiate, and that's what he said, if they're serious, we're serious. That was the line that was used in that as well. That's one of the messages, saying if you would like to negotiate, we're here to talk, and that's important. Then it's the international community that he's trying to ease as well and saying, listen, don't blame Washington. It's not our fault if diplomacy fails here. And that's an important message to put out there as well. And he's trying to do something, which I think is smart, which is to steady the global markets and to have some reassurance that diplomacy has not completely failed. You know, we are working on something greater more than anything else. And publicly, they're keeping that option open so it doesn't look like Washington has been the reason why this, let's face it, now defunct ceasefire deal has kind of fallen through. So it's quite difficult because if you have these airstrikes every single night, as you rightly said, we're 11 nights into this now, it's going to make the diplomacy part of it very hard for both sides of it. So Tehran, they're now looking at agreeing to concessions because of sustained bombing risks to their infrastructure that's in place there as well. You also have Trump taking more of a hardline stance, which we've always seen with the Trump administration, specifically with Donald Trump himself. It's almost like a good cop, bad cop kind of a situation, whereas Rubio's coming in as the good cop in this situation, saying, listen, we're open to negotiations, but Trump is saying, if you guys don't sort this out pretty soon, your infrastructure is going to be wiped out. And you have to look, I think that's again why the Strait of Hormuz has become such a critical issue, because it's not just about the Iran-US direct conflict, it's about global trade, energy security from a wider regional point of view as well. And of course the freedom of navigation within that strait, which has been so important. So mediation hasn't stopped. That's the important thing to remember here. Those negotiations are continuing. Pakistan and other regional players are still trying to find some level and to keep the channels open more than anything else to to make sure that there is some level of diplomacy that's taking place, and that's very important. So the rhetoric from Donald Trump may indicate that diplomacy is dead. Marco Rubio, I think, is there to make sure that you get the message on a global scale with partners, including with China as well, and negotiating with them to say, look, it's not dead, it's just becoming a little bit more difficult and a bit more hard. And I think that's where the tricky situation comes into play on these continuing talks, which, although it doesn't feel like it 11 nights into the strikes, are still taking place behind closed doors.
Yes, a lot of mistrust between the US and Iran, of course. But Dr. Ellie, Donald Trump a little bit earlier once again renewed that warning to Iran that the US will bomb and destroy a bridge or power plant in Tehran if a ship is shot at in the Strait of Hormuz. Could this threat lead to further escalation? Because actually, Iran's top joint military commander has been speaking and says if the US acts on threats, Iran will stop all Gulf oil flow and target oil, gas, electricity and economic infrastructure in the region. So we're seeing a real war of words break out right now.
Definitely. Good evening, first of all, Leigh Ann. I think both parties have always been claiming that they want to solve this through diplomacy. But the problem is when they speak about diplomacy, they're speaking about what they want out of diplomacy and in achieving their own goals through diplomacy. And this is where the Memorandum of Understanding came to be very vague to the extent that it is not possible to implement. And this is what we saw. Even the 3 basic points of the Memorandum of Understanding have failed to be achieved in the proper sense, because the two parties had completely different understanding of these very basic 3 points, which were ceasefire, no nuclear weapons for Iran, and the opening of Hormuz. Even on these, we were not clear enough. Even on these, the positions were so far apart. Now, definitely both parties have seen the limitation of military usage. But definitely in the absence of any potential actual coming together or actual common ground being found through negotiations, then we are only left with more and more military attempts to bring the people to a different position or bring the party to change their position. I think Trump would love to finish the war now, would love to get a deal. However, it's not any deal. He needs to get a better deal than what we had before. He needs to get a deal that at least ensures the minimum, what he could call a victory in that sense. Short of that, he will continue to use military pressure, as he calls it, in order to achieve a certain peace. Could this go into full escalation and into full-blown war as it was before? I think both parties are careful not to go there, but it's always a possibility of any intentional or unintentional mistake that could lead to further escalation.
And Jono, obviously the US military capabilities in the region, we've seen 11 nights of consecutive strikes, as we've been talking about. Pete Hegseth yesterday actually was talking about the war costs in the region of $37 billion US dollars.
Yeah.
Can the US keep on funding this scale night after night?
Well, the answer is likely yes, because they just asked for about $67 billion for the Pentagon under a broader supplemental request as well. So the money for sure is there, because the administration is seeking tens of billions of dollars more to continue on with this conflict as well. And like you said, it has already cost almost $38 billion, which is a crazy amount. You now have to look and see, will Iran have to come to the table out of necessity because they simply can't sustain this level of conflict? And if you simply look at numbers alone, we're looking at 2,000 missiles, almost 2,000 missiles, almost 4,000 UAVs. They're the drones that they've sent as well. So you're looking at a combined airborne weaponry of about, almost 6,000 weapons that have been sent across from Iran. We have no idea of the capability, militarily speaking, from Iran's point of view. But one would have to look at the current techniques at which they're using. Any war expert will tell you that this sporadic smaller blasts which we're seeing in the missiles being sent to various different countries around the Gulf would indicate that they perhaps might be running low. I'm not saying the stockpiles are at zero, they certainly are not, but they're definitely running low. Iran may run out of money before, for sure they would, before the US would. And I think coming to the table more than anything else would be a case of necessity from Iran, especially if we see things like, and we've seen the US had success with this in the past before, threatening the infrastructure, threatening the desalination, the oil and gas facilities, and of course the transport infrastructure that's at place there as well. Things like this, the US have had success with threatening this in the past before, and it would only take some very strategic strikes from the US to make Iran come back to the table. And I think that's the game that we're seeing played right now by the Trump administration.
And let's pick up on that, Dr. Ellie, just to round up the conversation, because obviously Iran, some people are saying, are fighting an asymmetric war, so it's not costing a lot of money, but the threat of them hitting ships in the Strait of Hormuz is enough to stop global oil flow and affect the economy. And it's a very difficult situation. And then on the other hand, President Donald Trump has welcomed home, sadly, the bodies of 4 US military personnel who were killed in this war. So Donald Trump there's a fine line for both sides at the moment, I think.
Definitely. I mean, both are testing their limits, financial and military and popular support in both sides. How far can I go without losing the popular support? How far can I go financially? How far can I go militarily? The damage on the economy is also a calculation on both sides. But I think I don't know, some people say that the pause that was done through the MOU was actually intentional and gladly welcomed by both parties just to refurbish their arms, to recalibrate things and to launch into another round. I wouldn't go that far, but definitely I would say, Jonah was asking whether their reserves have been depleted. I think the capability of Iran to continue to produce these weapons have been seriously damaged. That's why they are using what they have very carefully. But again, as you said, Leigh Ann, it doesn't take much to close Hormuz. That's why I think the main challenge for the US today would be to continue to forcefully open Hormuz, if we are able to say this, without getting a lot of hits and a lot of casualties among the American soldiers, but at the same time continue to hit Iran internally to cause enough internal pressure, internal protest to pressure the Iranian leaders to come back to the negotiation table with a different attitude. Not only come back to the negotiation table, because we've seen that it was not enough. That change of behavior is still the million-dollar question. Is the Iranian regime, by definition, unable to change behavior, or will they, under enough pressure, come to the table with a different attitude and a different behavior?
Yes, indeed. Lots of answers that we don't quite have yet, but I'm sure we'll talk about it in the coming weeks. Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there as we now move on to another story. President Trump has formally approved an agreement with Saudi Arabia that will provide it with a civilian nuclear program and potentially open the door to uranium enrichment in the kingdom. That's according to a report in the Wall Street Journal. The new deal would last 30 years and is designed to give US companies a central role in developing Saudi Arabia's nuclear infrastructure. Dr. Ellie, let's begin with you, because how significant is this deal for Saudi Arabia at this time?
It is significant on two levels. I would say one much more. On the practical economic level, it is part of, Saudi Arabia's attempt to diversify sources of energy, diversify economy, and it will definitely help boost the economy and the plans of 2030 and beyond that, with an increased need for energy and so on. This is excellent and this is very useful. However, the more significant significance of this statement is actually the political meaning of it, and is the messaging of it, where the US is saying Saudi Arabia is a trusted partner. Saudi Arabia is a kind of government that respects the international law, respects the international community, and behaves as a positive player and contributor to the world. And that's why we will support it in achieving its objectives and in achieving different targets and so on. In comparison to the Iranian regime that is, as we were just saying, is unable to change its attitude. It's unable to prove to the world that it is trustworthy, that it is capable to control itself and its connections with its neighbors. And if given civil nuclear capability, will not use it in a bad way and will not use it to push for military nuclear capabilities. This is the contrast we are seeing. This is the clear messaging that the US is sending. We want states around the world, if they want to access nuclear power, to behave like the Saudi government rather than the Iranian government. These are the two opposing behaviors. And all countries are advantaged or if they follow the suit of Saudi Arabia and its government.
And Jono, what does this say about the US-Saudi relationship? And also, we're looking forward to 2030, the Vision 2030 here in Saudi Arabia.
It's more than just a nuclear deal. Like Dr. Ellie said, I think this is a strategic partnership. It's a very smart one. It's going to shape US-Saudi relations, I think, for decades to come. And I think this is a very positive move, and it's the latest in a series of positive relations between the US and between Saudi Arabia. So if we look at this deal in terms of what it actually means, it's US companies having a central role in nuclear infrastructure here in Saudi Arabia, in engineering, the technology, and in fuel cycle development. And I think as you work towards the Vision 2030, but also in the next 50 years as well, you will see Saudi Arabia's demand for energy probably double by 2050. So this is a very clear, this is a potential pillar for the future more than anything else. Energy generation is obviously a huge pivotal issue for many, many countries around the globe, and Saudi taking this step to have a civilian built nuclear energy infrastructure is incredibly important. It also diversifies energy within the country as well and takes it beyond oil, beyond that gas reliance that we've seen previously as well. And as part of that 2030 vision, that reliance will become less and less. And as I said, in the next 50 years, with the double requirement on energy requirements here in the kingdom, that obviously is very, very important. So we're going to see that move away from fossil fuels and petrochemicals towards sources such as this. And again, because water is not a natural resource that we have here, hydro is not necessarily an option. Nuclear is the obvious way to go. But what it does behind the scenes is deepen security cooperation. I also think strategically, if you're looking at regional partners and who potentially could be that regional partner for a Gulf country, you would look at places like Russia and China. And I think the US, strategically from their point of view, takes that out of the hands of China and Russia and puts it firmly in a US position, which I think is a solid place politically to demonstrate where they need to be. And mentioning that political standpoint as well, like Dr. Ellie said, it is a very high level of trust that those two governments have between each other, which I think we've seen build in the last couple of years. We've seen some very positive meetings in the last couple of years between the two parties as well. And this is the further step on from that as well. And I can see it being a long-lasting, very positive for both the kingdom and for the US's point of view as a partnership more than anything else that goes much deeper than that, politically and also economically speaking.
Yes, of course. Dr. Ellie, let's pick up on that because it's 30 years of US investment in Saudi Arabia. And there has been talk that this will really help fuel the AI boom that Saudi is looking to adopt, because obviously AI has a lot and needs a lot of energy, and the civil nuclear program will really help boost that.
Definitely. I mean, this is the energy surge that Jonah was mentioning. With the growing economy, with the diversification of the economy, and specifically with AI, with the huge consumption of energy that it requires, having such a nuclear plant will enable Saudi Arabia to go forward ahead in a faster way and in a more secure way in boosting and achieving its plans of 2030 and beyond, as we mentioned. It is a positive on all sides of no matter how you think of it, economically, politically, strategically, financially, it is a positive step in Saudi Arabia. And hopefully it would also help Saudi Arabia recover some of the time lost due to this conflict that we have seen in the past year and the delay in some things. It is a boost of energy. It is the boost of morale, and definitely a practical step towards better achievement of the goals in a faster way and a more stable way for the future.
Sorry, Dr. Ellie, just one final thought from you. This is in its infancy. It still has a few stages to go through. Am I correct in thinking that? Well, yeah.
Definitely. I mean, it's the framework, it's the approval, and then we need to go to two things. First, the legal process through Congress, through all the details, but also we need to go through the technical process. What is needed? Is a plant needed now or after a few years? What kind of a plant? All of these. So all of these studies will be done. We have the okay and approval to do them now. Most probably it will have positive outcomes, but still all of this needs to be done and needs to go through all the normal process. And hopefully in a few years we will see the specific materialization of this into practical steps, and the shape of these steps will be clearer as we go ahead.
Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky has dismissed his commander-in-chief following days of political turmoil and public protests over changes to the country's military leadership. Major General Ihor Sybiuk has been appointed as the new head of the General Staff. The shake-up comes as Ukraine says it has struck Russian military logistic hubs overnight. Jono, let's have a little bit of a chat, because there's been a cabinet reshuffle happening, of course, in Ukraine. And a lot of people are saying, why did Zelensky basically sack the people that were doing the job and doing it well? And what about this new commander-in-chief?
It's not just that, it's also doing that during wartime, which is always this is a massive military leadership change as well, and the first they've seen since the full-scale invasion, so you have to now question what was the thought process behind it. But like you said, there was the commander-in-chief, Alexander Syrsky, who was previously there. Then you have Major General Mikhailo Drapty, who's a 43-year-old commander, was seen as more of a younger generation as well. He'd built a reputation for kind of defending key areas on the front and making extensive use of drones and technology as well, and was seen as somewhat of a game changer in terms of that as well. So there was a mixed legacy from previously. Now, if you look back at what the previous commander-in-chief had in place, it was seen as Soviet-era policies that were being used, and also tactics as well. And that may not have played into what Zelensky had thought was going to be the move forward for this war. And obviously now that you're 4 years in, perhaps a change of tactics is what was required. A very, very risky move to change anything in terms of military leadership at a time of war. So you would hope that he's got some good intel in order to be able to do that. But you have to remember, Zelensky's one core thing that he does, and he does it quite well, is to try and get Ukraine back to the top of the table when it comes to any international negotiations. And we see him have these sideline, or I always call them hustle conversations, that he has on the sideline of the NATO summit, like he had in Turkey, like he had at the G7 summit as well, even the European political summit that took place as well in Armenia. Same thing, he has these sideline conversations with world leaders to be able to bring Ukraine back to the fore once again. Now, we have a couple of months where there's very little taking place in terms of meetings of world leaders that will happen through the summer, as most governments are in recess. So I think what he's trying to do here is use that time in order to be able to reshuffle his own military capabilities and see if they can have some success in that as well, because that's going to be important as we head into the long, cold winter, which, of course, historically we've seen is when things tend to ramp up in specifically Russian wars that are taking place. We've seen it previously as well. The Russians use the cold to their advantage. So I think we've just seen this prior to the autumn start of this war, which seems to be continuing, a reshuffle that would potentially be beneficial for Ukraine. But that will wait to be seen more than anything else. And you have to look back at what it was, a faster, more flexible battlefield tactics, which is what Zelensky seems to enjoy and like in terms of trying to get a result faster. And he feels he can get this under new leadership from the military, and that is a case of wait and see what happens with that.
But it's also interesting because there's been protests for 6 days now in Ukraine.
Which is on the back of this. Which
is on the back of this because the last defence minister, who was 35-year-old, was very into tech, and a lot of the country argue that there's been a big shift in the war because of his drone knowledge.
Yeah.
And now they're striking deeper and deeper into Russia. So I think there's concern that the new commander-in-chief won't achieve what has been achieved before.
And a lot of the critics of the previous commander-in-chief will have said that he was not making those decisions on the battlefield that would have been required to have a quick turnaround. And I think what Zelensky wants is someone who's in there doing delegated decision-making on the front line, rather than somebody who's running a rigid chain of command. So I think it's somebody who's got a little bit more long in the tooth, a little bit more experience, and perhaps a different way of thinking that's not so Soviet era, which is what Zelensky might be leaning into right now as well. But again, I don't know enough about the guy's military career to say that that may or may not be the person who Zelensky wanted in there, but it seems like he's making a decision based upon that.
And Dr. Ellie, Sergei Lavrov will be meeting Marco Rubio in Manila this week on the sidelines of that ASEAN summit that's happening. As Russia and Ukraine, as we've just speaking about, continue to trade blows, what do we expect from these talks between Lavrov and Rubio?
Before that, Leigh Ann, if I may just a quick comment on what Jonah was saying and your first question. I think we're into, so many years before, to the extent that so much money has come in, so much investments have come in, training on new military technology, inventing even Ukrainians new military technology, changes in the battlefield. All of this creates a certain kind of tension, creates a certain kind of uncertainty, and cannot possibly go without any corruption, without any issues, without any conflict in strategies, and so on. So I do believe this is a kind of an attempt from Zelensky to retake control of what's happening in the battlefield, and how well and how transparent is his talks with the leaders of the world is properly and fairly translated into the battlefield. I think it goes around all of this. It is expected, but definitely changing generals, as Jonah was saying, during a wartime is always critical and always problematic. Now, going to the Lavrov-Rubio meeting, I think the negotiations that were supposed to finish on day one after President Trump takes control so far have not reached anywhere, and the Americans are in a certain kind of embarrassment towards how well have they handled these negotiations. And for me, always having Rubio there, some people think that the establishment and bureaucracy, and we need to be, thinking out of the box and anti-establishment in this way. And Trump somehow presents all of this, but I do trust the establishment. I do trust the institutions. I do trust the legacy of the American State Department, and seeing Rubio in negotiations reassures me much more than seeing Kushner and Witkoff in a certain way. So this is the positive side of it. I think Rubio will, the intention of this meeting is to restart this negotiation from where it stopped. We do have things that are somehow clear now, but there is also a lot of points that need to be discussed, need to be ironed out in order to jumpstart this negotiation once again. I hope this meeting will lead to that, but the escalation on the ground will continue, and negotiations will only happen while the military confrontation is going, and every party is trying to register some points against the other party before they have to actually sign the deal, to gather some cards, negotiation cards, and to be stronger at the table whenever this happens.
Jono, speaking of Witkoff and Kushner, of course, two of Trump's envoys that Dr. Ellie was just touching on, they actually had a phone call with Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelensky today to discuss the diplomatic path. I wonder what you make of that. He seems to have got in there just before Rubio did.
Again, I think that's exactly what, and this is what Zelensky does very, very well, because he's doing something that, and maybe to discuss this as well, he's doing something that some would seem as quite risky. I know the timing is everything when it comes to military changes like that as well, but it's on the basis of public pressure more than anything else. So that's probably part of the discussion that they had, but a leadership change is going to carry any sort of a risk as well. So he'll probably want to brought that. And as you said, it's the ASEAN committee which is meeting up. All he's trying to do here, from a Zelensky point of view, is to get it back onto the table once again, to make sure that that is to the fore of everyone's mind as we head into this as well. And yes, with the Lavrov meeting taking place tomorrow as well, Zelensky taking those conversations with Rubio and Kushner today, I think was probably more strategic than anything else. And so it's to set the scene. And also, Iran is having its own little thing over here right now, which we know is continuing to go on. So if we're to look at important things that will be discussed, Ukraine may have made itself back down a little bit on the running order for what was going to be discussed in the next couple of days. And I think it was strategic more than anything else, and I think it was a smart move. And again, I think he does this very, very well, where the Ukrainian cause, which is the most important thing to him and has been for the last 4 years, makes it back to the top of the table once again before we get into something, and it hasn't been overshadowed. All we'll wait for now is the administration from the US to come out with some massive announcement in the next 24 hours, and unfortunately Zelensky's going to have to wait until September when the recess is over for governments around the world again.
I think Zelensky is trying to go with the momentum too, because President Donald Trump has been very positive towards Zelensky. We've definitely seen a mood change when he came to the NATO summit. He said to Zelensky, you could have the licenses to make the Patriot missiles. And Zelensky seems to be riding on that high.
Yeah.
And maybe he's just striking while the iron's hot, because no one knows what will happen after a conversation between Lavrov and
And
Rubio.
I think, Leigh Ann, also it's just normal for them to touch base with Zelensky before meeting with the Russians as part of this courtesy and parts of, making sure that they have the final points of where everybody is before talking to the other side.
So it's not sensational then. It's just administrative, is it, Dr. Ellie?
It's a typical step in negotiations, I think. And yes, I hope that this will restart things and push things forward.
Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. They say you're never alone with a microphone, but a number of UK politicians may need a reminder. New Defence Secretary Wes Streeting was called out in a hot mic moment after a TV crew recorded his conversation regarding early prison releases. And one day later, Reform UK MP Robert Jenrick was heard complaining about a TV interview. Take a listen.
Robert Jenrick, that is very clear. Thank you very much indeed for joining us this morning.
7:35, still to come on Good Morning Britain. If a young person in your family is about to head off travelling this summer...
Oh dear. I think it wasn't a waste of time. I think Robert Jenrick gave us very clear answers, and on the police investigation, it's not a waste of time for him to make clear that he believes there's no police investigation. So it was good he came on the programme.
And we're very grateful for his time.
Oh, Dr. Ellie. Wes Streeting has come out and apologised, but Robert Jenrick stands by his comments. What do you make of those two hot mic moments, I guess, spicing up the political world in the UK?
Indeed, I think hot mics have become a part of day-to-day of politicians. I think they need to be more, all politicians need to be more careful about this, because it has caused so many problems in the past years. But then again, politicians have survived. But in the UK case, I think we're seeing a change of government. I think we're seeing big, let's say, a pressure on the new government to try to solve all these major issues, and of course to prove that they can do things in a better way than what was done previously by Starmer. So all of this is causing a lot of tension, a lot of political discussion. But ideas like releasing prisoners could be quite controversial, and we could see things heat up in that sense. Altogether, I think politicians do survive, especially if they own it and they stand by what they said, or at least try to make sense out of what they were caught unintentionally saying. It's not a big deal, but it just shows you a bit of how things are heating up in the current situation in UK politics.
Yeah, no, definitely. And sometimes I guess things are said in jest, aren't they? Yeah. And then they obviously misinterpreted in many respects. But, Jono, both Streeting and Jenrick are both in senior positions. Yes, Streeting is in a big minister role. You know, he's in the Labour Party. He's got a big role. And Robert Jenrick, of course, in Reform, they're not in government, but he's still part and parcel of it. Should they be taking things more seriously, do you think? Or, to be honest, I think Robert Jenrick just sort of owned it.
Well, and I think that's exactly what Wes Streeting didn't do. And I think I might have respected Wes Streeting more if he just said, well, yeah, I agree. And because I think a lot of people will have had that sentiment, they'll have felt, hold on, what's the policy here? Are we releasing convicted criminals onto the street? People might actually have resonated with him a little bit more. And if we're to believe the new Labour government, which is just the unelected PM who's just come into power, and his policy on this, he's a man of the people, isn't he? And Wes Streeting is in there as defence. And you think, well, maybe if we're to rely on this government, he should maybe have owned that comment and said, yes, I said it, that's my personal view. It's not my political opinion, but it's my personal view more than anything else. I think I would have garnered a level of respect for Wes Streeting, who, at one stage could have been the PM of the country as well, but they should have known better. Of course, a hot mic, which we saw at the G7 summit. Remember him, the Italian PM who had a discussion with Chancellor Merz about the cigarettes. We saw that hot mic moment, which was very light-hearted. Nothing political was discussed. We've won, which you showed me earlier previously, Gordon Brown getting caught out as well on a hot mic. There's been many instances of this politically. But let's be honest about it. These are political representatives, yes, but they do have their own personal opinions as well. And some of those personal opinions are likely to be shared by the voters. So I think Wes Streeting could actually have done himself a favour here and said, well, yes, I don't necessarily believe that this policy would have been the best one to put in place, and I think it might have actually garnered him some favour. But it's not great for Burnham, is it? I mean, we are 48 hours into the new Labour government, and it seems like already there's a couple of cracks that seem to be shown in terms of who believes what as well. But yeah, every politician should assume, as should everyone who's in a studio or has sat in a studio, mics are live, cameras are rolling, phones are recording. You are never not being recorded these days. And politically speaking, at least, it's become a 24-hour media environment. You are continuously being scrutinised for what you do. And even the slightest blunder like this can dominate the headlines. It distracts, and that is probably the last thing Andy Burnham wanted 2 days in, was something like this as a headline distracting from all of the good news which he's put out there in terms of tax cuts and everything else that he would like to highlight right now. And yeah, it distracts the public trust, which is more important than anything else, because it then makes you think, well, what you're saying to my face on camera is not what you're saying behind closed doors, and therefore I'm getting two different variations of the story. So yeah, I think commenting on government policies is always a tricky one. That mics are always live, never relax around a microphone, never truer words were spoken. I think the lesson hopefully has been learned from Wes Streeting, but I do respect Yannick, and I think that him saying I stand by my comments actually garners him more favour with reform supporters.
But I do think that Wes Streeting is in a more tricky situation, hear me out, in the Labour Party, because Wes Streeting did resign. A lot of the reason, a lot of people thought he would go into the leadership contest to battle out Andy Burnham. He decided not to do it. He kept quiet, didn't he, Dr. Ellie? He kept quiet so he could get this top ministerial position which he was given. We must remember Jenrick is actually not popular with the grassroots of the Labour Party and the unions because he's not left enough. Jenrick is actually right of Labour. So he's unpopular anyway. And then to make a blunder like this, it's just, well, it could escalate, I guess, Dr. Ellie.
But I take this into a much broader sense of things to see how politicians present themselves and how much are we lacking these days proper statesmen, proper statespersons altogether that actually inspire the trust of the people, and that actually, yes, they do have their personal opinion, as John was saying, but their personal opinion does not differ or contradict even with their public opinion. So this is where the transparency should be there. This is how you gain people's trust, and this is what many politicians around the world are lacking these days. And maybe this is why we're seeing such a turnover in US politics, starting from the prime ministership all to the other positions. So definitely it's a challenge, but it's also a test to our democracy and to how trustworthy are our politicians, I think.
I think Dr. Ellie's right on that whole idea that they are people too. And when you hear moments like this, hot mic moments, you resonate with these people a bit more. I mean, that was, when you reflect back to the G7 summit, again, you're dealing with the Italian PM saying that she has had issues where she's trying to give up smoking since the 1st of May. It made them feel more human and more relatable. And I think Jenrick's done himself a favour here, and we'll see. And yeah, you're right, he's more to the right of the Reform Party, fine, which is saying something. But I think Wes Streeting could have had the opportunity to own this and for it not to be a political disaster because of the nature of the comments and what they were and how that may resonate with the public more than anything else. And again, it's a very tricky line. That could have been a hot mic in a very different situation. That would have been politically damaging for him. But I think in this particular situation, apologising may not have necessarily been the best thing to do, even though it may have been the party line he was forced to toe.
Never complain and never explain. But I do think Dr. Ellie has a point, because there's been a lot on written up analysis about the fact that we don't have statesmen anymore, because now we're in the world of social media and memes, that we want presidents and prime ministers with X factor. We want them to be celebrities almost. You know, we've moved away from sort of the men in grey suits who run the country and you don't really know what's happening. You know, the world's changed. So Donald Trump is the most famous man in the world, arguably. And that's what people vote for, because they watch social media. It's all driven by very different things to what it was years ago. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. It's that time of the show where Jono and Dr. Ellie have chosen two of their quirkiest stories of the day. Jono, I'm going to start with yours because it's the summer, but the Japanese have discovered the best way to stay cool.
And I love this idea. As someone who walked for some reason the long way to this office today, I can tell you that 48 degrees is not great. This is Japan. Please let me introduce to you the Dohaiman personal cooling box. Looks a bit like a freezer for a body, and that's kind of what it is. You get into this thing, it's about 7 foot tall, 4 foot deep, so it's not overly claustrophobic in there. The internal temperature around 15 degrees, which is very refreshing. But it does something cool, which is, if you see there at the base of the legs, there's a fan that will blast 5 degrees Celsius air around the head, neck, see those little areas there, and also behind your knees, which is a very sweaty area. And what it is with a big price tag, but what it does is it brings your core temperature down quite quickly as well. So if you're suffering from something like heat exhaustion, 15 minutes in this could actually be amazing. But if you are working in factories, outdoor industries as well, having one of these is set to be an absolute game changer, especially in Japan, where temperatures this year specifically going above 35 degrees quite frequently as well. And there's an increase in heat-related illnesses every single year. So this is something which I think offices could certainly install. I don't entirely know who you need to speak to here to get this put into reception. But can you imagine you walk in from that beautiful Gulf weather that we have right now and that dry heat for a blast of 15 degrees? I, for one, am willing to chump up some of the money. Not necessarily the full $9,200 US that it's going to cost to buy one of these units, when I think you could probably just put a fridge in and it's pretty much the same thing, a fridge and a chair. But I think it's a nice little idea out of Japan, who I think they're living in 2050.
What about get air conditioning? I don't know. Dr. Ellie, what's your thoughts on this? Because I was also just thinking when John was speaking, it's not only Japan that's been having a heat wave, of course it's been Europe too.
Definitely. I mean, it's a bit extreme. I can imagine you being late to the show because Leigh Ann was frozen in the cool room. She's just too comfortable to get out of there. I mean, it's an innovation, definitely. I think it goes a bit too much, but definitely in heat waves, governments are required and innovators are required to find the new ways, and this is one way. I would have to try it to give you my proper opinion.
Oh, I think I'd be up for it, except I've watched a lot of those Final Destination movies.
Yeah.
You know, where people get trapped in sunbeds. And my terrible fear is that I'd be trapped inside and you'll find me in 5 days just solidly frozen at 5 degrees.
Yeah, I look at it and I feel slightly terrified. I hope there's a panic button in there or something, do you know what I mean? So you can get out. But Dr. Ellie, let's talk about Japan, because your story is also about Japan, and men are being encouraged to wear shorts, but some women have a really big issue. Why?
So we're still with Japan, we're still with the heat of summer, and with the decision of the governor of Tokyo to actually encourage men to wear more shorts to work. And they've called it, you know, the cool business outfit, and they thought this would be a way to help people be more comfortable and deal with the heat in a better way. But it seems the hairy legs of men are causing some issues for their women colleagues, and they've seen some complaints that, you know, it's they felt it some kind of a harassment. They've actually called it leg hair harassment, and they didn't feel comfortable around hairy legs moving around the office here and there. Although ladies themselves can wear dresses and skirts that could keep them cooler, so they shouldn't really complain. But it's funny how the government came up with this idea specifically to help people cope with heat, and it's funny the reaction that it made. I guess we could also think about how conservative the Japanese society is, and how, you know, tidy and formal in their attire and all of that. So I could think that, you know, more conservative people could have an issue with that, but no, it was the women, as always.
Do you know what? Dr. Ellie, I have to laugh because while you were talking, I obviously grew up in a mining town in Botswana. My father was on the mines, and it was the 80s and early 90s when I was growing up, and everyone literally went to shore to work, the men, in almost, the 90s hot pants and long socks. So maybe they're just trying to bring in the fashion again.
Yeah.
I don't know why the women are complaining.
Well, I think it's the equivalent of, so from my point of view, my hairy legs don't really offend anyone, and they certainly don't turn
It's just the whiteness or the paleness.
The paleness of them.
It depends how hairy they are, I guess.
But my issue is when I trim them and then they become even paler and almost see-through. And somebody once in the office, by the way, which I felt harassed about and went to HR, likened it to raw chicken legs, which was awful.
Oh, my God.
I think the social stigma on men without hair on their legs is akin to the social stigma on women with hairy legs. So I just think we need to normalise it and not make people feel bad. I don't get my legs out at all anymore. I'm deeply traumatised by the last time I did when they were trimmed, so you shan't be seeing my knees in the near future.
But I don't know. I mean, Dr. Ellie, is it wrong for men to shave their legs?
Wrong. I don't allow myself to say wrong and right. Every person does what he feels comfortable to. But I have better solution. Let's wear all the kandura, It's easier and comfortable. It covers everything and it allows some air through. So we're fine with that.
Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, thank you so much for your thoughts on that. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Thanks to our guest, broadcaster and journalist John O'Hays, who joined me in the studio. And of course, Professor and International Relations expert Dr. Ellie Al-Hindi, who is in Beirut. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Follow us on X, GNT. That's coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. From our headquarters in Riyadh, I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up today, President Trump issues Iran with a stern warning. Every time Tehran fires at ships in the Strait of Hormuz, the US will bomb one bridge or one power plant. We ask, will that warning have the desired effect? And as President Aoun becomes the first Lebanese head of state to be invited to Washington in nearly 25 years, President Trump pledges to help the country, quote, a lot. We ask, what help does Lebanon need most? All of that coming up in this edition of GNT. Hello and welcome to the programme. The cost of the US-Iran war has been significant, not only in terms of lives lost, but also in financial terms. The US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says the war with Iran has cost the United States $37.5 billion so far. Analysts say the true cost could be much higher. Well, despite a ceasefire announced by President Donald Trump on the 10th of July, large-scale US strikes resumed the following day, prompting Iran to retaliate against US bases across the region. Well, Jordan said today it had intercepted 6 Iranian missiles, highlighting the fact that this conflict is still far from over. Well, let's bring into the conversation Joey Hood, who is the former US ambassador to Tunisia. He was also the chargé d'affaires and deputy chief of mission at the US Embassy in Baghdad and has served in several posts, including Kuwait and Saudi Arabia. He joins us from DC. Ambassador Hood, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. We've heard in the last few hours, really, from the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio. He says, we're still willing to negotiate, and we've seen Iran talking again to mediators in Islamabad, but not showing any signs of backing down. Who's on the back foot at this stage?
Well, I think both countries are on the back foot. I think that it was a strategic mistake to launch the war in the first place, especially without consulting the Gulf Arab governments. But then the Iranians decided to reply with their own strategic mistake by attacking the Gulf countries with such force, particularly. They haven't kept their targets just constrained to U.S. military assets, but they've now expanded to include U.S. interests, according to their spokespeople. So desalination plants and electricity plants, gas-producing facilities. They say that these have ties to American companies and therefore are legitimate targets. I don't think that that's exactly why they're targeting these things. I think what they're doing is they're now trying to replace their former forward defense policy, where they supported militias in places like Lebanon and Yemen and Iraq to keep the war far from their borders, to now trying to take actual control over the economies of the Gulf countries via their control of the Strait, and therefore deciding what the foreign policy and the security cooperation arrangements that these countries will have.
Okay, I mean, on the one hand, as I said at the beginning, Marco Rubio saying we're willing to negotiate. I mean, President Trump gave a totally different message yesterday. He said he had, quote, no interest in meeting. I mean, mixed messages. Which is it, do you think?
You know, I think the United States knows, even Donald Trump knows, that a negotiated solution is the only way out of this current conflict. If it could have been won militarily, he would be seeing signs of that already, especially after having done such major damage to the defense industrial base and the leadership in Iran. So I think that we have to listen to what Secretary Rubio says. Is he's a lot more consistent than President Trump is in his rhetoric. And when he says that that the United States is open to continued negotiations, I think that's true. Now, are the Iranians open to negotiation? That's not clear, either from their actions or from their words. Like I said before, they clearly seem to want to maintain control of the Strait of Hormuz in order to exercise suzerainty over the Gulf states, meaning that the Gulf states can continue to decide their domestic policies, but when it comes to foreign policy and defense policy, that'll run through Tehran.
I mean, President Trump presumably has different voices, different people telling him different things, and he has to then weigh up those opinions. The Hawks will be telling him, finish the job, and we've spoken to people who've, maintained that line of argument in the last 24 hours or so on this channel. Then there'll be the Doves who are telling him that, call it quits before this really spirals out of control. Which of those voices do you think is most present, and which is most audible, do you think, in the president's universe?
Well, I think he has shown himself capable of listening to both at the same time. Unlike previous presidents, he's shown an unprecedented willingness to negotiate and talk to actors that other presidents wanted to keep at arm's length. I'm thinking of North Korea here, for instance. Even Iran, he's been willing to contemplate greater concessions to Tehran than many of the most recent previous presidents have been willing to do. He's set out a vision of Iran rejoining the region and the world financially, economically, and there being some sort of a security arrangement that would keep Iran stable and safe as long as it operates like a normal government. So far, Tehran has not been interested in that deal. They also don't believe Donald Trump when he says that that's what his vision is, because he's attacked them twice in the middle of negotiations. So that's understandable. But again, I don't think that we find our way out of this conflict. Even the Doves would not want to find their way out of this conflict in a way that leaves Iran in control of the Strait of Hormuz, all the shipping that goes through it, and therefore the economies of most, if not all of the Gulf countries, plus Iraq.
I mean, what's clear is that the longer this conflict goes on, the more it broadens and the more Iran wants to drag in as many actors as possible. And we've seen plenty of examples of that. Is this a risk the US is willing to accept, do you think? And by the US, I mean the Trump administration.
Well, it's actually not a risk to the United States. It's a benefit, unfortunately, because the Iranians, by attacking everyone else, is just gaining enmity from them. You know this because you don't see any governments around the world issuing statements in support of Iran, its positions, its attacks, its control of the Strait. And in fact, what you hear is quite the opposite. So I think that the more Iran does this, the more that a global coalition will form, not led by the United States, but led regionally, that will seek to put more pressure on Tehran economically, especially, and diplomatically, in order to break this grip that they have been exerting over the Strait. Now, I don't think that's necessarily going to happen in 2 weeks or 2 months. It could even be 2 years. These governments are not pleased with Donald Trump and his decisions and his lack of coordination, so they may very well wait until he is out of the White House. There are governments in the Gulf region, particularly, that don't want to be seen as doing Israel's bidding. So they may wait until Prime Minister Netanyahu is out of office and there's a new Israeli government to deal with. And there's been more time between the initial U.S. and Israeli attack and the attacks squarely on the Gulf countries.
Do you think there's a risk that later on down the line, and when the dust has settled from this conflict, there'll be a review by countries in the region that I'm speaking to you from, and a review in the sense that US bases on their territory might start to look more like liabilities than assets?
Well, I think that review is long overdue, actually. Much of what we have had in the Gulf countries was a result of the liberation of Kuwait in 1991. And obviously, the threat has very much changed. When I was still in government, sometimes I would ask in an exasperated way, are we really expecting zombie Saddam to resurrect and, invade these countries? Why are we still set up as if we were fighting Saddam Hussein? We need to adapt and evolve. And now this crisis absolutely pushes all of these countries and the United States to have to do some of that rethinking. Now, that doesn't mean that these countries are going to say, out with the United States. The partnership with America, especially over the past 35 years or so, has brought great benefits to the Gulf countries. The GDPs of Saudi Arabia and UAE alone grew by a factor of 10. Qatar grew by a factor of more than 30 times. And that's separate from the cultural exchanges, all of the schools, the universities, the students. And so all of that has happened in close partnership with the United States economically and at the security level as well. I don't think the Gulf countries are going to want to just throw that out because of this conflict with Iran. There is diversification of their partnerships that has been going on for quite a while, and that's understandable. If Ukraine, for example, has some of the best battlefield-tested air defense systems, then why wouldn't they purchase those from Ukraine, just as an example?
Just looking at the rest of the world, do you think the legacy of this conflict that we're in now is going to be perhaps a shift in the minds of people in the rest of the world on how they view the US?
Yes, I think that the fact that Donald Trump was elected once could have been seen as an aberration by people around the world, that, democracies don't always get it right. And there was, popular sentiment that led to it. And people didn't get the president that they were necessarily expecting. But then his reelection in 2024, I think, probably does change thinking around the world, that American voters, because American voters knew what they were getting and they voted for him anyway. So I think alliances, partnerships will be much more transactional. Countries around the world will probably be looking for more guarantees that make it more difficult for the United States to go back on commitments that it makes. And that means that the Congress is going to have to become much more involved, because the most binding partnership that you have with another country is a treaty, and that requires approval by the Congress. So it would require Congress to actually step up and do its job in foreign policy, which it's been very reluctant to do in the past couple of decades.
Let's talk about how this is viewed domestically. I mean, this war is clearly unpopular in the United States. We've spoken to lots of seasoned diplomats who've been critical about the planning, critical about the absence of strategy. 18 US service people have been killed so far, and some of their bodies are arriving back in the US today. And we were saying at the beginning of the program how this war has cost the US taxpayer at least $37.5 billion US dollars, and that number is certainly set to rise. And not to mention the fact petrol at more than $4 a gallon in the US, and that's hurting consumers. How damaging politically has this been for President Trump?
I don't think Donald Trump needs to worry about how damaging it's been for him politically. I don't think he cares about that very much. Number one, because he's not up for election again. Number two, because he has quite a strong grip over the Republican Party, and this war doesn't seem to be loosening that at all. So what he's negotiating with right now is mostly his legacy. He wants to be able to be known as the president who not only ended Iran's nuclear program, but then also ended the overall enmity between the United States and Iran after 47 years. Remember, he, just like I, remember very, very well the takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran in 1979 and the holding of our diplomats hostage for 444 days. That fundamentally changed the strategy of the United States, the United States military. And I think it had a very big emotional and psychological effect on people who were alive at the time, including Donald Trump. And so I think he wants to be seen as the president who actually not just got vengeance for that, but put to rest the threat that that would ever happen again.
Just in terms of where you see events heading to from here, how you see things unfolding. President Trump says that Iran's nuclear facilities at Natanz could be targeted pretty soon. He's also said that for every ship that doesn't get through the Strait of Hormuz, the US will target either a power station or a bridge, or words to that effect. How do you see the next chapter of this conflict unfolding?
Donald Trump speaks very hyperbolically, and so you can't necessarily take him at his word, other than to understand that he intends on continuing the military campaign. And there are still targets, there are dual-use targets that the military can hit that still would not be considered a war crime by most lawyers if the infrastructure is actually used in a proportional way for military purposes. So there are still plenty of military targets he could go after, but what would be the effect? Certainly it would make it more difficult for Iran to continue its aggression against the Gulf countries and against shipping, but it wouldn't end its ability. So again, he must be counting on this to put enough pressure economically and militarily on the regime to do what Khomeini did in 1988 and capitulate and agree to a ceasefire and some sort of an accommodation that everyone can live with. That's the only thing I can see coming out of this current strategy. But I think if we're going to find a negotiated solution, it's going to have to be led by countries of the region, even while they're under fire. Let me remind viewers that it's almost impossible to find in diplomatic history other examples in which one party to a negotiation consistently bombs the mediators, which it's been doing with Qatar and with Oman. You note that it doesn't do so with Pakistan. And so it may be that Pakistan needs to provide a little bit more muscle to the mediation so that Qatar and its diplomats can have more space to actually get more progress, especially with Tehran.
Yeah, that's a really interesting point. And in fact, while you've been talking, Iran's military is saying that they will retaliate against regional infrastructure if indeed their own infrastructure is targeted by the Trump administration. Just to wrap up this conversation, we've talked about how things might unfold, on the battlefield, but in terms of the timing of all of this, what sort of a time frame we're looking at? One poll I saw before crossing to you, a Reuters Ipsos poll, says that 4 out of 5 Americans expect this war to drag on for an extended period. I don't know how long an extended period is. Do you expect it to drag on?
I do. This conflict has been going on since 1979, for 47 years. And I don't see any indication that the new leaders in Tehran are interested in Iran becoming more of a normal government and a normal presence in the region. So that means they'll continue attacking the mediators. They'll continue attacking diplomacy, all while saying that they're open to negotiated settlements. They also are already hitting infrastructure in the Gulf countries, desalination plants, energy stations, and so forth. And they're saying, but these are U.S. interests because they are linked to American companies. Well, if that's their standard, then they're going to be viewing virtually anything in the Gulf as a legitimate target because the United States has been so involved in the development of the economies of these countries.
OK, we're going to have to leave it there. Really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Always a pleasure having you on the programme. Ambassador Joey Hood, thank you very much indeed, sir.
Thank you, Tom.
Well, let's bring into the conversation now Major General Chip Chapman, who is a former advisor to US Central Command. He joins us today from London. General Chapman, thank you very much indeed for your time. President Trump has issued this warning to Iran, a stern warning. He says every time Tehran fires its ships in the Strait of Hormuz, the US will bomb one bridge or one power plant. Do you see a warning like that having the desired effect?
No. One of the 7 methods of escalation is by rhetoric, and President Trump is famous for his rhetoric. We've had civilizational end, and this is just a subset of that. So do I see this as being a pressure point or which leads to a concession from the Iranians? I absolutely do not. They still see the Strait of Hormuz as their vital ground, and they still have escalation control. I've said before that I think America has escalation dominance, given its power, military power in the air, but the control that Iran has is both in terms of attacking the Gulf infrastructure in return, and that may itself caveat the American campaigning because you need access basing and overflight. And secondly, the Houthis in the Strait of the Bab el-Mandeb. So I don't think this will have any impact whatsoever.
OK, I mean, does the US have enough material in position in this region to escalate in a meaningful way and for a long, drawn-out period of escalation?
Well, that's a different question to do with outcomes. America has the combat power with its aerial air force and drones and ballistic missiles to continue to escalate for a very long time. And if you look at the flow of tankers, they're re-escalating in that sort of sense. But there is still no word of a particular sort of ground presence, and there is still no campaign in history where you've had a successful strategic outcome just by using air power alone. Now, what you can see at the operational level at the moment is that they are trying to isolate the area around Bandar Abbas, and that really is the economic jugular of Iran's economy. If they were then to do something to Karg Island in conjunction with that, doesn't necessarily have to be an amphibious landing. And to do an amphibious landing from the Americans, they would have to go through the Persian Gulf, and that's still a dodgy business until they've absolutely destroyed all the air defense and drones and ballistic missiles of the Iranians. So you have the economic jugular and the economic heart of Iran potentially held at risk. But again, an economic pressure point doesn't mean that the Iranians will concede. So it's still a sort of standoff at the moment. There are not outcomes. If you look at the outcomes that they would be looking at CENTCOM, of course, the first one and the thing they really want is to compel Iran. It was never the case that they've been able to do that on any war game, certainly in my time. So what you're likely to have at the moment is proportionate escalation. Now, it's when you go beyond proportionate escalation, which is part of that rhetoric of President Trump, that you potentially have problems for the future. But at the moment, I don't think either side, despite that rhetoric, wants to escalate to the point where there's going to be a all-out war. There are pressures on both sides in their internal constituencies that won't lead this to be a sort of spasm escalation really to the right of arc in the future, or certainly not at the moment.
You say if this becomes an all-out war. I mean, the Iranians were saying yesterday it is already an all-out war.
Well, it's not. This has always been really a war of missiles and nothing more. Now, again, you also have rhetoric from the Iranian side. For example, in the last couple of days, we've had this notion that they would have a land or ground incursion into Kuwait to take out some of the American facilities there, including capturing American personnel. Of course, that's sort of nonsense, given the fact that there's no land border between Kuwait and Iran, and they'd have to have an incursion through Iraq, which would be strategic folly. Doesn't mean they haven't got options like a sort of amphibious raid to try and capture someone. But that's a sort of nonsense rhetoric to try and alter the calculus from an American public perception, because, of course, this is not still a popular war in America, and the clock is still ticking towards the midterm elections. So both have a limited amount of time, really. The Americans, because of that factor of the elections and the oil price, if it were to go up significantly, because now internally, of course, it's over $4 a barrel. And the Iranians, because of the those two notions of the economic sort of jugular, which could trigger some sort of domestic problems for them. But I still think the IRGC internally are still so repressive that they would just put down any internal revolt, even if that were to be done in conjunction with sort of the CIA arming the PJAK and the Iraqi Kurd forces, along with some sort of the Israelis also coming on board.
I mean, General Chapman, I mean, what's apparent in this war, what has it been, 4.5 months of it, is that the longer it goes on, the more it becomes about keeping vital waterways and trade routes open. And those original three issues, which, just to remind our viewers, because we haven't talked about them much, the nuclear issue, Iran's ballistic missiles, and its support for proxies, those three issues keep getting kicked into the long grass. How do you see them coming back to the fore?
Well, there's still a diplomatic track. The MOU is, of course, dead at the moment. Trump has said, I don't want to negotiate now. And the Supreme Leader has also said that the MOU is no longer in play. That doesn't mean diplomacy is not in play. So if the Americans continue to have pressure on the Iranians, then it's what will that mean in terms of any diplomatic payoff for both sides? Of course, you're right, because this was a war of choice for the Americans, and the Iranians take this as a existential war. If you think it's an existential war, you're less likely to concede. And it's worth saying, of course, that today Rubio is in the Asian region and has said once more that freedom of navigation is a foundational principle of how world trade operates. It's therefore slightly disingenuous, because the reason that it's not flowing at the moment is because of that war of choice. So it's one of those tricky ones under the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea 1962. The freedom of navigation is one of those foundational principles, and it's a foundational principle of American foreign policy. So the blockade, in conjunction with this isolation, certainly of the province around Bandar Abbas, Hormuz, I think it's called, is at the operational level what the Americans are seeking to do. That is their current pressure point on the Iranians.
So it's fair to say that if the war were to end tomorrow, I mean, at this stage, it would be very hard for the Americans to say anything had been achieved, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would, because all wars are fought for political objectives. If the first political objective is to do with the nuclear file, we're not sure that that's being sorted at the moment. Indeed, President Trump only in the last couple of days has been talking again about significant strikes on Iran Natanz on Pickaxe Mountain, as it's called. And of course, from the Israeli perspective, the fact that the ballistic missile technology is intact and the fact that there are still proxies there, which is why we're still talking about the Houthi, means that from their perspective, if this was indeed a combined operation, Israeli-US, which it was from the start, that just looks like, from an Israeli perspective, as a threat postponed. And of course, it affects Saudi Arabia as well, because the Houthis are now talking about interdicting any Saudi ships when they've already turned north to go through the Suez Canal for the future in the last few days.
Do you think one of the legacies of this conflict is going to be that countries in this region start thinking about their US presence, the bases that are here, in a rather different way? Do you think things will ever be the same again?
No, I don't. I think all the Gulf states will have to look at the security architecture which America has given them in the last 50 years. And certainly because the geographical realities are that Iran is on their doorstep, they need to look at some sort of accommodationist policy, or at least having some sort of cooperation. I think there'll always be this sort of Sunni-Shia split, given the revolutionary nature of Iranian society post-1979. But it can't be the same at the moment, because whilst they're there, whilst you have this accommodationist sort of idea on one side, it's still the case that Iran has an exterminationist policy towards Israel, for example, and neither of the two will ever meet if you get across the countries which are between geographically Israel and Iran.
OK, well, thank you very much. Indeed, really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Major General Chip Chapman, former advisor to US Central Command. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you, Tom.
Well, let's bring into the conversation now Bob McEwen, who's a former Republican congressman. He joins us from Washington. Congressman McEwen, it's great to have you with us on the programme once again. Slightly mixed messages coming out of Washington. On the one hand, Secretary of State Marco Rubio says we're willing to negotiate. On the other hand, President Trump says he's got no interest in meeting with the Iranians. Which one do you think it is?
Well, it's a little bit of both. It's the way that you handle negotiations. You say, look, I'm willing to walk away if you're not willing to negotiate responsibly. And so it's they're on the same page. And the chief diplomat, the Secretary of State, is saying, we're willing to talk if you want to. But then Donald Trump understands that we signed an agreement just a month ago and you didn't keep it for 24 hours. So I'm not sure I need to do this again. So that's the approach. And we'll see if it works.
I mean, clearly in Washington, there isn't one school of thought on this. There's at least two. There are hawks and doves. You have them in most countries, don't you? The hawks will be telling Trump, finish the job. The doves will be saying, call it quits before this spirals out of control. Do you think it's fair for me to assume you're a hawk on this one? Well,
the difficulty is that the people, and this needs to be understood historically. The reason that this problem exists in Iran is because the people have no guns. If these 80 million of the 90 million that are strongly opposed to this regime, if they had a gun, they would be able to defend themselves. But the only way that the government is going to be removed is if they do it and they don't have the tools to do it. And so in situations like this, as the Mujahideen in Afghanistan and elsewhere, people tried to get people to be able to defend themselves. But the people of Iran do not have the capacity to remove the government because they are disarmed. And unless the IRGC, the radical core that's dedicated to creating chaos under their religion, that if they create enough chaos, then the 12th Imam will appear and bring Islam or surrender to the world. And so that is their goal. And as long as they are in power, it's going to be complicated. And for those of us that want to see it end, America cannot do it alone. I'll just say that.
I mean, President Trump at the beginning of this conflict seemed to be suggesting that regime change would happen really quickly. And it obviously hasn't done. Quite the opposite. Yeah. We've seen the Iranians really hunker down and dig their heels in. I mean, was that wishful thinking, do you think, at the outset?
Yes, I think that's fair to say. That in any normal country, with people that oppose, well, let's just take Syria. My goodness, Assad hopped in his plane and went to Russia. I mean, when people are strongly opposed to a regime, virtually every place they can replace that regime. And so that when they have difficulties, electricity or power or finances, financial collapse, then the people rise up. But this group that's in power, these radical Islamists, they care not about the condition that the people are living in, or even their very survival. And if they don't have the tools to defend themselves, and I think there might have been those early on that thought that, and when you saw the hundreds of thousands immediately take to the street with the hope that they were going to be freed from this tyranny, but I repeat, is when you saw them just blown away, and then Donald Trump said, "Don't demonstrate anymore. They'll kill you." So that's where the world is at this moment.
This is an unpopular war in America. It's also a very expensive war, and we got a taster of that from Pete Hegseth yesterday as he explained the cost was already around the $37.5 billion mark, and he wants more money for it. Do you advocate sending more material, more resources to the region for the next chapter of this war?
Well, I don't think finances are the key ingredient here. We saw the governor in Minnesota stole $9 billion, so that's a fourth just right there with one government program. So the finances are not the issue. The issue is right and wrong, and whether or not it can be done. And that's the dilemma.
Do you think it can be done?
I pray that it can. These people will not give up, and every effort to accommodate them. As you remember, Barack Obama gave them pallets of cash. Now, why would you do such a thing? Why do you need cash? You only need cash because they used it to finance the Houthis and the Hamas and Hezbollah. They have to pay those people in cash because you can't go to the Royal Bank of Scotland and cash a check when you're financing terror. And so there are folks that have tried to deal with them to be accommodating, to do everything, and they are committed to two things: the death to Israel and death to the United States. And once they've accomplished those two goals, rest assured, Europe is and that's the whole thing. That's why they wanted this ballistic missiles. They're developing ballistic missiles so that they can threaten Paris, they can threaten Rome, they can threaten London. And then when they come out with their nuclear weapon, they can say, look, if you come at us, United States, then we're going to wipe out London. And that's why it was a two-step process in which they were rounding third, heading for home with their conventional ballistic missile program. The president and the United States of America has often, this burden fell to Britain for 250 years. It's now fallen to the United States since 1947. That there has to be someone to make a decision of what is best for peace in the world. And when the United States made a decision that it's going to take out the conventional protection for the nuclear bomb, and then now when they met at the first meeting, they laughed. They said, we already have 9 nuclear capacity for 9 nuclear weapons. And they just laughed in the face of the American negotiators. So the decision had to be made to protect Europe by taking out the conventional weapons and then dismantling the nuclear arsenal. And now the question is, are we just sit back and we go through this drain again in 3, 5, 8, 10 years, or do we restore freedom? And interestingly enough, all of these nations in the neighborhood that didn't deal with Israel before, they now have IDF, Israeli Defense Forces, in their countries, protecting with the Patriot missiles to protect them. I'm talking about Bahrain, UAE, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, those nations that are united in the effort to make sure that this threat and terror that comes from Iran ends. And we're at a very critical place to make sure that it happens.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time, but really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us.
Thank you, Tom.
Congressman Bob McEwen, thank you very much indeed, sir. Now, the Lebanese President Joseph Aoun has been in Washington, where he's been holding talks with President Trump at the White House. This is the first visit by a Lebanese president to Washington since 2009. Well, during their meeting, President Trump said that he expects Israeli forces to withdraw from Lebanon, but he stopped short of giving a firm commitment on when that would happen. Instead, he stressed the need for Hezbollah's disarmament and Lebanon extending state control. Well, President Trump also stated his openness to meet with Hezbollah, that is, if President Aoun wants him to. Well, in a lighter moment, President Trump had warm words for Lebanon, telling reporters he has many Lebanese friends.
I speak to everybody. I'll speak to people that a lot of people think I shouldn't be speaking to, and things work out.
Mr. President,
I would say this: if the president wanted me to speak to Hezbollah, you know, he's lived with Hezbollah for a long time. And if the president wanted me to speak to Hezbollah, I would. You know, I would. Lebanon's been treated very incredibly badly, and maybe I'm a little prejudiced in favor of Lebanon because I have so many Lebanese friends. Do you know that?
President Trump speaking there alongside President Aoun, who expressed his gratitude to his hosts, saying that he is optimistic that the framework agreement with Israel could bring an end to the war once and for all. He also said that the Lebanese parliamentary speaker, Nabih Berri, who is from southern Lebanon, is, quote, very supportive of the efforts he and President Trump are making. Well, let's bring into the conversation Ronnie Shatter, who is a political analyst and host of the Beirut Banyan. Ronnie, great to have you back with us on the programme. I always enjoy our conversations. And this is an important one because President Aoun's White House meeting with President Trump on Tuesday seemed to go well. And it shows, doesn't it, that your country is very close to the top of his administration's agenda. As well as the clip we just played there, we heard President Trump vowing to help Lebanon a lot. He called Lebanon a beautiful land. Are you encouraged?
Symbolically, yes. In other words, it's a good day for Lebanon when an American president is this concerned about a country that's not usually this high level of priority for any American administration. And it's actually a relief, more than just what Trump is saying, and forget his bluster for a moment, whether it's good or bad. It's a relief to see Lebanon's president speaking about Lebanese national interest in the White House with Donald Trump directly, and not the Iranian regime or what's left of it speaking on behalf of Lebanon, which could have happened. There are two tracks: the Memorandum of Understanding with Iran that seems to be fading, if not dead, and the trilateral agreement that was produced in Washington with Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, and Lebanon's ambassador to the U.S., who was in the room, and of course, Lebanon's president, now in the White House, speaking about national sovereignty and stability that's good for Lebanon. If I can just add one more thing here, the last time, or the last several times, Lebanese high-level officials showed up in the White House, prime ministers or presidents, it was to actually re-establish a status quo that's bad for Lebanon. Stability is not always good for this country. Stability could also preserve sub-state weapons. Lebanon's president today is speaking about a stability that's actually good at ending conflict, not just with Israel, but ending the potential for a return to conflict, which means disarming all sub-state groups. He highlighted one thing which impressed me. He referred to 1975. When the Lebanese army broke down and collapsed, when Palestinian armed factions were able to bring war to Lebanon with Fatah land in the south. This is 50 years ago, but it's important. A Lebanese president is speaking about ending that type of arrangement, not preserving it. This, for me, is much more positive and much more important than what Trump likes to impress and Trump likes to flatter. I'm not so convinced about his flattery or his language. I'd rather see good policy, and I'm impressed for the moment that we have a high-level official speaking that language directly to the U.S. president.
Okay, Ronnie, I mean, I appreciate that there was plenty of symbolism there, but there is as well concrete action, and there is action and results on the ground unfolding before our eyes. You've got the first 3 of these so-called pilot zones in southern Lebanon, control of them being handed over to the Lebanese armed forces, a big test for the LAF. There are, of course, about 147 other zones that could be handed over at a later stage. Do you see the Lebanese armed forces passing this test?
It is too premature to suggest that this is a success story from the start. And I don't want to pour cold water on what are positive signs. It is good to see the pilot zone project taking shape. This is the security annex for the trilateral agreement. And this is meant to bolster Lebanese armed forces in the south and do 2 things at once, which is very difficult. Convince the Israelis to not just redeploy, but to quit Lebanon altogether, and make sure Hezbollah does not re-inherit anything the Lebanese state is responsible for. We have not passed that test yet. It's too early. But that said, the emphasis is there. And that's good, because the emphasis has to be there. For this to never happen again, you have to ensure that not just the Israelis quit, but that there's no Iranian capability for using Lebanon ever again. And I'll add something here. There are other positive gestures. This includes a resumption of direct flights between the US and Lebanon, between New York and Beirut. The last time there was this type of arrangement was in 1985. And it's actually not that long ago in Lebanese history, and in American history too, that Beirut was associated with hijackings. And a TWA flight that was hijacked and brought to Beirut, that type of scenario can always happen when you have a sub-state group that's left armed. We have not solved the issue that prevents hijackings from returning. You have to prevent all types of hijackings. Sorry to use the metaphor here, not just airlines, but state policy, foreign policy, all types of security. Lebanon is not free yet from the bad arrangement that it found itself in the 1980s, and we're not there. I want to see concrete steps moving fast, not short, because if it's too short and it doesn't work, attention span falls flat. And I don't think Trump is any different than any other American administration or president could abandon Lebanon if it becomes too big of a headache. His focus, I think, remains on Iran. Lebanon comes and goes. But Lebanese national interest, at least for the moment, is being expressed in the White House. That's good news.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, clearly disarming Hezbollah, disbanding Hezbollah is one side of the coin. I mean, the other side of the coin, and I think you've already touched on this, is really making the Lebanese armed forces stronger and making them more able to fill any voids in the nation's security. And I was just thinking to myself, how hard can it be to help the Lebanese armed forces? Lebanon is a country that's the size of Boston. I mean, that's not a huge project, is it, for the United States to help? And then I was thinking about numbers. Does the Lebanese armed forces have enough people? And it certainly seems to, because 1 in every 62 people in Lebanon, if you look at the percentage, the number of people in the country, the number of people on reserve or in the armed forces, 1 in 62 people are in the armed forces. In America, it's 1 in every 160 Americans that are in the armed forces. So a much higher percentage of Lebanese people are engaged. So they've got the people. So what is it that they need? Is it the weaponry? Is it the training? Is it money?
I will take a moment to disagree with most Lebanese officials, the way they talk about excuses. In other words, whether it's arms, whether it's technical support, or whether it's anything, I think the Lebanese army is exactly what it should be. This is a group, an institution that's well respected, that's gifted at separating Lebanese groups when necessary, and when it has the political cover to do more, it does more. When it has the diplomatic cover, it can even neutralize the country. And you need that type of scenario to reemerge. It's not about weapons, it's not about salaries, and it's not about more than that. Lebanon will always be vulnerable to regional war, no matter how good or how bad the army is on a given day. Lebanon needs the type of international support that's much bigger than a sovereign army, at least when it comes to Lebanon. You have to have the country neutralized. For that to work, you have to have local aspirations for that to actually take shape. We have that at the moment. The Lebanese government is speaking that language. You need regional conditions to work better for Lebanon. We don't have that yet. Iran has not abandoned Lebanon's geography. Hezbollah remains not just an Iranian proxy, but one under direct command today from Tehran. Then you need to have international support, which has yet to materialize. You need a serious summit for Lebanon that not just enshrines neutrality and the neutralization of the country, but gives the government the chance to reestablish and regain lost sovereignty. The Lebanese army alone will never be able to tackle Iran in Lebanon. It's an impossible dream. It simply won't happen. No Lebanese institution can go after the largest paramilitary project seen in modern history and the most advanced terrorist network known to man. The Lebanese army is not equipped to do that, and it should not be equipped to do that. This is an international problem for Lebanon. I think a much more serious road would be to raise the stakes and make Lebanon that type of burden, not on ourselves, but on the region and the world at large, because the country needs help. It would be very difficult to imagine any other scenario working in favor for this country. I know Lebanese officials like to blame weapons for this, whether it's certain prime ministers, certain leaders, certain ministers, it doesn't really matter. Weapons are not the point. You need serious, proactive diplomacy that dislodges Iran from the country. Otherwise, it won't work.
One of the other big headlines to emerge from the Oval Office in those talks yesterday evening was this offer by President Trump to speak to Hezbollah directly. And that's something that's never happened before, and it's a fairly remarkable development. Were it to happen, do you see it changing much?
I personally believe this is just bluster. I don't see the Trump administration yet moving in the direction of direct talks with Hezbollah. But that said, the Trump administration is talking to the Iranian regime, whether it's indirectly or directly. And there could be a scenario where this ends with some type of dialogue that ensures Lebanon's national interest is at heart. But I think Trump likes to speak a language that's outrageous, eccentric, and sometimes it's in both directions at once. I don't see, as of now, any direct communication necessary for the Trump administration, because if that were the case, we would be living under the MOU's arrangement with Iran, where the Americans can talk to Iran directly about Lebanon. Here you have something else, which is, I think, the more comprehensive, serious, and perhaps long-lasting project, which is the outcome of the trilateral agreement elevating the Lebanese government's position. That's a good sign. But I wouldn't put it past Trump to then do something that can run contrary to this as well. I will not put it past him. But what I see happening instead is Trump using a language that oftentimes lands in intermediaries, meaning the last time he suggested that he was talking to Hezbollah, he was talking to Amal group members and intermediaries, allies with Hezbollah. I could see him doing that again. And that's because everyone talks to any intermediary when it comes to Hezbollah if they need to. But direct talks, I don't see it happening right now.
Okay, I mean, with regards to how to go about disbanding Hezbollah, President Trump has once again floated that idea of bringing Syria into the equation. We've talked about this before, and, you know, from what I can gather from talking to you and from talking to Syrians, is that that is a scenario neither the Lebanese nor the Syrians would welcome at all. And when that was floated in front of President Aoun yesterday, the Lebanese president didn't say anything. Does that tell us something?
Says a lot that Trump himself is still using this kind of suggestion. Although he's backtracked a bit, he now refers to it as a concept. The good news is that I doubt anyone in that room, with the exception of Donald Trump, even considers this to be a sound policy. And the better news is that both Lebanese and Syrian officials reject it repeatedly. I sense this is more Trump applying pressure rather than trying to actually seriously find a way for the Syrian regime to re-enter Lebanon. This, if it were to happen, it would be one of the most strategic blunders of U.S. foreign policy in the Middle East. I don't see it happening. What I do see is Trump using language that flatters, that condemns, that sometimes celebrates and at other times insults. I think he uses that kind of barometer for many things. I don't think the Syrians will re-enter Lebanon, at least with America's blessing, anytime soon. If that were to happen, it would move in the completely opposite direction of what the trilateral agreement is trying to achieve as well. This is not about any other foreign country reinvesting itself in Lebanon. It's about propping up the Lebanese government and making this country governable. I think that's where things are moving.
OK, Ronnie Chatah, it's been a real pleasure talking to you, as it always is. We're going to have to leave it there. Thank you so much for joining us. Political analyst, host of the Beirut Banyan podcast, Ronnie Chatah. Thank you very much again.
My pleasure as always.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Do join us again tomorrow. We'll have some more exclusive interviews for you then. Until then, bye-bye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Auckland. Auckland is known as a city of many lovers, according to its Maori name Tamaki Makura, as those lovers wanted the place so badly that they fought over it for centuries. A geographically blessed city, the New Zealand capital has the appeal of a small town and the style of a modern metropolis. Auckland Museum is one of the country's most recognized heritage locations. The 84-year-old museum houses the most comprehensive collection of Maori and Pacific Islander art in the Southern Hemisphere. On display are graphic textiles, carvings, some of the war canoes, ware or the traditional Maori meeting houses, as well as other 18th and 19th century portraits. Devonport is a self-contained late Victorian neighborhood of historic sites, including North Head, a British fort dating back to 1887. There are also popular cafes and restaurants within it. Find two of Auckland's picture-perfect beaches or climb to the top of Mount Victoria for 360-degree views of the city, Hauraki Gulf, and the North Shore. Waiheke Island is a place for a quick island escape. Worth visiting are the Little Onaroa, Palm Beach, and the mile-long Onatangi. Fancy a dinner nearby with a great view of the beach. A diverse mix of gustatory pleasures Auckland is also ideal for food trips. The city is a medley of different tastes, offering diverse cuisines from contemporary Japanese dishes to all-American pizzas to healthy Thai salads and greens. Depending on your mood, you can choose from the elegant dining restaurants, or you might prefer the laid-back alfresco cafes. Shopping also keeps the city abuzz. Specialty stores include rare and vintage finds, from the gardening books and electric furniture, fiesta dinnerware and old photographs, as well as restored goods, such as vintage wooden cutting boards, Southern French crockery, and white enamel cookware. There are also classic and one-room boutiques that offer pieces for men and women, with a well-curated collection of shoes and boots to match. You may also find shops featuring own-brand clothes and jewelry for men and women, sold alongside a distinct merchandise mix of non-clothing items that reflect the owner's interests. It's time for us to go! Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
On Friday or Saturday, Homs province called me. There was grave terror.
I can almost hear the walkie-talkies crackling. Close the 7th gate, close the 11th. If they had the power, they would have shut the heavens themselves for Bashar al-Assad.
Everything unfolded within just a few hours, from 11 at night until 2:30 on Sunday morning. And suddenly, it was December 8th. The choice to escape was not impulsive or abrupt. Rather, it was a directly correlated response to the progressively escalating event.
We persistently questioned the whereabouts of our president.
A Syria without Bashar al-Assad. In the heart of Damascus, the once secure ruling class found itself on shaky ground. Trust had started to decay within the inner sanctum of power, and allies began to realign, thus revealing glaring weaknesses that could no longer be conveniently overlooked. In his final days, his grip on power appeared to wane, and the once unassailable leader faced genuine political isolation. The crisis wasn't just about the regime. It marked a significant turning point in the state's bond with its people, when crowds passionately demanded long-lost dignity and their right to live. In the spring of 2011, in the southern city of Daraa, the first spark of the uprising was a simple message scrawled on a school wall by the innocent hands of children, oblivious to the profound impact their words would have. The response from security forces came quickly, triggering a wave of protests that swiftly spread from Daraa to the cities of Homs, then Hama and eventually Idlib, inching ever closer to the heart of the Syrian capital, Damascus. As the days progressed, the cries of the protesters gradually evolved, raising their demands from mere reforms to an open and direct confrontation.
There were several political maneuvers made in an attempt to rescue the precarious situation, such as reaching out and contacting Russian President Vladimir Putin. However, the response received was one that merely concealed a sense of nostalgia emanating from Moscow. Nothing could be done now in Damascus. The only chance Bashar al-Assad saw was to flee. The decision came from the impossibility of saving the situation or resisting the coming counter-offensive on Damascus. The fall of Hama, subsequently the fall of Homs, and the unimpeded path that now lay open, leading directly towards Damascus.
At 1 o'clock in the morning of the 27th, I received a startling call urging me to mobilize, to prepare, insisting that I must join. I dressed, left, unsure of my destination, but rumors hinted at a battle. The leadership's initial instructions were, "You as journalists were witnesses to this stage. We reached a place near western Aleppo's countryside. The fighters were ready, weapons were ready. Now begins the response battle. Rebels were upbeat, determined not to retreat until reclaiming areas taken by the regime. Strength was crucial. We filmed fighters setting off fully prepared. I interviewed the fighters. Their spirit was high, making you sure, God willing, that things were going well. 0 hour began.
The final events began with a call from the governor of Aleppo at that time, telling me that the military had begun a major assault toward the western countryside of Aleppo. The advance was swift and surprising, with the army witnessing a huge amount of withdrawals. Within 2 days, Aleppo was essentially militarily fallen to the operations command. I was at home, and meanwhile, I reached out to him. During a call at 10:30, I expressed to him how difficult things were, the fear gripping the streets, and that something urgent had to be done. He simply replied, "Tomorrow we'll see."
When he received the news, he remained silent and issued no directives. Unexpectedly, the north fell out of the regime's hold, a jolt the palace had never anticipated.
Our forces, with a boldness that was commendable, moved swiftly along the entirety of the border, blocking any potential infiltrations. With the invaluable aid of our supporting partner, we ensured that no military units, regardless of their size, could penetrate the front lines or create any semblance of a new reality that could possibly bolster the crumbling military order that had previously dominated.
It was a significant moment. We, the fighters and operatives, were instructed to publicly announce the severing of the M5 highway, the principal lifeline connecting Aleppo, Hama, Homs, and Damascus. Even though it was not fully seized, a crucial opening had been created. A major breach. They brought us, the media, to it, and we declared the highway closed, Aleppo's lifeline cut. It sparked real fear and panic in the regime and the Iranian. Then, the withdrawals started.
These were our initial moments spent on the M5, the principal highway that stretches between Aleppo and Damascus, the two symbolic poles of Syria.
Was there a skirmish in Aleppo? Hama saw only limited combat. How about Homs, or in the rural areas of Damascus? Consider this. It's a 200-kilometer stretch from Homs to Damascus. Any conflicts there? Not at all. What about the towering walls of Damascus? None there either. Were there any clashes to the west or east of Damascus? No battles in Dara or the coast either. The battle never occurred.
As PM, my main liaisons were the governors. The Aleppo governor was devastated and fled, while the Idlib governor reported stability initially, then considered fleeing. On air base, escaping to Hama via military plane. Meanwhile, Idlib's governor initially assured me of their resilience, but soon began discussing fleeing from the advancing command force.
On November 30th, 2024, Aleppo experienced a sudden and unexpected pullout of regime troops from their positions inside the city. Airstrikes finally stopped and checkpoints were removed from the streets for the first time in over 14 years. Opposition flags were proudly raised over the Central Post building, and celebrations erupted in some neighborhoods.
On the eve of Aleppo's fall, after his meeting with President Putin, the Russian military attaché was a close escort back and forth.
So, I'd say, things began to take a terminal turn. Up to Saturday, which falls on December 7, and before the frantic calls from Bashar al-Assad to Putin are met with no reply.
Aleppo has returned to center stage amid sharply differing international coverage, as political labels and military assessments varied widely. However, on the ground, from a city worn by war, the pullout clearly signaled a significant shift in control. Control that factions managed with striking skill amazed everyone.
We came today, my love. We came to the citadel, my love. Oh, mother, my strength is gone. Alas, I walked the whole road to Aleppo olive trees all alone.
Before the war, Aleppo was known for its rich social and religious diversity, thriving without the need for slogans or decrees. Daily life itself fostered coexistence, with calls to prayer mingling alongside church bells, and accents blending in the bustling markets. The city never needed tolerant slogans. It lived them in its very essence. Even as things changed over time, Aleppo retained traces of what it once was, a city holding on to a shared memory despite shifting maps and deep divides. In long and drawn-out wars, losses aren't only measured in rubble. They're also found in the values a society once practiced every single day.
When the insurgent forces first made their entrance into the city of Aleppo, all the young men who knew me from our shared time in Idlib, they all sought me out. The chief greeted me and asked if I wanted to speak with the Sheikh. Certainly, I responded, then proceeded to express my congratulations on the newly achieved liberation. Aleppo was now emancipated. He responded with a clear directive: tell your people to strive for excellence in everything they do, to elevate their standards from what they were before. Whether it's safeguarding churches, endowments, homes, factories, or offices, let them revel in the Christmas festivities, ring their bells, adorn their squares, erect their trees. We were on the cusp of the holiday season then.
Aleppo embodies the diverse sects and ethnicities of Syria. The regime, a criminal entity, recognized this truth and for decades attempted to sow discord and division among these groups, but ultimately it failed. Aleppo endured, and so did its remarkable social fabric.
Protecting Christians and other minorities in Aleppo was a critical red line. From the ops room, the order was always mercy first, and that message truly mattered. It affirmed that you're in the right, and they genuinely are our brother.
We worked closely with the new authorities to calm people's fear and build trust. We held several meetings as Christian heads of churches and with the state. And this time, the state stood with the people. For the first time,
Ops, infantry west of Tab, 2 kilometers out.
Say again. Repeat.
2 kilometers west of Tab Blade.
Copy. Copy.
We thought we'd finally have a moment to rest, then get back to our coverage. But no, the orders came in. Head straight to Hama. Hama. Did you hear me clearly? We were directed towards Hama.
Hama wasn't captured through force, but through the power of imagery. It was a clear-cut case of psychological and media warfare. A brief video broadcast by the opposition depicted their fighters standing near a sign that read, "Welcome to Hama."
We moved and reached Hama's outskirts. The sign was roughly 20 kilometers away. This was psychological warfare. Arriving at the sign, we found the conflict was a mere 1 or 2 kilometers away. We captured footage of the sign before making a hasty retreat, making it clear that we had made it to the outskirts of Hama. This ignited fear and chaos among regime forces.
We are currently on the outskirts of Hama, where intense battles are raging between the rebels and the regime's gangs. With the support of their allies and the additional reinforcements that have been brought into the city.
A brief video segment lasting mere seconds captured more than the skirmishes did. On-field disarray, unsanctioned retreats, and a total absence of official clarification. There were no confrontations in this footage, yet the message was powerfully conveyed. The battle's focus wasn't in the city, but rather on the height dominating Hama's east and west countryside Jabal, Zain al-Abidin, one of the regime's most fortified sites, featuring underground bunkers and camouflaged artillery that provide wide fire control and long-range observation capabilities.
The problem was that Mountain Zain al-Abidin, high peak over most of Hama's rural belt and the city. It was fortified and used to hit the roads. So Ops planned a long detour to slip to Hama's edge or inside and declare it fallen. We actually slipped through trees for a long distance and entered Hama from the east. The mountain hadn't fallen. There was resistance. We reached Al-Asi Square. Filmed, then we're told to exit at once fighting was close. Amidst chaos, the regime retreated from Zain al-Abidin, a mountain once deemed insurmountable.
While field visuals depicted an evident retreat of the regime from the rural Hama vicinity, the defense minister made an appearance on national television, asserting that the situation was well within their control. The observed shift on the battlefield was characterized in official communications as a deliberate part of a strategic plan, rather than being perceived as a defeat.
Today, we are engaged in a fierce and ongoing battle against the toughest terror groups that employ guerrilla tactics, which compels our armed forces to adapt their strategies. So our armed forces adapt their strategies. They attack and withdraw at various points, advance and fall back, especially since these Takfiri groups have the backing of well-known regional and international states.
At that time, the official statement appeared disconnected from the harsh reality on the ground, as images revealed abandoned tanks, grounded aircraft, and defensive posts that were completely empty. What we witnessed on the ground contradicted the speech and raised serious doubts about the official narrative.
We strongly urge our people to remain patient and steady, trusting that we will not relent in our efforts to restore security to the areas seized by the terrorists. The Syrian Arab army, as you have known throughout this long war, will continue to stand as the solid dam.
On the contrary, it was a brittle system, but it fed every claimant their share. And I think Bashar al-Assad worked by the creed of the last Abbasid caliph. Baghdad is enough. He would grant every seeker what they desired in order to keep that chair secure.
The main battle was at Hama, because the city holds a unique and significant mark in Syria's national struggle. It suffered and paid dearly, the Hama massacre among other costs. It suffered in silence. Few spoke of it, in Syria or abroad. Since 2011, the city was heavily besieged. Unlike other provinces, it was closed off, surrounded. Lately, I feared not the fall itself. It would fall, but that I would die outside, that I'd be buried without ever seeing the regime finally fall.
After taking Hama, opposition units advanced south toward Homs, a crucial strategic hub in central Syria.
On Friday or Saturday, Homs province contacted me, and there was panic everywhere. It seemed that the defenses before Homs had completely collapsed, and while I'm no military expert, I could see that the road lay open. Then he asked, Can we ask defense to bomb Al Rastan Bridge? I told him that wasn't justified.
After Hama's liberation, forces gathered here, eyes fixed on Hormuz, crossing only over Al Rastan Bridge. They advanced toward Hormuz, but it wasn't free. Heavy strikes severely damaged the bridge, rendering it unusable. You can still see the remnants of the air raids on that bridge today.
We were a band of seasoned fighters with no choice but to fight. We couldn't wait for another chance to break the cruel siege and crush the forces that caged us for 9 years. This was it. Determined soldiers and commanders filled with resolve pushed the forces across 4 axes an effort we'd prefer not to boast about. Syria is far greater than just saying we delivered. Syria is greater than saying we fought and broke through. Syria is greater.
By evening, we were getting close to Homs. Resistance from the city's north was fierce, and the jets were relentlessly bombing. We waited patiently, and as night fell, the lads finally began to enter. As usual, the first aim was to open the prisons. You can't imagine the welcome we got in Homs. And Homs is special, you know that. Fireworks and celebrations lit up Homs like it was daytime. This was around midnight, close to 1 a.m.
We're talking about a distance of 200 kilometers from Homs to Damascus, and by that time, discussions had already begun on how to escape and how to take flight. The only option left was the sky, not the ground. And on Saturday night, December 7th, the Russian military attaché made a visit to the People's Palace. A session was convened to discuss one critical objective: how to ensure the secure transfer of Bashar al-Assad and his entourage from the heart of Damascus to the international airport, how to safeguard the flight from Damascus to Hamadan, and to prepare the aircraft accordingly.
I received a call instructing me to keep moving towards Damascus, with plans to encircle the city by morning, and it was around 1 a.m. We aimed to impose a ring around Damascus at 3, as events were unfolding quickly.
All of this unfolded in just a few hours, from 11 at night until around 2 or 2:30 on Sunday morning, and it was now December 8th.
I remember the protocols cars and weapons everywhere to protect Assad. How would he manage to leave tonight? How did he escape?
In the palace that evening, almost everything looked normal. In the kitchen, dinner was being prepared as usual.
Simple meal for a man who knew the table no longer mattered most.
Forces known as Repel, the aggression, were already at the gates of Damascus, and I believe he was part of those forces. They reached the airport road's edge.
In his office, he sat still and motionless, his mind adrift in thought, the heavy silence only broken by the persistent ringing of the landline. At Damascus Airport, a plane landed without prior notice, guided straight to a closed side runway. Its timing and path were off protocol.
We were surprised at how quickly a plane was prepared and parked in an unusual location that clearly wasn't designated for. Our curiosity was piqued. Something significant was unfolding. What could it be?
Inside the palace walls, unusual movement was noted. 2 cars entered quietly through the back gate, avoiding routine routes and unseen by the guards. That night's actions broke all established protocol. Assad left his office taking nothing, not even jacket or tie. He walked the palace corridors alone. No orders, no escort. In the basement, a waiter lined dishes, expecting a normal meal.
Stop movement, shut the gates. I still hear the devices. Close gate 7, close gate 11. If they could, they'd close heaven's gates for Assad to pass. Suddenly, cars rushed in, faster than words can tell. And suddenly Assad climbed aboard the plane. His entourage left their cars behind, doors wide open.
No farewell, no announcement before departure. Just a silent withdrawal by a man who has nothing left to say, moving as if the place itself had suddenly turned foreign, as if the end, long delayed, was now unavoidable. From the cockpit came the clearance to move forward. The plane rolled slowly toward an unknown destination, leaving everything behind. Assad sat by the window, staring at a city he was leaving behind. Just as it was leaving him, in silence, a clear break marking the end of one era and the beginning of another that was just starting to form. Past 3 a.m. The plane took off, then landed at the Russian base. A new tense phase began. Reports said Assad and his sons stayed for hours in a private hall at Maimim. His entourage also waited for a plane able to evade radars, secured to fly safely to Moscow, where Assad landed for the first time without title or office, a fugitive in guilt. The palace lights dimmed.
At 10 minutes to 3, I left the People's Palace and made my way to Umayyad Square. I drove on Mezi Highway and other streets. After 3:30, news began to spread that Assad had left the palace, neither a secret nor widely known. His true departure, marking his arrival in Maimim, occurred at 6:10 or possibly 6:20. At 6:18, at that time, Assad was no longer president.
No state of emergency was declared in Damascus. No sirens wailed. Yet the city acted as if bracing for an unmatched event. Roads were nearly empty. Fear spread ahead of the news into homes before official reports.
With no orders, the regime's shape began to fade. Figures vanished. Slogans no longer raised. Sights pulled from command. The institution seemed to dismantle itself step by step, quietly, without announcement, without resistance.
The same unsettling picture repeated in other corners. Weapons abandoned, uniforms left behind without their owners. A system quietly collapsed in shadow as it slowly departed into the darkness.
I waited seconds and minutes to hear out.
It is now exactly 6:18 Damascus time. Syria without Bashar al-Assad.
Syria without Assad.
When Hatim's song played, "Hold Your Head High, You're a Free Syrian," they danced, and I danced with them despite all Syria's pain.
By God, Ibrahim, I lived to see it. I never thought I would. I did, and Bashar al-Assad has fallen.
Gori is a small island in the Atlantic Ocean, just a few miles from the Senegalese capital Dakar. For 4 centuries, it was one of the most prominent stations in the slave trade. Although islands and ports in other African regions were dedicated to the same purpose, Gori remains the most famous for what its small area preserved of the horrors and degradation of human dignity. One of the most famous landmarks on the island is the House of Slaves, where thousands of Africans were crammed into its dungeons over 4 centuries in preparation for shipping them by sea to America. Before export, the prominent selection was made based on weight and physical strength. Those weighing less than 60 kilograms were directed to African markets and kept as servants on the island. The curator of the House of Slaves takes visitors on a tour during visiting days and explains how the slave trade was managed over the 4 centuries.
Les Portugais avaient été les premiers Européens à prendre possession.
The Portuguese were the first Europeans to take possession of Gori Island. That was in 1444. For a very long time, this island was at the center of rivalries between European nations that fought for its occupation. The House of Slaves, where we are today, crystallizes all the memories of the slave trade. And further along, at the corner but to the left, you will see the children's cell. It had the highest mortality rate, a small cell, but with a corridor leading to the back. They were laid directly on the ground, bare-chested, packed like sardines in a can. But once inside, what is peculiar are the windows, all shaped like loopholes, wide on the inside, but narrowing as you move towards the exit. While in the very last corridor on the right and left were the guards. but guards that could have easily been dispensed with. Well, the enslaved individuals were inevitably chained together by the ankles, 2 by 2. Even in the middle of the chain, a 10.3-kilogram iron ball had been attached. To tell you that each time one of them tried to escape by jumping into the sea. He coached the second. Because of the ball, they sank and drowned. In the absence of any doctor, and especially due to the fear of epidemics, the sick were thrown into the sea. The truth is that on this small island of Gori, an island measuring 900 meters by 300, at the height of the slave trade, there were more than 20 houses like this one.
The pink building in the background is the House of Slaves and the infamous Door of No Return, from which, over 4 centuries, 1 million African slaves left to become the engine of production across the Atlantic. However, in reality, the House of Slaves is not one. Every house on the small island was a house for slave owners and also witnessed the horrors committed against humanity during the slave trade period on this island. A Senegalese citizen inherited from her family a house overlooking the beach. From her grandfather, who came from Guadeloupe to work as a signal operator with the slave traders. She lives today without any complex about her grandfather's past working with the whites. We accompanied her to the house that has become a reminder of the family whose members are now scattered. In European immigration,
like my great-grandfather, who was a station chief, so he worked with the whites because he spoke French, so he was the one who conveyed the message. So he was the post chief, he was the one who carried the messages. That's why we lived here during the time of slavery. So it was my grandmother who told us about him. So he explained to us what he did there. So he told us to hold our heads high because we are not slaves. Lived here, but we are not slaves, you see.
These were nations that had agreed, obviously, to undertake this slave trade. Therefore, well, the acceptance by all. I mean not the protagonists, but those who organized this trade. Was the understanding they had that was put forward. It was to consider the slaves not as human beings, but rather as objects, furniture. So there was no respect. But what should also be remembered is that most of the houses, at least concerning Gori, most of the houses were built for women. The women called Signor, Signor from Signora. Madam, these women who originally here could very well have been black. It must be admitted that they became mixed over time due to their relations with Europeans. Obviously, these women, well, they witnessed or allowed the existence of 2 types of slaves. There were domestic slaves who, because they were the property of the woman, were not destined to be sold and sent to the Americas. These domestic slaves, well, were the property of the woman, and because they were her property, she was able, at that time, to rent them out for public or private work, but for her own benefit.
Many visitors visited Gori Island in recognition of the horrors committed there, and as an expression of human solidarity, even for ordinary tourists and many visitors. A visit to Senegal is not complete without passing through Gori, where the tourist boats from Dakar Beach do not stop all day.
The descendants of the victims, as well as those interested in this history, which should only be considered as an integral part of the world's history. Obviously, people come from everywhere to remember what happened. There are others who come simply because, having heard about this history, they wanted to experience a bit of what the slaves went through. But also, there are undoubtedly historians who, in the course of their research, need this to know more. But it is only when this history is better known and considered by everyone as an integral part of the world's history that we can move together towards forgiveness and reconciliation.
It is one of the most prominent tourist destinations in Senegal, although it is the smallest municipality. The people of the island do not accept that this small area becomes a complex for them, in their view, and so they proudly say it is a continent for spreading tolerance and the values of human brotherhood. Muslim imam and a Catholic priest stroll through the island's corridors. A familiar scene that does not attract the attention of the island's residents, where people of different religions and ethnicities live together in rare harmony and coexistence.
Here in Gori, harmonious relations prevail between Christians and Muslims. We hope to spread this peaceful coexistence throughout the world. God alone is the judge. And as humans we have the responsibility to spread peace. Our role is to convey the message of the Holy Quran and the hadiths of the Prophet, peace be upon him, and to condemn any acts of violence committed in the name of religion. No rational person can attack places of worship, which are places of prayer, tranquility, and contemplation.
The limits of tolerance among the residents of the island do not stop here. The former Imam of Gori, Sheikh Tidiane, was buried in the Catholic cemetery in the suburbs of Dakar, according to his will to be buried among his Christian friends.
Gori Island is a rare example of peaceful coexistence, where Muslims, Christians, and other communities live in complete harmony. Therefore, it is not surprising to see a deceased Muslim buried in a Christian cemetery.
This highlights the importance of Gori Island's history, not only in relation to the slave trade, but also to colonization. From my perspective, there was no Muslim or Christian slave trade. The trade in black people, the slave trade, was organized by individuals, as most revealed religions. In any case, the known revealed religions had prohibited the practice of slavery,
which lasted more than a century, during which the island was under French administration, to return to Senegalese sovereignty after more than 5 centuries. Our guide takes us to the most prominent landmarks of the island across the 3 eras. The era of the slave trade, the colonial era, and the stage of Senegalese national sovereignty.
One of the most iconic buildings on Gori Island is the former governor's palace from 1880. This building is currently unoccupied. However, due to its historical significance, with its courtyard and panoramic view of Dakar, it has been the venue for various community cultural events, like the Gori Diaspora Festival. So, this building is part of the colonial heritage. After the abolition of slavery, colonization took place. After gaining independence, we inherited these buildings and infrastructures. we are at the place of freedom and human dignity. Right next to it is the Historical Museum. Before it became a historical museum, it was the old Fort D'Estrées. Even before that, after the colonial administration, it was a detention center, which means a prison. The famous activist Blondin Diop was imprisoned there. And he died in those prisons. This shows that Gori's history didn't start only with the naming of European places. Where we are now, which has always intrigued its visitors. And this reflects the entire island of Gori, as it's often said that in Gori, every alley, every small window, every house has its own story. Gori is a shared heritage for all. All the countries in the world have the right to have their name here in Gori, due to this classification. It is quite normal for Gori to play a role in this world. And that role should be one of reconciliation and forgiveness. Indeed, reconciliation and forgiveness should lead the way. Which is why this place now symbolizes those words, to say freedom and to say let's respect human dignity. And on the occasion of the 150th anniversary of the abolition of slavery, our Guadeloupean brothers gifted us this statue you see behind me, which symbolizes freedom. So those who are used to visiting Gori knew that this statue was previously placed before the House of Slaves. Now, for the sake of coherence, this statue, after establishing this place, the place of freedom and human dignity, it was decided to install this statue that symbolizes human freedom.
Today, the men of Gori, like all men of Senegalese coastal towns and villages, live from fishing. They ride the sea freely, with no authority over them except the law, while the women of the island work in trade, taking advantage of the tourist features to sell handicrafts and African clothing.
Now, there are many vendors and fewer tourists. So we try to manage. Now, we go to Dakar to find tourists and bring them back to the island. Every boat has variety. There are girls who come to sell on Gori Island, who come to Dakar, who come to the island Pau Grande. So with every boat, we can go see the boat to find clients and organize the places we are. So there are many men who fish. And we make wax fabrics with dyeing. There are days it works, there are days it doesn't. But we manage because we've been living with this for a long time. We work on this. With the money we earn, we pay for our children's school. We pay for retirement and water at home too. We help others, our family too.
Gori remains a tangible witness to the horrors of the slave trade era, which represented a stain of shame on the forehead of humanity, and at the same time, a proof of ability to overcome its dark past and build a future characterized by tolerance and the embodiment of its values.
The war in the Middle East is rewriting the global energy map. Strikes on Iranian and Arab Gulf energy infrastructure and the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, the umbilical cord of world oil supply, have already sent shockwaves through commodity markets. And the risks are far from over. Yemen's Houthis, largely on the sidelines since the conflict erupted a month ago, appear to be signaling a potential entry into the war, raising the spectre of a simultaneous closure of the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. if that happens, the consequences for global oil flows would be even more severe. Against that backdrop, Goldman Sachs has dramatically revised its oil price projections upward for this year and into 2027, warning that this war will permanently bake a security premium into long-term crude prices. In their latest report, the bank warns that in a worst-case scenario, the world could face a persistent loss of 2 million barrels of oil a day that cannot be quickly reversed. And Goldman Sachs says that in any case, the price of a barrel of Brent crude could spike past $147, shattering the all-time record set back in 2008. To break all of this down, I'm joined now by Goldman Sachs chief oil analyst and co-head of commodity research, Dan Stuyven. Dan, welcome to the program. Dan, currently, what is your base case scenario for the duration of the war and the reopening of Hormuz? And how long will it take for the Gulf production to ramp up back to pre-war levels, given the stoppages announced and the damages sustained to some of the energy infrastructure and fields?
Yeah, so our working assumption, our base case, is that flows through the Strait, which are still down by 95% from normal levels, start a gradual recovery in mid-April and then are back at normal levels by mid-May. But the risks are skewed towards delays, and therefore we lay out alternative scenarios for both Hormuz flows and for higher prices in our risk scenarios. In their base case, flows through the Strait are back near normal levels by mid-May, and then we assume an additional month required to normalize production, upstream production in the Middle East, which would then put you sort of in a mid-June timeframe for a normalization of production. We had a few data points from some of the largest oil producers in the world, including the CEO from Saudi Aramco, who said that production could come back within days, at most weeks. We also had an official from the Kuwait Petroleum Corporation suggesting that production may take somewhat longer to come back. The risks to our base case timeline for a recovery in production by mid-June are skewed towards delays.
But then what's your most pessimistic scenario then?
I think the most pessimistic scenario for oil supply is a scenario where flows to the Strait take longer to recover, and where you could see persistent scarring to oil production potential in the region. We did review the 5 prior largest oil supply shocks in history, and it was quite remarkable that averaging across those 5 episodes, recognizing significant differences across episodes, on average, oil production 4 years after the start of the shock was still down by just over 40% in the affected country. And so the risk scenario where oil production potentially in the region, which accounts for 1/3 of global oil production, remains 2 million barrels per day lower, perhaps on the back of damage to oil infrastructure, such as, for instance, export terminals. That scenario is plausible, and it's informed by our review of historical large oil supply shocks.
Dan, do we have a figure or a number on the current deficit in the oil market currently?
Yeah, so at the moment, our estimate is that global oil markets are probably in a deficit in the tune of 13 million barrels per day or so. The math is that before this shock, the market was in a moderate surplus. We're losing about 19 million barrels per day of flows from the Strait, talking about exports as opposed to production. Production itself is down less dramatically. But we have been impressed by the redirection through pipelines, both the East-West pipeline and also the Fujairah pipeline in the UAE. And so we're seeing flows through these pipelines being about 5 to 6 million barrels per day higher than normal. And so, that sort of gives you 19 minus 6, call it, roughly a 13 million barrels per day loss in terms of oil exports available to the market. Actual production losses are somewhat more limited as producers are storing some of the production that they can't export.
We will later come to the East-West pipeline and that Saudi turnaround over there. But first, in your recent report, Dan, you speak of a post-shock model. Will oil prices remain higher for longer? Take us through your oil price projections over the short and medium term first, and then I'll ask you about the structural changes driving those projections.
Yeah, great. So in the base case that we discussed, where flows through the Strait normalize by mid-May and production in the region normalizes by mid-June, in that base case scenario, we see Brent averaging $85 in 2026, ending the year around $80 per barrel. That is about $20 higher than what we would have been looking for in the absence of the Iran war. Even if by year end, we assume that production in the Middle East has normalized. In fact, we expect production in the Middle East to be slightly higher by year end than in the absence of the war, because we would assume that producers such as Saudi Arabia and the UAE, which have substantial spare capacity that's available once the Strait opens, would focus on stabilizing markets and making sure that inventory levels, which we expect to draw a lot, can normalize to more average levels. Now, that $80 Brent year-end base case forecast is about $20 higher than what we would have forecasted without the war for three reasons. One, very large draws in commercial oil inventories, and lower inventories typically mean higher oil prices. Second, we do think that the market would likely risk adjust effective spare capacity, because spare capacity is concentrated. And therefore, we think that long-dated oil prices, sort of the back end of the oil futures curve, should be about $5 higher than in the absence of the shock. And third, we think that positioning, which was quite short going into 2026, we think positioning should be persistently somewhat higher as investors are willing to pay a premium, a security premium for available barrels. And along with sort of the rotation into hard assets that you're seeing across macro markets, this is sort of the third reason why we look for higher prices for longer, even if the Strait normalizes.
Dan, I want to zone in on the security premium post this war over the longer term. What are the structural changes to oil pricing do you expect to happen? Will this higher geopolitical security premium embed itself into oil prices? Would countries from now on turn to strategic stockpiling more aggressively? And what would be the implications for this enhanced security sensitivity be on supply and demand?
Yeah, absolutely. So one key reason we look for lower global commercial oil inventories by year end, which was sort of the first reason I discussed for higher prices because of the war, is that while in the short term we expect significant strategic petroleum reserve releases while the disruption lasts, we do think that this event will lead to very significant refilling of strategic petroleum reserves. Two reasons. One, we'll end the summer or the fall with very low strategic petroleum reserve levels, especially in countries like the US relative to historical standards. So even normalizing SPR levels will require significant refilling. And second, we think this shock will incentivize policymakers to target higher equilibrium, steady state SPR levels. And in fact, the US SPR program, it's not a sale, it's a loan. Borrowers who are now getting access from April 1st, from tomorrow, to US SPR barrels, they're expected to give 20% more barrels back down the road than what they receive. It's a sizable 20% sort of interest rate expressed in barrels.
Going back to the logistical aspects and the transportation aspects of the oil market, the Houthis in Yemen have been mostly on the sidelines since the war broke out a month ago, but it seems they have made a couple of what seems to be a warning shots in the last couple of days. If they do enter the war, Dan, and if this Hormuz disruption is accompanied with a closure of the Bab el-Mandab Strait, what is the impact on oil flows here?
Yeah, it's an important risk that we're monitoring closely. So the facts are the following. We estimate that oil exports, so both crude and products, through the Bab el-Mandeb Strait at the moment are around 7 million barrels per day. They're up about 1 million barrels per day, 1 million barrels per day over the last month, as you have seen an impressive pickup of crude exports from Saudi Arabia coming via the East-West pipeline to the Yanbu port, and then going to Asia. I think we've learned that most shippers are risk averse. If there were attacks on oil tankers, you could expect a meaningful drop in volumes there as well. Now, there is some optionality to reroute some of the flows via the Suez Canal, via Europe, via the Mediterranean. But there are two challenges. One, the very large crude carriers, once they're full, they're too heavy, they're too deep to go through, and so you would have to use a pipeline or bring smaller ships to the region. And the second problem is it really extends the journey, and the tightening Hormuz shock is very much an Asia-centric shock, or at least initially, and it takes a lot more time to go to Asia via the Mediterranean and the African Cape of Good Hope than going directly via Bab el-Mandeb.
How high can oil get in such a scenario if we do get a closure of the Bab el-Mandeb as well? The maximum we saw intraday so far is $120.
We laid out a severely adverse risk scenario in our work. In that scenario, we assume the Strait of Hormuz closes for 10 weeks, and we have 2 million barrels per day of persistent scarring. And in that scenario, prices in the short term exceed $150 per barrel in April, and end the year at $115 per barrel. So well above our $80 base case for end 2026. I think you're asking about a slightly different, a severely adverse scenario where oil prices could be similar. But the critical question, I think, for the long term is, will production from the region eventually fully recover or not? That's ultimately the most important question to think about oil prices 12, 18 months from now.
Dan, does the recent U.S. Treasury General license to allow sale of Iranian oil on the water, does it change the picture, physical picture, or does it just simply allows this oil to reach a bigger subset of customers outside of China? And do you expect traders and financial institutions to remain wary of getting implicated in Iranian oil despite this temporary lift in sanctions?
Yeah, so the data that we're tracking point to only a slight pickup in the pace of imports of Iranian crude following the easing of sanctions. To your point, I think a lot of buyers are still thinking through the risks associated with buying Iranian crude, also reputational risks. And so the data point to only a modest pickup in imports of both actually Iranian and Russian crude. More broadly, so I think this supports our point that this shock is too big for policymakers to fully offset. Yes, we look for somewhat higher SPR releases. Yes, we look for somewhat faster arrivals of crude from Iran and Russia, but these policies are only very partial offsets to the very large Hormuz shock.
Dan, over to the United States. U.S. shale was slowing in the past year or so. Does the current situation change your outlook for shale? Do the higher prices encourage higher capex, or do you expect the shale players to remain cautious and more capital disciplined?
Directionally, incrementally, this suggests that production from U.S. shale could be somewhat higher than otherwise, but I think we're really talking, 300, 400 KBD more than in the absence of the war, which again is quite modest relative to the size of the shock. Two challenges that U.S. shale companies are facing. One, we do think that their inventory of high quality acreage is gradually depleting somewhat. And second, to your point, they have been capital disciplined. When they're capital disciplined, capital markets reward them financially from a stock price perspective, and we think they will remain capital disciplined. So slightly higher shale production makes sense. After all, it's still the most important short-term price elastic part of the global supply and demand balance, abstracting from OPEC's spare capacity. But again, it is quite modest. And if this shock were to last a lot longer than our base case, most of the rebalancing would have to operate via demand destruction as opposed to supply responses.
Dan, you've pointed earlier on to the east-west Saudi pipeline. Given that Saudi has been able to shift loadings to its west coast on the Red Sea at Yanbu, how would you describe this Saudi turnaround and how fast it was undertaken? And does this infrastructure hedge or bet finally comes to fruition not only for Saudi, but for the entire global oil market? And given the current prices, what is your expectations of the net impact on Saudi oil export revenues in the last couple of weeks?
Yeah, so I think it is impressive and faster and bigger than what most analysts were looking for. I think the volumes through the east-west pipeline at the moment, estimated around 7 million barrels per day, are significantly bigger than, for instance, estimates of pipeline maximum potential that agencies such as the IEA or the U.S. and the Department of Energy have put out. So that's very impressive. It's the most powerful, but still partial offset to the sharp loss in Hormuz flows, more powerful than SPR releases or releases of sanctioned crude. I think the impact on Saudi oil export revenues depends on the offsetting balancing act between slightly lower volumes and higher prices. And I think it depends on the horizon. I think in the first few weeks of the conflict, before you saw this big ramp up in pipeline flows, the impact on revenues may have been somewhat negative. But if I look at our, for instance, 2026 second half forecasts, we forecast higher oil prices than in the absence of the Iran war, as we discussed, roughly $20 higher. And we actually have production from the region, especially producers with spare capacity such as Saudi Arabia and the UAE, higher than in the absence of the shock, because we assume that OPEC will stabilize markets. And so in the second half, both the price component and the volume component in your export revenue formula would point to higher revenues.
Dan, the media focus is on crude prices as they rise, but certain products have realized even higher price jumps like jet fuel and diesel. What are the dynamics in those products markets, and where do you see the biggest shortages forming?
Yeah, so we think this is even a bigger tightening shock for refined products, especially heavy refined products such as diesel and jet fuel and fuel oil, than for crude markets. 3 reasons. One, in contrast to crude, the starting point for refined product markets was already a very tight market with very high global refinery utilization rates, while the crude market was in a small surplus. Second, the key challenge for the heavier refined oil products is not only that the Middle East is a very important exporter of, for instance, jet fuel. The key problem is that the Middle East is the key producer of heavy and medium crude, which is the key input into making the heavier refined products such as jet fuel and diesel. And so as a result, we're seeing meaningful refinery run cuts in Asia with less production of refined products such as jet. And third, the policy response is less powerful for refined products. The SPR releases by the US government, for instance, it's of crude. It's not of refined oil products. Similarly, the releases of sanctioned barrels, it's mostly crude. So it's a bigger shock for heavy refined oil products than for crude. And yeah, we do think that prices for refined products such as jet and diesel are likely to stay significantly higher than in the absence of the shock for longer. And another fourth challenge is that it may take more time for refineries to come back than for upstream production, because reports suggest that damage to upstream oil production capacity is still quite limited so far, while we have seen more reports of potential damage to midstream refining production capacity.
Interesting piece of information there, Dan. My final question to you, looking at the oil consumer markets, which market is the hardest hit, you think? Is it the Asian or the European market?
I would say it's Europe. Two reasons. One, if you look at the share, for instance, of oil and natural gas in primary energy consumption, in Europe, it's around 2/3. If you look at China, India, it's around 1/4. The reason is that countries such as India and China rely heavily on coal and other alternative fuels. And the second challenge for Europe is that Europe is not only facing a spike in petroleum product prices, it's also facing a spike in natural gas prices. And in Europe, in countries such as Italy, natural gas prices tend to set the power price at the margin. So Europe, in a sense, is facing a triple whammy of higher petroleum product prices, higher natural gas prices, and higher power prices.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.